Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday, it's September the 15th. You've still got 4 more days to go. 4 more days. People are queuing. If you were thinking of going down to Kew for Westminster Hall, I can tell you at this precise moment, the queue is 2.8 miles long. Okay, 2.8 miles long. So that gives you a rough idea. You'll be standing there for all of my programme and then some. And then some. And what you need to do is check TfL for the latest travel information. All the people are out. It was just perfect yesterday. It was so perfect. It couldn't have been better. Everybody performed beautifully. I felt so sorry for the one guardsman who was standing on one of the corners of the catafalque, and you could see he was going to collapse. His head sort of went and he wandered a little bit and then he collapsed. It always happens whenever they do Trooping the Colour. There'll always be somebody, and they generally leave them. They leave them there if they're out on the parade ground. Not for Westminster Hall. You can't have the Queen's catafalque and somebody sort of lying prostrate, sort of, by the side of it. So actually all the people rushed over and helped him and got him back on his feet again. But I don't know how long they're supposed to stand there for, but whatever it is, you're not supposed to move. So I think the royal family only do it for a little time. 5 to 10 minutes, which is quite long enough for Charles, 73. Although, it would be easy for him to close his eyes and go to sleep. Today, he's having a day off. And to be honest with you, if anybody needs a day off, he would be it. Because he just needs a time to reflect. Because so many things are going on. And he must be thinking, it's gone really well so far. Apart from the pen and the ink thing. But this time a week ago, she was alive. And then all of this happens so quickly, and all the press are out there interviewing people, and people are being really nice, and people are being very good natured, very good humoured about it. But the road closures in London, please don't drive into London. It's just not worth it. They'll take your car away. The huge police presence and the army and everything else, and all the army of, I'm assuming, volunteers. The people who are wearing the fluorescent jackets, they're all over the place. Where they come from, I've got no idea. Perhaps there's a special agency that supplies these people. But just to see that crown on top of the coffin, I think people would have rather seen the coffin. I know it sounds a bit bizarre, but it would sort of add to the fact that it's a coffin, lead-lined. It's tradition. I know it's all tradition. That's what we do in this country. We do tradition. They reckon for the funeral on Monday, there's going to be, they reckon at least half of the world will be watching. At least half of the world, because nobody does it like there's nobody else. When they do the American presidents and things like that, it's completely different. Ours is all people in uniform. I think that's sorry, I was just watching the television, watching the soldier. They're doing the repeat of yesterday. They have a camera running to watch all the people going in, but 2.8 miles long. That's how long the queue is at the moment. That's even longer than the depth to the Titanic. Even longer. But, all sorts of people, ordinary people like us, people like you, everybody, very ordinary people who wanted to pay their respects. And the good thing is, so many young people out there on the streets, contrary to what people have said about, the young people, they're not interested in the royal family. They bloody well are. You could see them on the Mall when they were waiting yesterday, and the people who are queuing to go inside Westminster Hall, to go down those stairs. I mean, just the whole majesty of the whole situation, and just the way that we do it is amazing. But I thought you all behaved brilliantly yesterday. You heeded our advice. Nobody was taking in pushchairs, although apparently there was quite a number of babies that were taken down. Well, that's just basically cruelty. Babies don't want to hang around for ages and ages, but everybody's got their memories. But they were so young, some of the people, and I think that kind of shows that, whatever's going to happen in the future, it's in fairly safe hands. As long as they believe in what this country's got to offer, and we all sing from the same hymn sheet, I think we're going to be fine. The amount of people who stopped as they were going through Westminster Hall and bowed their heads or dropped a curtsy. Some did both. And, and the line, it's moving, but not quite moving as quick as they would like it to be. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, he says, I hope all is well. Just got home a bit ago. It's 10 p.m. in Minnesota. Had a long church council meeting at my Grey Eagle church. Still terribly sad about the Queen. I should be in London. I'd saved up money to fly over for the funeral when it happened for 5 years, but I had to spend the money to start over again after my divorce. So that makes it doubly sad, he said. But Brie and I will be hosting a breakfast on Monday, and we'll be showing the funeral service for friends and neighbours. And it's, everybody's going to be watching it. Everybody's going to be watching it, and you'll better watch it over there as well. But it's awful, isn't it? He saved up the money to fly over for the funeral, but then, unfortunately, divorces cost money, and you always lose out, don't you? Ian says, I've got the Belgian chocolate or salted caramel. Salted caramel? Will you be able to? Yes, will you be able to get here? Yes, you can get here. Yes, because you must have been able to, because I was sort of in. Listen, he spends all his time driving around London. If anybody knows all the back streets, him and Kevin would be top 2 in my list of people who know exactly what to do. So yes, he'll be able to get here, and then he'll just go out heading up to the Hippodrome, I'm assuming, because you can't go anywhere down to Trafalgar Square. Salted caramel for me. How do you? Yeah, salted caramel. I think salted caramel all round, actually, Ian, if that's okay. Just in case you have no idea what we're talking about, this is our ice cream delivery. We get Haagen-Dazs delivered probably about at least twice a week. And Ian very kindly drops in for us. He delivers to all the West End theatres and places like that. These little tubs that you buy in the interval of the shows. And this is the South Bank. It's lots of people milling around. If you had a hot dog wagon, you'd be down there, wouldn't you? Selling ice creams and bottled water and coffees and things like that. Just to keep you going. Just to keep you going. So 2.8 miles that queue runs. It's shorter. There you go. It's moved. You can go down. 2.4 miles. What time did the tubes start running again? Are they about 5? Because I went yesterday from here. I walked down. Ian knows my route. And I got to Trafalgar Square, did a left, crossed over the road by Charing Cross Station, went down Villiers Street, which is the road that runs next to it, and right at the very bottom is the Embankment Tube. I thought it was going to be chock-a-block with people coming out to go to the Embankment and everything else. Luckily, it wasn't. It was empty. And so I went down there, and I got to the station. The time I got to Waterloo Station, I had 8 minutes to get to my train. It's always on platform bloody 20, honestly. It's miles. Why they couldn't make it 17? It'd be so much easier for me. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not one to complain, as you know. And so I was walking down there and I was thinking, perhaps I'm always getting ready to push the button on the door to open it, if in case I hear somebody blowing a whistle. It's like when you used to play musical chairs. You remember? You would go round and round the chairs and the music would stop. You quickly nudge some other kid out the way so you can get the chair and sit down. And it's exactly the same for getting on the train. Once I'm on the train, I can then walk through it. It's okay. And it's not that busy in the morning. And of course, at the moment, it's not that busy because I'm going away from London. Totally unique, as always. And everybody else is coming into London. But it wasn't that busy. But I suspect that on Monday, there will be lots of people coming up there. Although, I mean, I don't want to sort of force you into doing something that you don't want to do, but it's a case of if you come in on Monday, you'll be way back in the queue of all the people standing in line, because by that time it'll be about sort of 10 deep, and you'll be at the back, you know, and you really, I mean, there are people who are camped out on the Mall already, and they've been there for, I don't know what the weather is like on Monday. Listen, come prepared for most eventualities. In which case, a little portable umbrella is always useful. So here we go. Monday, you're okay. Sunny intervals with that obligatory gentle breeze and 18 degrees. So it's a bit nippy, but not, at least it's not rain. That's what it is today. It might change by Monday. But to look at everybody out there yesterday, but to look at all the young people, that was the bit that I thought was terribly pleasing. And I did sit there yesterday watching it and marvelling at Eamonn Holmes lost his temper. Something didn't go quite right, actually, and got a bit ratty. Somebody said Eamon's just losing it a little bit. You know, he's old. It doesn't matter. It's there. You know, you're there. It's a historic moment. It's very historic, you know, to watch. If you've never seen anything like this going on before, which, of course, you won't have done. If you're any average person up to the age of about 45, 50, you won't have seen any of this before. You know that we do it. And we do it really well. The people getting off the main line, trains, the reporters. Some of the reporters are even down in little tents on the embankment. Honestly, they make them work for their money. But they're the people who sort of provide the inserts into the programmes. So if all in all happens and the presenter looks like they're flagging, they always go, listen, we've got a little package we can put in, which runs about 10 minutes. Is that okay? Will that give you enough time to go to the toilet, fix your makeup? You know, and they go, yes, that'll be the men. And And then, yes, Eamon. You want you have to put your orthopaedic shoes on again, Eamon. But that's what it is. But it was very interesting because everybody was talking yesterday on LBC about what I was talking about, which is, why are we wearing black? Why are we wearing black? How many funerals have you been to where they've said, listen, we want it to be a time of celebration. We want it to be a time of, being joyous, and so put on bright colours. The amount of funerals that I've seen over the years, and they say, can you wear bright colours to make it not feel such a sad, sad time? I haven't seen anybody wearing black armbands, which they would have worn years and years ago. And down at Waterloo Station, there was the Necropolis Railway, which was the funeral railway, and the building is still there. The front of that building is still there for the Necropolis Railway. There's a book on it as well. And it had low platforms so that they could get the coffins onto the train, which would then take them out to Brookwood Cemetery. Because I told you we were driving around one day years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we saw this cemetery, and I'm fascinated by cemeteries, and it was Brookwood, and it's out near Woking. And so we turned the car round. Always difficult for me doing 3-point turns, but there you go, I managed to do it. And we went in there, and it's the biggest cemetery I've ever seen. And it's Victorian. There's a Jewish side of the cemetery. There's all sorts of different bits to it. It's vast. Some of the graves are overgrown, but all these Victorian monoliths in there, these ornate carvings and, beautiful bits of marble and everything else, all overgrown with rhododendrons, because apparently rhododendrons and bodies go quite well together because the ground gets fertilized so much that the ground is very rich in all the nutrients that you need. So we did that, really. And down at Fleet Street, at Piccadilly, Fleet Street, at the very end of it, just before you turn right to go to Blackfriars Bridge, there used to be a huge funeral shop. And the shop was enormous. I've got photographs of it. And you went there to rent your funeral suit because everybody wore black. You got your collars, which were made of cardboard, and you bought all this stuff or rented it. And then you went to the Necropolis Railway, which was over the bridge, turn right, second. And that's where you went. And the trains would take you out to Brookwood Cemetery. Why we wear black, I can't remember. But somebody was saying on LBC yesterday, why are we so depressed about it? This should be a time of celebration. I know that because of protocol and because of the way it all works within the royal family, people wear black and all the people who work for the funeral director. I've never seen anybody in a Hawaiian Tommy Bahama shirt, put it that way. The day will come, I'm quite sure, because even they want to let their hair down. They don't wear these clothes all the time. If you're a funeral director, you put it on. It's part of the thing for the job. But no, bright clothes. We should really be celebrating with sort of bright... the Queen wore bright clothes. She'd approve of something like that. She would approve of it, but everybody's got to wear black ties. Everybody on the radio wears black ties. If you're interviewing politicians, everybody on the television, black ties. For how long? For how long until sort of Holly Willoughby? Mind you, there was a girl... Oh, I'll tell you in a minute. Morning. So, funerals, generally speaking nowadays, people wear black. It's a sign of respect. And it goes back, you can't believe it, to the Roman Empire. The family of the deceased would wear a dark-coloured toga called a toga pulla, which is the stupidest name, isn't it? And that tradition persisted then in England throughout medieval times when women were expected to wear black caps and veils when their husbands passed away. So they've kept with it. But more and more funerals now, if it's a child, they say, listen, can you all wear really, really bright clothing and things like that? Because it makes people feel a bit better, because otherwise you get yourself into a terrible tizzy, as you know. Declan says, if I get a portrait of you tattooed, would you change your stance on tattoos? No. No, definitely not, Declan. Definitely. And Nick in Kent says, I'm very proud of my niece. She's in the King's Troop and was the middle one of the three pulling the Queen on the gun carriage throughout London yesterday. An unforgettable privilege. It is a privilege. John wants to know where the end of the queue is now. Well, I can tell you. What do you want to know? How many miles it is? Still 2.4. Nearest landmark, Southwark Bridge. Okay, Southwark Bridge. So it's 2.4 miles long, but they're running 24 hours, as you know. So if you were thinking of coming up to... Although there's no trains at this time of the morning. You would think they'd be running 24 hours, but they're not. They have to sleep, these poor people. And Kim up there in Bonnie, Scotland. I don't know why we say Bonnie, Scotland. I think Bonnie has a different meaning, doesn't it? I think it just means good and great and everything else. It's been exquisite. Nice temperature. A wee bit nippier in the morning, says Kim. And in the evening, I haven't got what? I like doing the accent, actually. I was used to... I was a big fan of that song. There was a soldier, a Scottish soldier, who wandered far away and soldiered far away. And I remember playing that, oh, blimey, 40 years ago, more than 40 years ago. And it was he was a big singer in Scotland, huge singer. The Scottish Soldier was that song that basically, I think, made his name. It was a guy called Andy Stewart. And Andy Stewart was big in... He used to do their Hogmanay programmes. And the White Heather Club, he also did Donald, where's your trousers? Let the wind blow high, let the wind blow low through the street. And so it used to go on. And but the song most closely associated with him is A Scottish Soldier. He got an MBE, and he presented the White Heather Club throughout the 1960s. And it was all there. And it would be a traditional Hogmanay. So, you know, somebody very... But I remember all of the songs, and I bought the albums and everything, and I thought it was fantastic. So I'm glad you got perfect walking weather. That's what the Queen loved about it, didn't they? When you looked at the scenery around Balmoral, that was just one little section. Fantastic scenery there. Beautiful. James says, I was in my local Waitrose store yesterday, and all the partners had black armbands on. Really? Blimey, that's a bit bizarre, isn't it? What an odd thing to do. Mind you, wasn't Waitrose one of the Queen's? Didn't they have a royal appointment? Because you know that they're all going to have to reapply. Because you can't... Yeah, they'll all have to reapply because they were by appointment to Her Majesty the Queen. And, of course, I don't think she'll be eating anything anytime soon. So they'll have to reapply for Charles, even though he has some of his own royal appointments. But the other ones, they'll have to take them down. In fact, if you remember at Harrods, after the debacle there, they had to lose all their royal warrants because the royal family took them away. And I think when the Queen passed away at her Scottish estate, 600 royal warrants passed with her. So in other words, all of the packaging that has got by appointment to Her Majesty the Queen, that'll have to come off all of the packaging. I mean, the symbols... on the packaging on the websites not only show that the companies meet exacting standards, but they've also supplied the royal household on a regular basis. The Royal Warrant Association have said that these businesses must now reapply for their warrants. They're reviewed after a change in reigning sovereign, but the companies can use the royal arms in connection with the businesses for up to 2 years. But Charles might not want certain things that his mother had. You know, it'll be different. So some people will still end up with them and some people won't. And I think that Waitrose is her local grocer. Well, I'm pretty certain. I don't know why. I seem to remember seeing it Waitrose. Well, she probably has Fortnum. She probably has quite a few. I don't think she's got Tesco or Aldi or Lidl. Merely time, I should imagine. If only she'd known that they were sort of, you know, fourth in line. Milk prices have gone up. Producer keeps telling me every time he goes out shopping. It seems like absolute purgatory as far as he's concerned. He sort of checks the prices on things, and he can confirm milk has gone up. I said, well, don't drink milk then. Start drinking black tea. Drink it like, you know, a lot of Chinese people do. Go to Chinese restaurants, you have a cup of China tea. There's no milk. They think you're mad if you order milk. Unfortunately, I do take milk in my tea. I bought some more tea bags the other day. I was waiting for them to go up in price, but they hadn't. Yeah, Waitrose has a royal warrant. I'm never wrong. As James O'Brien says, don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. I might get little facts and figures, you know, wrong, but the rest of the time I'm absolutely on the money. All McDonald's are closed on Monday. They're not even opening later. They're all closed on Monday. They'll reopen on the Tuesday. So for those of you who can't go without your double sausage and egg McMuffin and 2 hash browns, because it's churlish to only buy 1, you have to buy 2, don't you? You can't. And they will be closing up business just for the day. That's all it is. They don't have to do it. Some companies choose to do it, and those we respect. But just remember, if you're thinking of staying in on the Monday because you've got nowhere to go and you can't get up into town, please. Saturday and Sunday, your fruit and everything else to get you through the Monday, because there'll be nothing open. You've got big supermarkets in your area, but the only ones opening will be the smaller ones, and they'll be alongside the route. So presumably the Tesco at the top of Trafalgar Square, Whitehall, that will be open because it's only a little short one. Some of the ones in the garages will be open. Some of them will be closed. You have to sort of, pays your money, takes your choice. But I reckon you should just stock up and get everything. It's only for a day. It's only for a day. You don't have to sort of worry about it too much. People were queuing the other day. 11 hours. 11 hours. The queue might be 2.4 miles long, but I don't know what the waiting time is. They seem to be getting them through, a bit smartish, which is good. Tom Daly wants to become a designer of knitwear. He seems very good. Very, very good indeed. And gas prices in Europe set to plunge before Christmas. They seem to have found new supplies. So that sounds good, doesn't it? We like the idea of that one. Thank you very much indeed. Bake Off has been hit by a ratings slump. I think people are just sick to death of watching people cooking on the television, And Putin's car attacked in an assassination attempt, they think. It was rammed by an ambulance and an explosion took place, but nobody was hurt. Ironically, 3 of his so-called close bodyguards have disappeared. I wouldn't like to say where they've gone, but put it this way, I don't think you'll be seeing them ever again. They don't mess about. Even in Russia, even somebody who's that close to Putin, like a bodyguard, can set off an explosion. I mean, it makes you wonder, if they'd had a gun, they could have pulled a gun out and just shot him. Because, I don't know why are they doing it because of Ukraine? In which case, are they Ukraine sympathisers? Or are they just people who just want to get rid of him because of the way he behaves? We don't know. We don't know. The new chapter could result in a delay to Harry's book because we don't know what's happening to him at the moment, so don't ask me because none of the newspapers know either. We don't know if at the end of the funeral on Monday he's going to fly back to America or whether he's going to hang around and try and go for some sort of reconciliation. If he goes for a reconciliation, he's then got this book out which is attacking the royal family. It's not going to look very good, is it? It's not going to look very nice to actually be dissing various members of the royal family and saying this was not right and that was not right. But at the end of the day, we have to wait and see what happens. You can't guess it. Steve queued for 5 hours to see the Queen lying in state and just had to leave the queue just before Lambeth Bridge, as there was another 5 hours to go. Hardly any loos or refreshments, but there was a hot dog stall. $7.50 for a hot dog. That would be about right. They're going to capitalise on it, aren't they? They're going to capitalise. Also, says Brian, your favourite mince pie supplier, Walker's, is a royal warrant holder. I should think so too. Good Scottish firm like that. Can you give them an Allen warrant of approval? Well, I remember when we first mentioned Walker's mince pie, I had some, and somebody said, oh, you can get them in Kingston, down the road from me. So I went off and bought a box of them, the ones that have got the whiskey in. And I think it's Glenfiddich or something like that. Whatever it is, the moment you take the wrapper off the box, you can smell the whiskey. Smell the whiskey, and if you heat them up, it's even better, and have them either with custard or with double thick cream or just anything really, just shove them in your mouth. And I used to go down there and buy boxes of them, and then somebody very kindly wrote to Walker's and said, there's this bloke on the radio in London who's been talking about your mince pies and saying how delicious they are. Well, literally, practically by return of post, this enormous box arrived full of shortbread and mince pies and everything. So the newsroom had a bit of a field day with it. They absolutely loved it. I, of course, being a good diabetic, only had a couple. Could have eaten more. They were just delicious. And that's where you look at the sell-by date on Walker's mince pies with the booze in, and it's much, much longer. Some of the ones you buy when they start producing the mince pies, the sell-by date's before Christmas. And they even know one of them. I took Marks and Spencer's to task because it said on the box, vine fruits and cherries and lashings of brandy. And the lashings was the piddly. It must have just waved a bottle over the top of it. You couldn't even smell any brandy, and the sell-by date was literally about less than a week. So no point in things like that. You have to check on the ingredient. I've started doing that. How much brandy is in there? Is it sort of 10% or something? No, it was like half a percent or something. It was very small. Also, I forgot to mention Prince Harry's birthday today, 38, and Jimmy Carr, 50 for Jimmy Carr. I thought he was older, actually. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because he's had all this surgery. God knows he's had every bit of surgery that there is possible to have. He's had his hair moved. No, he's had everything. Everything. I've never known anybody to have so much. And one here says, I guess it's all protocol and etiquette, Steve. Shame really is the Queen adored and indeed suited. Lovely bright colours. Rules is rules, though. I like plain tea, but I can't take it. Makes me sick. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, really? I do like my cups of tea. Carl in Yorkshire. I'll have to come back to you after the news, because otherwise I get into trouble if I go late. You know me, I'm hopeless on lateness, you know. I mean, it's not like anything's going to collapse. The walls are going to fall in or something, but, you know, don't want to tempt fate, do you?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you Monday through Friday. Thursday, September the 15th, 4 more days. And the queue, how long do we think the queue is at the moment? It was 2.4 miles long, and it's still 2.4 miles long. Nearest landmark, Southwark Bridge. Okay, and it's quite a lot, actually. It's at sort of Borough Market. You know, that's quite a way down the Thames, which is good. And Carl says, what an emotional and excellent march with the Queen on the gun carriage. We are the best country in the world. God bless the Queen. We are the best country in the world. We have a royal family. We might not agree with everything they do all the time, but then you're allowed to not like something that everybody does all the time. That's the way it goes. Suzanne from Largs says hot mince pie with ice cream. Ooh, that sounds nice. We're having salted caramel later on from Ian, which is very exciting. Christopher says, I'm not a royal by any stretch of the imagination. Well, I shouldn't think you are, actually. Do you mean you're not a royal fan? But I've been saddened by the death of the Queen. She was an intrinsic part of the fabric, the image and the identity of our nation and the UK. And it now feels like a piece of the puzzle is missing. I've not been able to travel to London to pay respects due to my Asperger's giving me issues with crowds. So I've been watching the live feeds. Yes, it's on at the moment. BBC have got a live feed. You can actually see people who are sort of standing there and bowing. Trying to get them to move on is a bit of a problem. So they've got a backlog built up. You know, the police should really be going, thank you. But the trouble is, if you've queued for 11 hours, you can't do it, can you? You've got to give them their little moment in front, and hopefully people will learn respect, you know, and they will absorb the moment. I was just watching, sort of thinking, I wonder if another one of these, because one of the yeoman warders is facing the wrong way. He's facing out where they're supposed to be facing up, I think. I just thought I'd mention it, you know. The one on the left-hand side, he's looking sort of out, whereas the one on the opposite side is looking mainly up the hall. Just thought I'd mention it, you know. It's nothing to do with me. I'm not organising it, but I'm a stickler for details. I like to make sure it's all exactly right. Curtsies and sadness from the subjects. They all did their curtsies yesterday, which was great. And there's that young lady we were talking about a minute ago in the middle. There's she's only 19. We were talking about her a moment ago. Oh, cute. I mean, that's something, you know, as somebody said yesterday, to be involved with that, what a privilege, what an honour to convey the Queen's body on its last final journey. Well, it's not its last final journey. It's gone to Westminster Hall, from there to Westminster Abbey on Monday, and from Westminster Abbey to Windsor for the interment. But as I said before, the council are out in force, all on the A4 or whatever it's called, and coming into town. They've got their jet washers out, spraying off all the graffiti that these little tow rags decide to put all over the place. I wouldn't mind if any of them could spell, but they're a bit simple, aren't they? It's not their fault, I suppose. If you come from sort of, you know, limited intelligence background, then you might. I mean, the graffiti on there is terrible. It's on the side of buildings, all sorts of things. There's no reason for it. I don't know why they can't just get a piece of paper like little 3-year-olds and do sort of drawings on that. Perhaps they go to McDonald's and get the free colouring in things with a set of pencils. But they spray everything, so the council are taking it all off. It's a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? Oh, you can get ready to bask in the sun again. We've got more sunshine coming. Unfortunately, not for northerners. It's only for us southerners. You get the misery and the dampness and all the rest of it, and we get sunshine down here. I'm not sure which one I'd prefer. I'm not sure. I don't know. They just say it's on the way. On the way. And then there was a drug dealer. They caught him. He had 83 wraps of drugs up his bottom. Apparently very popular with drug dealers, so the police have to retrieve them. And if it's people coming into the airports, then they have to wait for them to pass through. They've got a special toilet at the airport, yeah, especially for drug dealers, and especially for people who've swallowed. So people get the condoms and they swallow them, and sometimes they well, if one of them rips open, you're dead. It's as simple as that. There's no, oh, do you think you'll manage to make it? No. Some of them sit there and they're sort of, you can see they're going a little bit. And those they send to hospital to get them x-rayed. I think one woman had 96 condoms. She'd swallowed 96 condoms. Absolutely unbelievable. And this particular boat the other day had 83 wraps of drugs. And the only reason they knew is because he had Vaseline on his fingers. Don't ask me to go into the intricacies of it. It's far too complicated at this time of the morning. But anyway, he's gone to prison, where I'm sure he won't be able to do anything like that ever again. I mean, in fact, 83. And of course, it's the, you do find these drug dealers all over the country. It takes the police a while to find them, but when they do find them, they deal with them fairly swiftly. What was the other thing? Oh, Cheryl Baker's in the papers today. She's got no plans to retire. She's 68. So there you go. And I don't think you should have to retire at 68. I think it depends if you like doing your job. She's a little bit older than I am. And not by much, actually. Victoria Cross has just come up for sale. It went for $1 million, which is an awful lot more than they were expecting. Tesco facing a backlash over more self-service checkouts. Some people can't manage them. I was watching a bloke struggling in Marks and Spencer's the other day because they're all self-service. And some people, that they fiddled it. It's the biggest way to fiddle. You just don't put something over. It's as simple as that. You just put it straight into your bag. Nobody knows. And this bloke had a newspaper. Well, he was struggling with it for about 4 minutes. He had no idea how to do it. You know what he was doing? He inputted the barcode into the machine and didn't put it on the left-hand side, which is where you put your shopping. And it weighs it and it knows what it is that's been given to it. He put it on the right-hand side and was getting quite exasperated. I wanted to say to him, are you really stupid? It says, put it on the left-hand side, but obviously he didn't understand that bit. Never mind. Some people good, some people not so good. Good news is the queue's down 2.1 miles. 2.1 miles. I'm checking now. It's by Sea Containers in London, so just past the Oxo Tower. Okay. 2.1. Nearest landmark now, Blackfriars Bridge. Blackfriars Bridge. So if you're thinking you can... I mean, some people might be. How are they going to get to these places? I've got no idea. Presumably you can take a bus. No, you can't take a bus, can you? So, train, tube? Yeah, what would be your nearest tube? Where are you going to? Parliament Square? But you can't take a train at this time of the morning. There aren't any trains at this. That's why the queues are getting shorter. So it'll start building up again. There's all sorts of people are filming on their phones, cameras, everything. Tears in their eyes and everything. We're very good at doing this stuff, or not, as the case may be. They were arguing on the television. Well, they weren't arguing. They were discussing at how good we are at doing grief. And we're not particularly brilliant at doing grief, I'm afraid. And Steve, regarding Andy Stewart, says Sidcup Julie, I remember watching him every year with my mum. Is he still alive? Oh, no, he went a long, long time ago. He died in, I think, 93. 93 he died. Long time ago. But, sorry, I fell back to sleep. See, you're another one who says, fell back to sleep. It's almost like, you're sitting up and then you go, yeah. Yeah, no, you fall asleep. I used to fall asleep reading books in bed. Really, I mean, I used to sit there reading a book and, your eyes close a little bit. The Bible, says the producer. Such a cynic. And only used to read the Bible to sort of colour in the pictures, Feeding of the 5,000 used to take forever. But anyway... And you'd sit in bed and you'd start reading, and then your eyes would go a little bit, and you go, struggling a little bit more, and then eventually you just sort of rest the book on your chest, close your eyes, and you're gone. You're gone. It's lovely, actually, very nice. But I missed the rest of your conversation. Rude, I know, says Sidcup Julie. Just send money in an envelope, sealed, just say for the personal attention of Steve Allen, and then we can start giving it to make some noise. The millionaire's son in the papers today facing arrest for ignoring a work order. He was told to do 200 hours, and he did 23. Obviously a complete idiot. And we'll tell you more about him a little bit later on. The Lowry painting, which has just sold for $8 million. Ellis Lowry. They did that song, was it Brian and Michael? And he painted matchstick men and matchstick cats and dogs. Something about it. Somebody was on the television the other day and they were talking about the Black Hills Museum. I think it's the Black Hills Museum, where it's a living museum. It's like a village. And you go there and there are people in the houses and they're cooking and baking and making things and they'll talk to you. It's very good, very good. But this Ellis Lowry is about emotion, excitement, the crowd gathering, and the group experience, and it's called Going to the Match. And who'd have known, actually, that he did those matchstick men, matchstick cats, and there were always dogs and everything else. I wasn't sure if I liked them or not. Listen, it's worth £8 million. Of course I like it. I think it's fantastic. If I had £8 million, I'd probably have bought it myself. But then you'd be worried, wouldn't you? You know, about security and things like that. Very, very difficult. But no, I'd love a Lowry. I mean, there are other people. I'd quite like a Constable at the same time. But you can't have things like that, can you? So Harry will be celebrating his birthday today. God knows how. God knows how, because I don't know what the movements are as yet. I'll find out a little bit later on. The movements of the royal family, so we know where everybody is. And the royal family, when they go off in convoy, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. 6 cars with police and armed officers and everything else. But they're getting a lot of exercise in, aren't they? I mean, they really are, seeing as they have to walk and walk and walk. And you'll have to walk as well if you get the trains into town. They say travel chaos as millions descend on London. Well, I haven't seen any travel chaos at all. I've seen just people going about their business. Some people, of course, are still working. But you don't need to worry about it. There is no millions descending on London at the moment and clogging it all up, because that always frightens me, especially on the underground. I don't like crowds on the underground. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. The pain-free tattoos. I know that Darren did this earlier on, and this is what prompted Will Guy to talk about his tattoo to me. It's an homage. I think he said that's what it was. I can't remember. Anyway, he's very pleased. This one could make tattooing painless and fast. It's basically, I mean, I don't like the idea. What is it? Is it a tablet or something? Or it's a patch. Oh, right. So it could be used in tattoo parlours to provide a more comfortable option. And it uses micro needles, which imprint a design into the skin without causing pain or bleeding. God, I could do with that for the diabetes. Definitely. It's a good idea, isn't it? Because I'm told that tattoos hurt. You know, whichever way. And some people have them in those peculiar places. They must sort of wonder about how much pain. You know, what is your pain threshold? Mine's not very good, I'm afraid. They go, ow! I try and be brave whenever they do blood, and they're going to be doing blood on Saturday for diabetes. It's a case of I try to be brave about it. I just can't look when they strap your arm up and they find the vein and they slide the needle in. I look the other way. Dreadful. And George, who's got a thing about question marks, he's obviously not sure who he is. So he's obviously suffering from some dreadful illness. He said, I tried Iceland mashed potato yesterday. A bit late to the party, aren't you, dear? We only mentioned it about 3 years ago. Best mash ever, question mark. Great show. George, question mark. Again. Oh, does our system put question? Oh, he's put emojis. Oh, right, it changes. So does that mean he liked it or he didn't like it, or he doesn't know? Oh, bless, he doesn't know. He's got a question mark. It's real mashed potato, but frozen, George. I don't know whether you've ever eaten probably posh mashed potato, but that's what it is. It just happens to be sold in Iceland for £2, and you get a lot of it, and it's the best mashed potato I've ever eaten in my entire life. I have tried the Maris Piper one from Marks and Spencer's, but, obviously you don't eat mashed potato very often. I, of course, am an expert. No, I've not booked in my COVID jab. I've got so many bits and pieces to do at the moment. That's kind of got a bit by the book, I'm afraid. Steve, is there a rough guide to how long it will take to walk from Southwark Bridge to Westminster Hall? No. No, because obviously it's going to vary all the time. It varies. Some people go through quickly, some people don't. It depends how fast it's actually moving. So you'll never, ever find out. Elaine, from the original Spikers Facebook group, said, I accidentally sent this to 84950. I got a text back saying they couldn't understand my request. You probably just ordered drugs or something. Can you imagine? I'm sorry, we don't understand who you are. Are you a police officer? Hello? They had a bloke the other day. He was arrested on one of these police programmes. I love them. Oh, my favourite one I've discovered is very good. Somebody on a bicycle in London going along the traffic and seeing people on their mobile phones and shouting at them through the car window. It's illegal. I'm going to pass this on to the police. And the abuse he gets. The abuse. You know, one of the blokes, in a suit, if you please, said, are you a police officer? And he went, no, but it's illegal to be on your phone. To even touch your phone in the car is an act of illegality. So there you go. Just thought I'd let you know. Ashley says, I'm just passing Canada Water. There are already ushers guiding people towards Westminster. Yeah, it's down there. Just down there. Just down there. They'll find it. Christine says, I had my COVID booster yesterday. I'm fine. I heard yesterday the COVID deaths are down. So it looks like the vaccine is working. Well, I think people are being careful. I'll still wear a mask if I'm on the bus or the train. I'll still wear a mask. You know, and if anybody coughs in it, I had somebody the other day who was coughing. And I remember thinking, oh, and they're not wearing a mask or anything. But you do see more masks on the tube, mainly because the people on the tube look as though they're carrying COVID anyway. They really do. I think so. You can, different class of person on the tube, I think. Steve, we went to Legoland on Monday. They put Lego flowers outside all the palaces. It was a very good day, but they charge extortionate amounts of money for food and drink. Also, tattoos are not that painful. After a while, you go numb, says Lewis. Yes, I think I've been numb on a few occasions in my life. But I think that's quite a good idea. But you're right. Once you're in these places, Thorpe Park, exactly the same. They all do food and drink, but you can't go anywhere else. They're the only ones who sort of sell it. I'm looking at the flower bouquet. Is this made of Lego? £54.99. I mean, to be honest with you, even if I love Lego to pieces, there is no way I would want a Lego bouquet. Definitely not. And you have to check to see whether it's available in store. It just doesn't look like. You just go and buy real flowers. So much easier. I've never been to Legoland, but I'm sure that kids absolutely adore it. It's the kind of thing that they like, isn't it? When we were young, we used to have a big bag of Lego, but it was only in red and white. Didn't come in any other colours. We just had red, white and a green thing to put it all in to make the base of the garage, because that's the amount of bricks we had. We could make a garage with a door or half a house. It looked as though ours had been bombed. But Legoland is amazing. It's got everything there. And you've got London in miniature and it's all glued together, so you can't really do anything to it that will hurt it. So I go, oh, it's very good. Have you never been? Oh, you'd love it, Joe. It's your sort of thing completely. Static miniature buildings. It's probably a bit highbrow for you. But when you look at all the grass and stuff like that, in some of the bigger areas, they've got to cut the grass, be very careful. They've got people playing cricket, and they've got all sorts of things, including, you know, going around the world, all the famous places. And they've got Legoland Florida, also very popular. People like it. Not as good as Rod Stewart's train set, though, is it? We thought that was the best ever. I mean, that was just the train set to end all train sets. Leo has found an older model to be with. It's another one of that Hadid family, Gigi Hadid, or it might be the other one, Hadid. Basically, they're sort of attention-seeking, and she's 27, so she's a bit past it. He doesn't go out with people beyond 25. But, I mean, I was coming in this evening. I should have taken a picture, but you can't do things like that. And there's a girl walking towards me, and she's big-busted. I mean, she's only young, but she's very big-busted, and she is wearing, I mean, I couldn't even describe to you what it was. It looked like the top half of a bikini, which sort of, it pushed her boobs together. They were enormous, and then she was bare midriff and all the way. I've never seen such an awful outfit in my entire life. This was, she was just walking past our front door as I was coming in. No good trying to go back on the CCTV to find her. So obvious. But I've never, seriously, it looks so bad. Obviously, you know, her friends don't want to tell her the truth because it just looks dreadful. Steve, 84950, I think is National Rail Inquiry, says Kevin. I don't know. I've never called it. I don't do national. I used to do years ago. You used to phone up to find somebody's number on directory inquiries. Hello, directory inquiries. What's the name? And they'd say, 1 minute, please. That was 192, wasn't it? But then they started charging extortionate amounts. So what do? I go on the internet. I go on to Google, put in the name of the place where I want to contact, and Bob's your been done for free. Much quicker. Much quicker. Does anybody still call? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, do people still have answer phones on their phone? I've got it on my mobile phone, which is an automatic thing. If I happen to miss the call, then it goes straight to the answer phone. But I haven't used a home telephone for, blimey, best part of 8 to 10 years. I've got a home telephone, but I only use it for the computer. The computer's plugged into it. I mean, from 2019, people who call directory inquiry services will be charged a maximum of £3.65 per 90 seconds after a price cap was introduced by Ofcom. I mean, some directory inquiry providers were charging almost £20 for an average 90-second call. It added a 90-second call to the most popular service, 118 previously cost £11.23. Did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? You probably didn't, actually. So £3.65, which is still extortionate, isn't it? It's an awful lot of money. Yeah, just to get a number. Go to Google. Put in the name of, whatever it is you want, and it will have it. We used to have at LBC years and years ago, I think a lot of journalists had it, a reverse telephone book. So you could go to a directory in a phone box, and yellow pages, you'd flick through it and be somebody banging on the door going, are you going to be long? I need to make the phone call. Well, go and use your mobile. I can't. They haven't invented them. And you'd sort of do all this kind of stuff. And it was, people were sort of paying a fortune to actually go there. I used to like reverse charge calls. They were my favourite. You'd call your mum at home and the operator would say, I've got Stephen on the line. Will you accept the charge? My mother used to say no, put the phone down, and that was the end of it, And we do have... I've not seen a Thompson local for ages, but I'm not even sure if I've seen yellow pages. We used to have loads of them delivered ages ago. We just threw them out. But yeah, we had a reverse phone book, which had all the numbers, and then next to it was what it was. Because if ever you get a phone call now, and the number comes up, but it's not in your phone book system, you then have to sort of write it down, go to Google, put in the number, and it'll tell you, exactly what it is. It's amazing how many of them are cold callers. It's amazing. But but apparently spending £11 something. I'm not surprised people are going broke. Terrible, isn't it, really? What was the other one? Oh, a Friday night dinner star. I don't know what Friday night dinner is. Is it another dating programme? Oh, it's a comedy. Oh, right. He's the 90-year-old. He's dead. He died. I thought it was one of these come dine with me kind of programmes where you get 4 miserable people together. Half of them are mad as fruitcakes. Have you seen them on that programme? Their idea of cooking. I mean, a couple of them look really, really good. But some of the food they're turning out, disgusting conditions at home. Really bad. Steve says, Alan in West Byfleet. I've been following a reporter on Twitter. Well, you mustn't. You mustn't. It's not good at all. She's about to go into the Westminster Hall after joining a 2.4-mile queue at 8 p.m. last night. Right. I think Therese Birch used to live down West Byfleet. She had horses and stuff like that. But yeah, it's 2.1 miles now, and we don't know how long it takes to get through. But some people the other day queuing for 11 hours. 11 hours of queue. But bearing in mind, they hadn't sort of opened it. They didn't open it until 5 o'clock yesterday evening. And it will close at 6:30 in the morning on Monday. We do have a guide if you're joining the queue. We've got a guide for you. I've got it, have I? Oh, right. I do have it. Quite right, actually. I'll do it a bit later, actually. I'll tell you what's going on today. I have to be on it. Not much. Not much at all. It's but we've got the advice if you're queuing to see the Queen. You can't. There's loads of things you can't take. Can't be going in there with blaring disco music on your phone going, we are family. Can't have anything like that at all. And they don't want any non-foldable pushchairs. Because you've got about 50 stairs to walk down. You don't want any desire. I mean, me, I'd be accident prone. I'd be the one rolling down the stairs. Sophie says, I've been up since 3:15 waiting for your show. I still haven't tried the Iceland mash. Oh, you must. Delicious. It looks like little bullets. And, it's delicious. I'd mash yesterday, actually. I bought Very bitter. It's, I bought Maris Piper mash, which I put in a saucepan, and then on top of it I put some doner kebab meat, which was very nice, which I bought from Iceland. That was very nice, and so it heats it through. It's already cooked, it just needs... What? Very bitter, honestly. Such a snob at times. I don't know why, honestly. Oh, I've never had a kebab, Steve. Yeah, kebab and mash. I wanted to pour a tin of beans over the top, but I thought that might have been taking it a little bit too far. But I quite like that first thing in the morning. I have that, then I have a little doze for about half an hour, and then I'm sort of, perky-worky. I'm off and running. And Shane says, I'm very sorry I'm late for your show. I'm never late. The plumber was here. Yeah, so you say. People come up with all sorts of excuses. But Sophie says, whatever anybody thinks of the recent scandals on the royal family, nobody could fault the Queen's life of service, and absolutely no country can do pomp and ceremony like us. Proud to be British. Yes, nobody does it like us. Nobody does it like us. And people, every single person involved in that parade yesterday, taking the Queen's body from Buckingham Palace for the last time. She'll do that journey. She's got another 2 journeys to do. They should be immensely proud of what they achieved, which was the nearest thing that I've ever seen to perfection, and emotional at the same time. Quite something. Although why nobody nicked that crown, I've got no idea. Somebody must have leant over and grabbed it. Have you seen how many jewels there were in it? Like 2,500 jewels. And there's also other little bits and pieces, like I think the Black Knight ruby or something, and part of the Cullinan diamond. I think it's part 1 in that. I think it's part 1, yeah, because they made quite a number of little bits and pieces. Anyway, you've got the news at 5 coming up for you. We'll take a very short break, and then we'll be back with more of your texts and emails. Anything you need to know about Monday, just text me a question and I shall respond.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's Thursday, September the 15th. You've still got another 4 days before the funeral, which actually is going to be really quick. It's only going to be 20 minutes, the actual funeral service, because they've had various services already. This is just something done because it's a state funeral. And that'll be on Monday. And Monday will be when they actually stop people going in from 6:30. And then at about 11:15, the coffin will be taken from the Palace of Westminster to Westminster Abbey. And the state funeral begins at 11 o'clock. I think it'll be finished by about 20 past to half past. And then after that, they will go on to St George's Chapel in Windsor, where the committal service will take place, but that's not for the public at all. So you've got enough time to get down there. The queue was 2.1 miles long a short while ago, just in case you were thinking of going down there. Although, at this time of the people, I think, oh, it'll be really quiet, I'll just wander in. No, they're still queuing. It's 2.1 miles long, the queue. So I should imagine, even by the close of business on this programme at 7 o'clock this morning, people will still be standing there, the people who've been hearing it from the very beginning. And once the tubes start up, there's going to be even more people added to it. But you've still got a few more days to actually get down there if you want to go. It's amazing, actually. People were clapping and applauding yesterday, and it was what I call a good mix of people. It wasn't just all elderly people. I said at the beginning of the programme, it's very, very gratifying to see so many young people down there. You know, ordinary people who just wanted to pay their respects. And the amount of people who've turned up at Westminster Hall, and I know they want you to move through fairly quickly, but if you've been waiting, 5-6 hours, you want to have your little bit of time there, don't you? You want to feel a little bit special about it, and they've all bowed their heads, but of course that then holds up the thing. I bet given the opportunity, they would all absolutely love to take pictures, but you can't take pictures. There's no pictures allowed whatsoever. And Eileen says, I got one of those scam texts yesterday asking for €2 for a parcel to be delivered. Considering I didn't order anything and we don't have euros in this country, it gave it all away. Yes, it's a strange one, that isn't. I've never had one of those ones. I have heard about them. And Ash says, when's your cookery book hitting the shops? I know. Mashed potato and kebab meat. I mean, it's a gift. You don't need bake-off programmes. Roger says, after the funeral on Monday, what on earth are we going to talk about? The funeral. You'll be talking about the aftermath of the funeral and what it's like, because it's going to take a day to get things back together again in the capital. And but also it's an opportunity to have a look. You might be, I can't believe that all the people queuing 2.1 miles are Londoners. There'll be people coming from all over the world. There'll be people who've come from Scotland and Wales, and they've all just decided to make the trip down here, probably booked into hotels, and they're determined to make the most of it, because this is when London comes alive, believe it or not. It's, there's so much to see. You can walk about, you just can't drive anywhere at the moment. Chris says, me and the wife have had a day trip to London planned for weeks now. Given the sad circumstances, would you recommend keeping away with how busy it will be? Well, it depends what you've got planned. You're only coming for a day. Not going to make any difference, is it, really? You could still walk down the Mall. You could still walk, but there's nothing really. It is mainly geared for the funeral at the moment. So if it's only a day trip to London, you could probably. I don't know. It depends what you feel. You might want to come here and take pictures of all the crowds, because they're all going to be out in force, people camping, and it's a memory, it's a recollection of exactly what it was like. My friend, says James, in America, are bombarding me with questions as they watch the various parades and proceedings. They're completely hooked on the pomp and ceremony involved during this week of mourning. It's estimated over 4 billion will watch the funeral on Monday from around the world, and they'll be watching too. Yes, it's going to be the biggest television audience, I think, of all times. It's going to be very, very big, because the Americans just love Jake. My Methodist minister, he'd been saving up to come here, but unfortunately he then had a divorce, so that costs money, I'm afraid. Now it's like speeding fines, isn't it, in cars? And that all costs money, but divorces cost a wee bit more. Now, over here, a lot of supermarkets and businesses will be closing. There are some who are remaining open. They're there. I think their excuse is they want to make sure that the people who are queuing can get food and, tea and coffee and stuff like that. So Aldi, Lidl and Morrison's will close all of their stores. Asda will close all of its stores until 5 p.m. Online deliveries will not be offered either. Sainsbury's will shut large stores. Sainsbury's local and petrol stations open from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. Some central London shops will open. Large Tesco shops will be shut. Tesco Express stores will open at 5 p.m. Some stores in central London and Windsor will be open. Waitrose shuts all of its stores apart from a small number in London along the route of the procession. I don't know how many they've got, actually. One of those things, isn't it? Other shops that will be closed include Currys, Argos, B&Q, Holland and Barrett. We've just got a new Holland and Barrett, actually. It looks very nice in Twickenham. Hope it survives. Homebase, IKEA, Pets at Home, Primark and Wilko. Leisure, cinema chains, Odeon. It's only for one day, remember. This is not for a week, or it's just for a day. Cinema chains Odeon, Cineworld and Showcase will be closed. View Cinemas will not be showing films but screening the funeral for free at some sites. Hollywood Bowl said it would close until 1:30. Pure Gym said their sites will be closed from 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Better, which runs gyms, libraries and other venues for local authorities, said it would close all of its sites. Some of the UK's largest pub chains have said they will stay open as a place for communities to come together. That's the best line I've heard so far. Yes, we want people to come. Are the drinks free? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Many will be open early to show the 11 a.m. service and observe a 2-minute silence at midday. Other aspects of daily life will be put on hold. The Royal Mail has announced its postal services will be suspended. But only for a day. It's like people going, oh, well, what about Christmas? You know, what's going to be closed over Christmas? And the answer is, well, nothing really. You know, people go out shopping. Everything's still open on Christmas Eve. I've seen people literally pushing trolleys, shoplifters mainly, pushing trolleys laden with food out of supermarkets for one day of closure. They close on the Christmas day. They're open on the Boxing Day. And you think, you know, gone are the days where people sort of had a week's holiday. And people always buy too much. And then, you know, sometimes I remember going into Marks and Spencer's and looking on the shelves, and people were clearing the shelves of everything, even if it was something they didn't like bread pudding or something like that. Oh, dear, didn't like that. It's 101 days to go to Christmas. So, as I say, stock up now. Get there quickly. If you are queuing to see the Queen lying in state, you are advised to check the weather in advance and dress accordingly. No point in turning up in a pair of shorts. Okay, that would be a little bit disrespectful, but I'm sure somebody will be wearing shorts. You can also bring food and drink. Unfortunately, you can't take that into Westminster Hall, as you can well imagine somebody standing there eating a sausage roll. I think not. And it will have to be consumed or thrown away before you reach the security checks. It's like going through an airport. You can also take any essential medication or equipment. You know, I don't know what that counts as. And a portable mobile phone charger, because everybody will forget. There won't be anywhere to charge your phones in. You know, you're not going to go and sort of plug it into the catafalque or something like that to charge it up. Although I see homeless people in London charging their phones up for free all the way along here in Leicester Square. It's been going on for years. What you cannot take into Westminster Hall if you're going down there to see the Queen's lying in state, flasks or non-clear bottles. I need to see what you've got in there, and only clear water bottles are allowed in. Flowers or other tribute items. Flowers can be taken to the dedicated area in Green Park, which is, they're all saying avoid Green Park tube station. It's absolutely chock-a-block, I think. You can't take any sharp items like knives, which we questioned the other day. Who in God's name goes to a funeral with a knife? You can't take coolers, hampers, sleeping bags and other camping equipment. You know, just put up a tent, shall we, while we're sort of in here at the moment. This is what you can't take inside Westminster Hall. This is queuing. You can take whatever the hell you like. Nobody cares about that, but you've got to get rid of it before you go in there. Non-foldable pushchairs, no access. Banners, placards, flags, advertising or marketing messages. You know, so it's no good going in there with a T-shirt with "Listen to Steve Allen on LBC." 4 till 7 Monday through Friday. I mean, even though I would probably pay good money to have that as an advertising slogan. Any prohibited items that you take in will be confiscated and not returned. You've lost them. Okay, police may also conduct security checks along parts of the queue. Each person is only allowed to take in one small bag with a single opening or a zip. So basically like a little wash bag. What you're supposed to keep in it, I've got no idea. There will be a bag drop facility, but it will have limited capacity. And if you want to use it, you might have to spend extra time waiting for space to become available. Once these spaces become available, you can put your item in there, but it could take hours. Because what you're waiting for is somebody to go through, come out the other end, and then try and remember that they have put a bag in the repository. But they don't have huge amounts. It's not sort of like a nightclub where you go to the cloakroom. It won't be like that at all. Other things that we'll be telling you about a little bit later on is the road closures. We had a big thing from TfL the other day on exactly what's opening, and it just assumed that central London is closed. Okay, it's only open for people who are going to see Her Majesty's resting in Westminster Hall and for the funeral on the Monday. And looking at the people who are going into Westminster Hall at the moment, it's very slow moving through. They seem to, on one side, have formed about 4 different queues. You know, presumably it means that they can stay a little bit longer, but otherwise, if they don't, there's people coming down the stairs who get held up. I mean, some people are curtsying. A lot of people are bowing. A lot of people are doing this bowing. You know, that might be the only time in their life that they've ever done that to the Queen. That might be the only time they're able to show some respect to her, basically because if you didn't ever get to meet her, or you didn't ever get to see her, or you were never able to say thank you for what you've done for our country, we're sorry you're not very well, we're sorry that you've passed on, then this would be the place to go to. But it's 2.1 miles, the queue, okay? So just be aware that there's a bit of a slog. I mean, perhaps it will go by really, really quickly, but it's moving along, which is not too bad. Not too bad. There is a fans footy trek here, 33 quid. He wanted to avoid pricey train tickets, because, I told you in London, flight tickets and train tickets and everything else on the Sunday before the funeral seemed to have gone up. Hotel rooms very near to the scene are sort of up to 1,500 for a double room, which is not great, is it? But people are capitalising on it because Lord knows what winter is going to bring. Dean says, Steve, do people have to go to the start of the queue, or could you join halfway through? Absolutely not. In fact, you wouldn't be joining the start of the queue, you'll be at the back of the queue. If you're going, just supposing you're going now, you go to the back of the queue, so you're 2.1 miles back. And you certainly couldn't join halfway through. What about all the people who are standing there and all of a sudden you would sort of muscle in? No. Those waiting will be issued with numbered wristbands, which means that you could leave temporarily to use Portaloos or to buy supplies, and then when you come back, you'll find it's moved on a pace, then you just go back in again because you've got a numbered wristband, so they'll know what number you are. You won't be allowed to save a space in the queue for anyone who's coming later. It's a case of, we're saving this for my granny. It's very well organised. I mean, I tell you what, there's going to be all over the floor. There's going to be all these numbered wristbands. They're going to be all over the place. Steve, apparently the queue for Westminster Hall is now in the Southwark area near Tate Modern, says Dave in Beckenham. Taxi driver dropping off a lady on Hopton Street who could, yes. So the queue for Westminster is now back in the Southwark area. So just now, I know where I hate Tate Modern. I never liked Tate Modern. It was one of those places I just, can't bear it. I went in there and a friend of mine said, do you not appreciate all of this? I said, well, sadly not, I'm afraid. And I took a man, Dave says, home at 1 a.m. last night. He told me he'd waited about 6 hours. Oh, some people had waited 11 hours. And John says, my granddad just told me he remembered in his younger days when a phone call at the public phone box cost twopence, 2p, 2d. And the phone box where he lived was broken. You could make free calls, and there were a few hundred people queuing to get a free call. Oh, yes. We used to use Comrexes for reporters to file back. Do we still use Comrexes? What you would do in the early days, I don't know if they do it now, you'd have a pair of crocodile clips. You'd unscrew the mouthpiece and you'd clip it on there, and that gave you clean feed of your thing. So you could talk into it and then push the button on your thing and it took that straight into the phone. Very clever, very clever. You don't hear. It's all moved again, actually. Elaine says, I had to send you this video clip of my daughter Jay singing the national anthem at Millwall Football Club last night. I'm feeling really proud. Oh, my God, she was singing it. How fantastic, Elaine. That's very cool. Very cool. Nothing like standing in the middle of a football ground is the singing. And she sang the national anthem. Well, good for... That's nice. I'm feeling really proud. I'm not surprised. I'd be feeling really proud. I don't even know her. I feel proud. I was feeling proud for everybody yesterday. I was looking at all the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the men and the women and the younger people, and I was thinking, for the rest of your life, you're going to be remembering, just what you did on the day the Queen died and how it affected your life, because it will affect your lives. It really will. I wonder what Harry's going to do to celebrate his 38th birthday today. I shouldn't imagine he'd be doing anything either. I mean, do you think the royal family will be throwing a giant party for him? I don't think so. Do you think Charles will have a few friends round and a magician to Highgrove, and a cake? You'd like to think so. I mean, I don't know what you celebrate a 38th birthday with. I don't know. It's only... You don't really celebrate it. People say, oh, it's your birthday today. What are you doing? That's the first thing they say. That's the first thing they say. David says, people are finding it difficult to locate the actual back of the queue. I had to ask the police in a car on South Bank, and they told me it's not as far as Tower Bridge yet. So there you go. But, you'll know when it's the end, because if all of a sudden you move into a sort of what you think is a vacant spot, somebody going, oi! You check the government website. They're updating the end of the queue constantly, so you'll know exactly where it is. So check the government's website, you will find it, I promise you. So Putin's car attacked in an assassination attempt. I wasn't sure if I thought that was misinformation when I first heard it. I thought, I mean, surely it must be one of the, well, especially for him, the most secure places he's been in. But as I say, 3 of his bodyguards have disappeared. No trace at all. Makes you wonder whether or not it was an assassination attempt by people within. But for what reason, we have no idea. No idea. End of the junk food war. So much junk food now, isn't there, really? Everything from pizzas. I don't know what classed as junk food. Is McDonald's junk food? Is that classed as junk food? So McDonald's and anything like that. Anything you sort of go out and you come back with it in a paper bag. Kebab, that would be junk food. Spadulike, would they be junk food as well? We don't know. Not too sure about that. Pizza would be junk food. It's hardly healthy food. I was watching some people actually in the line queuing, and they're making Kay Burley walk, I've noticed. Won't be pleased about that. Especially after we told you the other day, that little known fact that there is a man who wears the Queen's shoes to break them in. We assumed it was a man. Was it a man? I can't remember if we said it was a man or not. Could be a woman. Anyway, it was somebody who's got the same size feet as Her Majesty. And when she buys new shoes, because she's often popping out to Johnson's and things like that, see if they've got any mules in, and he wears the shoes in. So when she finally puts them on, they've been broken in. Because you have to break shoes in. You have to, oh, there's one woman there she goes, look, she's wandering away. And then somebody else goes, hello, can you talk to us as well? Once they found one person to talk to, they sort of latch on to everybody, don't they? But all these people in these fluorescent jackets, Kay Burley will talk to anybody. She's not particularly bothered about it. Just talk to some poor man who's supposed to be supervising the queue. And we go, I've just been on the television. I'm on the television. That's what people are like, isn't it? I noticed somebody the other day was being pushed to one side. The tie's a bit skew-whiff. Looks like he's joined the Scouts, doesn't he? But he looks a bit old to be a Scout. I don't think I don't think he's old enough to be an Arcaler. I don't know how old Arcalers are supposed to be. Centre Park's in a new funeral muddle. They've really screwed this one up big time. They really have. It's just not looking good for them at all. Charles takes the day off, as I say. So today there is nothing for him to do. He will spend the day reflecting, and he will spend the day just thinking about the next thing that they've got to get through, which I'm assuming will be the funeral on Monday. He's got to go to Wales. But I think that's tomorrow. I think tomorrow he's going to Wales, and then presumably he gets the Saturday and the Sunday, and then the Monday is a full-on day. But it's a short service. It's only 15 minutes inside. So literally by the time they've sort of gone inside, there'll be a quick sort of blessing and everything else. 2,200 people in Westminster. Where they're going to fit all the chairs in, I've got no idea. Some of them might be inside naves. They've got the main nave, which definitely doesn't hold 2,200. Then they've got the side bits as well, which are generally sort of private chapels and things like that for different families. What have paid, I suppose. Steve says, Roger, there are hundreds of marshals along the route in reflective vests. Where did they find this many at such short notice? Well, I asked that question earlier. I mean, when I was at Waterloo Station, there must have been about 100 of them down where Eurostar used to be. And I remember I was going to phone the producer. I thought, I can't be bothered. And there's all these people there wearing these things to then take them out on the streets, go over Waterloo Bridge, because you can't get a bus, because otherwise there's nowhere to go. I mean, it could be a security firm, could be all sorts of things. But I agree with you. I don't know where they get them from at all. Read the wristbands, Steve, says somebody who I think's a penguin. Anybody with any sense will keep their wristband, as they'll be part of history, even though it might not seem like it at the moment. Oh, it's definitely part of history. But it's like people who pinch when you go to Walt Disney World or, anything like that, they have 3D films and they give you glasses to put on. They're plastic glasses. And when you've used them, as you go out, you throw them in a bin. They're just plastic, but quite strong plastic. And the amount of people who pinch them, but they're only useful for watching 3D movies and stuff like that. There will be, they say, 1,000 volunteers, stewards, marshals and police officers on hand at any one time as people brave the wait. So it's, you're in for a long haul on this one, but you've got a long haul. You've got till Monday, remember. It includes 779 professional stewards per shift. I said per shift. 800 per shift, assisted by 100 civil servants, and that'll be the volunteer marshals, 40 adult scouts. Oh, there are adult scouts as well. And 30 members of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry charity, as well as Metropolitan Police officers. I like the idea of adult scouts and the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds smart. I suppose if anybody takes ill, but adult scouts, 40 of them. That was that guy. He looked like an adult scout, didn't he? They're obviously a bit older than we imagine. Also, that for some reason the papers have dredged up, wonder what the Queen must have thought when she watched the It's a Royal Knockout organised by Prince Edward. She probably thought, like the rest of the country, what a pile of rubbish. We used to sing the song, what a pile of rubbish. And Edward got very uppity about it when he came back and asked the press, so what did you think? They were all assembled in the press tent. They'd been boozed up, I think, for quite a while, and they were going, it's all right. Okay. And he went, well, thanks very much indeed. Only going to prove that they can still be very temperamental when they want to be, but it's still there. People sort of, watching games and stuff. I wish they'd bring back It's a Knockout. It was the only one where you could put celebrities in who sort of fell over and hurt themselves. But unfortunately they didn't. They were doing basically old-fashioned stuff. I don't know why they thought it was going to be a good idea, but it was based on the, Je Sans Frontières, with the Hall bloke and Eddie wearing up and under and all that kind of stuff. And it was an opportunity to see the royal family basically making themselves look a bit stupid. Not so good. Back in the 80s, says Miles, I had a girlfriend that lived in France. For the entire summer, I accepted almost daily reverse charges on calls from the phone box in my village. Didn't cost a penny. Oh, right. It's very good, isn't it, really? I assume long-distance relationships didn't last, as I don't think they do. Steve, Angela Kelly, her dresser wore the Queen's shoes in... There's Anne in Walton-on-Thames. They had a bloke as well, we think. There was a bloke at Buckingham Palace. She had loads of people wearing in the shoes. Yeah, she must have had a small... Well, I don't know. Because if it was a bloke doing it, most blokes have got fairly large... I nearly bought a pair of Skechers the other day. They were on sale, on offer. And I looked at them and I thought, oh, no, I can't bring myself to buy them. You have to remember that when you're buying Skechers, you buy them in, they come in the American sizes, then they put a label on there showing what the equivalent English size was, just in case you get the wrong thing. But Angela Kenny we love, very much indeed. She was the Queen's confidant. They used to sit sometimes at home in the evening just watching television together. It must be very... very nice to have such fabulous memories, but I'm sure she'd much rather have the Queen here. She was the one who actually kept the house. Yeah, she was given a grace and favour property, and people were worried she was going to get chucked out. But I think Charles said, nope, nope, nope. Thank you for your show, says Jill. I've listened to you for a long while. I just wanted to say it. That's all right. Listen, we're always grateful to take the plaudits. Thank you very much indeed. We take the brickbats and we take everything else at the same time. So Friday night dinner star who has passed away. We'll tell you about him in the next part of the programme. And Tesco facing this backlash for the self-service checkouts. People don't want it. Because I was in a Tesco, actually, up at... I can't remember where it was. And the woman in front of me was very old. And she was just enjoying a chat with the woman on the till. It was obviously... So I said, well, did you know that she'd done... I couldn't believe she'd done that. I was, no. I saw her the day before. Did you know? No, I had no idea. It was like a gossip over the... I wanted to say, I'm sorry, am I in the wrong place? Turns out I was.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. So the fans braving the weather, because it was a bit misty the other day and the rain came down because we had reporters who were outside Buckingham Palace getting very wet, because you've got to hold your microphone and your umbrella and your bits of paper and all the rest of it. It's a bit difficult. I remember doing the commentary once for I used to do it for quite a few years actually, for the New Year's Day parade. Bob Bones' New Year's Day parade in London, which used to go from Parliament Square all the way up into Piccadilly, and it was about 3 miles. And they said 1 year, because I was given a microphone, radio microphone, so I could talk to the crowd of the radio microphone. There were speakers and it was packed. And all the marching bands from America used to come in over Westminster Bridge, and then they'd turn right, and then they'd go all the way up Whitehall, and I would sort of catch them. And at the front of each group who came over, and some of the marching bands, 400 to 600 people, kids who've come all the way from America, and they held a number up, which said 3, and that's what you had to read on your thing. So you've got this huge book, and you had to quickly turn to the pages, find number 3, and that would tell you what that band was, because they certainly never came out in order. They would happen to bring them in. Some came in from Parliament Square, some from Birdcage Walk, some from a bit further down the Thames. And they said, we've made it easier for you this year, Steve. We've given you a cherry picker. And what it was a Land Rover with this hydraulic lift at the back, which I controlled. I was controlling this thing. And so not only, and I was smoking at the time, so there was nowhere to sit down. You can't sit down in these cherry pickers. It was, you just sort of stand up. So I could see the floats all coming in, so I could do the commentary. And it frightened the life out of me. I remember the first time I pulled the handle. They said, you just pull this handle here, that goes up. This one will take you to the right. This one goes to the left. This one will take you back down again. And I'm clutching a cup of coffee, a packet of cigarettes, the microphone, and the list of who was on the floats and where they'd all come from and everything. It was a nightmare. In the end, I had to bring it back down again, because in the wind, it was swaying. And I didn't feel very safe on this thing. I thought I have a terrible feeling of impending doom. And you know me, generally I'm right on these things. They've also been out there taking off notices on lampposts and things like that. People put stickers on I don't know why, it must be a London thing. People put stickers on there, sell your second-hand furniture or your granny to this number. And they've been around taking all of those off. And as I say, the cleaners are still out there. Mel C has lifted the lid on the Spice Girls. And she says when the Spice Girls first started, she was so drunk that the Spice Girls signed their record deal. She then threw her knickers out of a text window. Out of a taxi window, out of a text window, out of a taxi window. And because she was so sloshed. It's quite interesting, actually, because Posh eventually fell asleep face down into her dinner in an upmarket restaurant. She doesn't handle booze very well, does Victoria Beckham. I've got more pictures. Well, I don't have personal pictures. Obviously, that would be a bit creepy. But more pictures of her staggering out of restaurants, being assisted by Beckham, by either Brooklyn or by Dave, who seems to manage to handle his drink. But I think it's because there's not much of her that she sort of gets a bit more tiddled than most people. I saw a woman going through Twickenham the other day. She had the thinnest legs I've ever seen. I mean, literally, they were so noticeable. They were like Lowry's matchstick men and matchstick cats and dogs and men and women. They were really the thinnest little legs I've ever seen. Especially when you look in relation to my legs, actually. Melanie, who was in the group alongside Victoria, Jerry, Emma, and says she was heartbroken after a failed romance with Robbie Williams. She says, Robbie did behave badly, led me on and then abruptly dropped me at a time when I was feeling incredibly vulnerable. I'd forgotten she went out with Robbie. I'd forgotten things like that. But she says it was interesting. Their manager, Simon Fuller, had to give the disgruntled taxi driver 50 quid to cover the mess and the girls' terrible behaviour. That's what they did in those days. It smoothed it over. They were drunk and just being a bit obnoxious. But they've made their money. I should imagine I was going to say the most successful would be Victoria Beckham, but when you think about it, she's not really the most successful. She gives the impression of being most successful, but business-wise, no, absolutely not. And also, Vic and Dave want to build a security cabin at their Cotswold mansion. It's not a mansion. Have you seen it? It's like a barn conversion. It's not a mansion. After a break-in at their London home and a stalker incident. That's the trouble when you've got so many properties. They've got 3 in this country, haven't they, I think? They've got the Cotswolds, they've got Notting Hill, and they've got a place abroad. And, of course, you can't live in them all the time. And then there was a piece, they're obviously stirring up that there's a bit of a rift between Victoria and Brooklyn's wife. And Victoria is alleged to have said, I mean, I can't believe it, because she's generally quite careful about what she says, that the Peltz girl only married Brooklyn to up her status. I thought, what? The daughter of a billionaire who owns Wendy's or whatever it is he owns. It's just tittle-tattle, isn't it? The stuff is amazing. Peter says Skechers, like a pair of angels cuddling your feet. I know I've got quite a few pairs, actually. I quite like them. But the trouble is you can't walk too far in them. They're not really meant for walking. And they seem to work for some people. I'm wearing sort of loafers at the moment. Loafers. Does that make any difference? Probably not. Probably not. So Jimmy Carr is 50. Tom Hardy from Peaky Blinders is 45. And Tommy Lee Jones is 76. 76. I don't know who that is, actually. I've heard, but I'm not too sure. Also, here's a picture of Kim Jong-un, the dictator, of North Korea. He's been left off the guest list for the Queen's funeral. Yes, maybe. I think perhaps it's the same as Vladimir Putin. I don't think we'll be inviting him anytime soon. And Rod Liddell talking about the Queen kept calm for 70 years, which she did. And a water firm told customers to add a slice of lemon to improve the taste of mouldy water. Mouldy water. Southwest Water has been fined after it admitted supplies from June to August were unfit for consumption. They also told the 40,000 customers in Devon to boil the water, which was contaminated by algae, after complaints it was making people sick. So they were fined £233,000. But they don't care. They just put your bill up. You're paying for it. You'll be paying for it. They're not doing it any other way. TV adventurer Simon Reeve almost died after returning from South America with a rare parotid fever. I've got no idea what that is, but I hope he's okay. And Mylene Klass is returning to... Oh, look, if it's Mylene Klass, it's a shower and I'm wearing a bikini. She's going to be going to I'm a Celebrity 16 years after her TV sizzler. I think she took more bikinis out there than anybody else. And so basically her agent must have said to her, OK, every minute under the shower, OK, every minute different bikini. That way you can get a picture in the paper every single day. And that's exactly how it worked. And yet she comes in here fully clothed. I don't quite understand it. Perhaps we should have a shower installed downstairs as she walks in the front door and they, come on, get the bikini. But she finished second. But they've got other people going on to the camp, including Helen Flanagan, Gillian McKeith, oh God, her again, stand up, fall down, bad acting, and Sean Ryder from Happy Mondays. Not too sure about that one. I'm not really, isn't it? I think it's filmed in South Africa. I don't know why. It's like, it's sort of the best of the best. As long as they don't put that ghastly lady Colin Campbell in. They drag her out with amazing regularity, don't they, to spout nonsense. You have no idea what she says half the time. Not a clue. But we know that she's having to appear in as many things as possible. Mind you, I saw somebody being interviewed the other day who used to work for LBC some years ago as a presenter, who was on the television as a pundit, if you please. Again, sort of just... I could tell you stories that would make your hair curl, I think. Runners hoping to take part in next year's London Marathon will be able to identify as non-binary. That's the first time, isn't it? The rule change is being touted as part of a drive to make it the most inclusive event of its kind in the world. Mind you, just even 26 miles fills me with horror. I don't think it really matters. Does it in the marathon? What we know, whether you're binary, non-binary, but it's like questioning people going, sorry, heterosexual, bisexual, gay, lesbian. Well, who cares? They're just runners. That's all they are. They always look miserable anyway. So you can now tick male, female, and non-binary. But it will not apply to those wanting to take part in the elite race or the championships and good for age categories, which operate under World Athletics rules. It's just a marathon. They just seem to be going on all the time, don't they? People like marathons. People train for it for ages and ages and ages. And it's never interesting. And nobody's ever asked me. I think they take one look at me and decide there's no chance of Steve ever being able to run a marathon. I don't ever go for a jog, no. I do. No, well, I did when I was at school, yes. I used to jog and run all the time and do athletics. I was very... I've got cups and medals for my prowess on the field. I was a hurdler and a high jumper. Yeah, 100 metres dash. There was a cake at the end of it. And Yeah, I was quite fit. And then you get to that stage where you think, I really can't be bothered. I really can't be bothered. Somebody said to me, why don't you see joggers smiling? I said, because they're not happy. They're very miserable, mainly because there's that infuriating thing that blights their life. It's called traffic. And they have to stand there, keep running, even while they're waiting for the traffic lights to change. You feel like turning around and going, calm down, dear, calm down. Nothing too much you can worry about. I mean, there are people in this building who are super duper fit. And I should imagine by the end of Tuesday of next week, there's going to be a lot of... the soldiers are fit anyway, but I think it's going to be members of the royal family going to be taking up a lot of walking because they've done a lot of walking over the past few days. I mean, some people in this building jog to work. I don't talk to them. I've never spoken to them. I can't bet. They look at me, and you can see them looking, going, pitiful, isn't it? But so I don't bother. I find it's easier to try and turn sideways and pretend that you're just suffering from an explosion of water retention. Makes it a lot easier. I don't know why, but you see them coming in the morning, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly, just get over yourselves. Yes. Steve, talking about false eyelashes on cars. Do you remember when people had their names across the windscreen? Says Joanne. Of course I do. My favourite would be Martin, and then a question mark the other side, because Martin hadn't managed to find a girl, and then you saw what Martin looked like in his little car, and you suddenly felt immensely sorry for him. Philip says, I've had COVID jab number 5 in the chemist. Number 5? Why would you have 5? I think we're only up to number 4. We haven't had 5 yet, have we? What are you doing? As far as I know, 5. So you must be on 4, or unless you've had 3 and you've got a bit confused. But no, we haven't reached 5 yet. And you've got to do it. First to Epsom Racecourse. So it's funny, isn't it? I went to the doctors, like you do. A friend of mine went to, was it St Paul's or Westminster Abbey or something to get, they were all over the place, weren't they? How many jabs have you had, Joe? What are you up to? You've had 3. Yeah, same as me. I've had 3. You've had 3 too. But I didn't have any ill effects or anything like that. You watch, I'll have the flu injection on Saturday. I'll be ill as a parrot on Monday, just knowing my luck. Morning, 12 minutes to 6. Good news. The queue is down to 2 miles. 2 miles. So if there's somebody in the queue at the moment, tell us where you're back to. I think you're near Blackfriars Bridge. That's where you've got to go to get it. So actually that's ideal for me because I'm going back to Embankment Tube, which is fantastic. Apparently older folk, don't you like things like that? Older folk. It's like they used to call elderly people gentlefolk, and yet you see them on the television sometimes when they lose their tempers and they get filmed and people put them up on YouTube and stuff like that. But my parents have just had theirs. They're in their mid-80s. Number 4 was given in spring. Yes, I've had 4 and Olive has had 5. Had the 5th one, autumn booster, so-called. Yeah, I'm having the flu jab. I'm looking forward to the flu jab. I say looking forward to it. I mean, it takes but a minute. But I seem to remember the last time we had the jab, didn't you have to sit down afterwards and wait? I'm pretty certain I had to do that. And Steve from Ali made me laugh about the joggers. I concur. They always look miserable. I like a walk, but running doesn't look fun at all. No. I always think that they look as though they're in immense pain. And I always think if you're in that much pain, don't run. Take the bus, take a taxi. It's so much easier. But I think it's addictive. Thank you. I think it's very, very addictive that people who run, they get these, is it the endorphins or something going? Some people say it's better than sex. Like that's going to be happening anytime soon. The football fan facing a train fare of £389 got to a game by taking 2 planes, 2 trains and a tram, and it cost him £33. £33 as opposed to 389. Jack Pete wanted to see his beloved Doncaster Rovers. Who? Doncaster Rovers. That's like Accrington Stanley. Play at Barrow on Tuesday, but living in London, he faced the extortionate price for an any-time train return to Cumbria, so he found an alternative. He got a 6:45 a.m. tram from near his Crystal Palace home in South London to East Croydon for £2.50, and from there a train to Gatwick for £5.90. He then boarded a £10 Ryanair flight to Dublin at 9:30, enjoyed a pint of Guinness there before hopping onto the airline's Dublin to Manchester flight at 1:50, costing £7.80. His 11-hour trek was completed with a final train from Manchester Airport to Barrow for £6.50 at 3:30. Writer Jack's efforts were followed on social media by team officials, and he was asked to give a pre-match talk to the League Two Donny players, although they lost 2-0. Jack also visited, after all that, they lost. I know, that's the ignominy. Anyway, Jack also visited Green's Bakers in Bowery and Furness, which features in his book on football, Grub, The Great Pie Revolt. He said, there was no way I was going to spend 389 quid. I didn't know you could get a plane for like £7.80 and something. I had no idea. No idea. But he says, yesterday he took an easier train back from Barrow to London. Oh, he had to get back. It cost him £64.20 to get back. So all in all, £64.90, just under the 100 quid. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all. How clever. Another one here. This is a mum up in court by her loud sex-disturbed neighbours, apparently. She's been fined and advised to insulate her home to dampen the din. She was served with an abatement notice insisting the vocalisations related to lovemaking and noise monitors revealed loud noises from activities in the bedroom department. Morgan of Wrexham tried to blame her son and his girlfriend. She admitted 4 offences of failing to comply with an abatement notice. So she got fined, you won't believe this, £300, £534 costs, and was advised by the Wrexham JPs to find out whether she could get a grant to insulate the walls of her semi. Best part of £900. Fantastic. Oh, here we go. There's Pete the Pool Man. He said, your commentary marathon runners are all looking fed up. Not me. He said, I smiled through it. I've done 3. You should try. Oh, listen, I mean, it's absolutely not for me. Not at my age. Lord above. Do you know what had happened? I'd do my first marathon and drop dead. The shock on the body would be an absolute nightmare. It's all right for you. You look fit and you have to sort of, bend over. I bend over, I fall over. It's as simple as that. I mean, I've got no balance whatsoever at the moment. And Steve says, Phil, well, here in New Zealand, we're getting the 26th of September off for the Queen. You would have thought it would have been the 22nd, so we wouldn't need to get up for work after watching the funeral late at night. We also get the Queen's birthday off every year. The Kiwis were shocked to hear you don't get it in the UK. No, well, she has two birthdays. And we haven't had that for ages and ages. I think we have far too much time off, honestly. Ridiculous. Small wonder people become lazy. Kevin the Milkman says, I popped into my local garage to get 2 tyres for the car yesterday, and although they were busy, they must have taken pity on a tired old milkman and squeezed me in, and I was back on the road in less than an hour. Turns out they're all LBC listeners and fans of your show, so thank you to everyone at Harlow Motors. Good morning, Harlow Motors. I was there the other day, actually, in Harlow. Why were we there? I think we went to somewhere to eat. Sorry? Yeah, we did have a party, but the week before we went to... Oh, no, I tell you what we did. We went to Harlow. We had to go and buy some ice. So we went to... There's a little mini outlet there. We didn't see Harlow Motors, but I should imagine it's very lovely. And because Harlow gets a really dreadful press, doesn't it? But listen, saved Kevin the Milkman's life. In and out in an hour for 2 tyres. God, I wish I could do that. Mind you, I bet your tyres were a lot cheaper than the ones on my old banger. And somebody else has had jab number 5. They probably work for Harlow Motors, I should imagine. No, it's called Philip. And because I'm in the 80-year-old club. How nice. How nice being in the 80-year-old club. Yeah, 80's good, isn't it? Steve, we joined the queue last night when it said it was 2 miles. We joined near Blackfriars at 8:30. We saw the Queen at 5 a.m. Was worth the wait, but you've got to be prepared for a long one, says Ollie in Essex. Well, at least you did it. That was very good. So how many hours were you there? So Blackfriars, about 9 hours. Because it's 2 miles at the moment, and I'm still looking. They seem to be congregating in little sort of piles. People are sort of standing there, but of course it's holding up the people on the stairs. If they all kept moving through, come on, move. But they seem to have got down the bottom of the stairs, and now they're just standing around. And there's policemen there. They should be saying, can you move on now, please? I don't know how long they're actually giving them, but they seem to be standing there for a long time. As if they can't quite believe. Well, it looks like they're sort of waiting for something. Once one side stops, the other stops. So the people at the top of the stairs are going, move! We'd quite like to get in. I'd be the bossy boots, I'm afraid. Come on, come this way, thank you. Can't have people hanging around, can you? It's not very good. Cavemen apparently used to eat lamb chops more than 12,000 years ago. Lamb chops. Prehistoric people kept livestock for food and fuel far earlier than thought. Far from just chucking spears at gazelle, experts claimed our ancestors farmed animals even before they grew crops. Well, I don't know. Well, it's not because I don't like lamb. It doesn't like me. It makes me ill. I actually get quite sick on lamb. Carbon emissions are on the menu at a restaurant for the first time. Details of each meal's environmental impact are listed with the price. That sounds like it's going to be a bit more expensive, doesn't it? Can't you just tell? We do carbon emissions. You know, our meals start at £40. I don't know how much it is, actually. This Victoria Cross, given to Thomas Kavanagh, a hero of the 1857 Siege of Lucknow, has sold for £930,000. And you wonder why people want to sell these things. They want to sell them because they're worth money. Far better to have, you know, it's very nice to have it. You just take photographs and go, that's what it looked like. But we sold it and we got nearly £1 million after you've taken off buyer's premium. I always hate that on the television. Always hate it. I mean, they have a programme with a guy called Drew, who goes around the country basically beating people around the neck to try and get cheaper items so he can sell them in his place. So he goes to antique dealers and buys stuff like that. It's basically a free advert for his business. But there's loads of them. And I do watch the antique programmes, mainly because I can't believe how much the markup is. They go round there, they might do it with a minor celebrity or something like that, and they go, we like this. Well, you've got 120 on it. I'd be looking to pay a lot less than that. What's your best price? 119? You know, and they never get that. They go, well, the best price would be 60. And they go, I was hoping to pay about 40. You go, you tight-fisted so-and-so. But Drew gets a free advert. But whenever they go into the sale room, if they go in with David Dickinson will go there. It's the Dickinson's real it's still on. I don't know whether they're new or whether they're repeats. I'm not too sure. But he will sort of say, you know, this is worth this much. And then people will take their items in. They go, can I have a little bit more? And the person sitting the other side of the desk with a wad of £50 notes, how they've never been mugged, I'll never know. But they sort of go, no, I'm not going to put any more down. You can take it to auction. But, of course, if you take to auction, you have to pay. Even though they're getting free advertising on the television for their business, you have to, this is on the BBC, you have to pay auctioneers' fees. So they go, by the time you've taken the fees off, the commission, all the rest of it, you've gone home with £73 out of 100. You think, but wait a minute, you've just been advertising this auction house on the television. They have their name plaques up on it. How does that work on the Beeb? How does that work? Ghastly. A nice energetic hike, says Lawrence, especially in hilly terrain, is far more beneficial than running. Well, so they tell me, but you've got to pick up the pace. You've got to pick up your pace on it and sort of, you know, walk a bit faster. It's no good meandering along with walking, which is what I do. Although I'm not power walking. I've seen power walking. My uncle used to do power walking, and that was always fun to watch. But I do try and pick up the pace heading down to Charing Cross, because that's what I do. Steve, listening to you whilst in the queue. Hopefully another 4 hours to go, says Claire. Oh, I'm sure it'll go by quickly. I do hope so. I mean, if you are in the queue, let us know. Let us know. Where are you? And how fast is it moving? Because I'm telling you, looking at the... you can probably get it up on your telephone. You can actually get the live stream. The BBC have got a live stream of inside Westminster Hall. It's a really good thing to have, isn't it? Oh, do you think Ian's brought the ice cream yet? Oh, we haven't heard yet. That'll be exciting. He's probably going, wait a minute, they've closed a lot more roads, Steve, since yesterday. Eileen says, just off for an early morning run. Best time of the day is it's lovely and quiet on the seafront. I'll take you with me and listen on the phone. We'll do about 3 miles together. Oh, God, I'm exhausted already, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. Had to throw it in, didn't I? It's just one of those things. News at 6, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Thursday, September the 15th, and still 4 more days to go till the state funeral.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. Ice cream's arrived. It always arrives, actually, at that moment where I go, oh, it's just arrived. I have to sort of kind of eat it in between. It's only a little tub, but it's very nice from Ian. It's always very much appreciated. Pete the Bull Man says, I must confess I did one marathon with Chris Evans where I didn't smile throughout. The night before, we had a few drinks and I suffered during the race. He was fine. Funny thing was, I achieved my fastest marathon time. Do you remember when Jade Goody did the marathon, but she'd had curry the night before, or was that the Pricey? Of course, nobody misses with the Pricey. Everybody. She didn't train. Just thought you could actually do it, but of course you can't. My friend Dan says, I, for one, will not be working. 90% of our National Express services are only serving Wembley, with the remaining airport coaches for Stansted and Luton terminating at Baker Street. I'll tell you the nice thing, British Airways have suspended flights on the Monday out of respect because they'll fly over London and they don't want that to disturb the... Was that yesterday? They must be doing it on Monday as well. You can't have flights going over while there's a funeral. They're rerouting, yeah, via probably, I don't know, Leicester or something like that. Mr. Neil says, doing a great job with the royal coverage. Read Jaws, because we talked about Jaws the other day. My factory that I rented in Fairlop when I had the printing company, it was actually the officers' mess at RAF Fairlop during the war. Anyway, it had a large loft, which had many fiberglass moulds left up there from one of the previous occupiers, including the one marked up for the Jaws shark movie. Wow. That's a bit nice, isn't it? That's a bit nice. Actually, we're just going through my little book, wondering where on earth Phil Vickery has gone. I haven't seen Phil Vickery for a while. I mean, he's either making a new TV series. It'll involve food, whatever it is. You always know that that's what he does. He does food and does food very, very well indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Still loads and loads of pictures of the Queen and all the dresses, and how they were showing a programme on the television the other night of Prince Philip talking about the Royal Yacht Britannia. They designed it. You know, somebody built the yacht and then they did the fittings, and it was white. Everywhere was white. He said, so we didn't have to worry about matching paint up and things like that. And they had their favourite pictures in there. 200 staff on the Royal Yacht Britannia. And then one of the papers today has got a list of all the jewels which the royal family possess. I mean, I wouldn't even like to imagine what these things are. Just totally irreplaceable, totally. And they have other things which are sort of gifts from the sovereign to close family members, and they're like brooches on chains and things like that with sort of pictures. I mean, beautiful stuff, absolutely beautiful stuff. It really is. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been to the Tower of London to see the crown jewels. I mean, it's well worth it. Well worth it. You look at them and you think, are they real? Do you think they're actually real? And you have to go, I think you'll find they are. That's why they've got security guards and everything else around them. And I'm led to believe, I don't know if it's true or not, that at night time the jewels sink down. They're on a raised platform inside this bulletproof thing, and they sink down, and then a metal thing goes over the top. That's what I was, a bit like the Bond film, so that, you know, nobody can get in there. I think the last person who nicked them was it Captain Blood, Colonel Blood. In fact, he was pardoned, strangely enough, because he basically highlighted how easy it was to nick the crown jewels. So, oh, God, delicious. Yeah, he was the self-styled thief, but he nothing happened. He was also known for his attempt to kidnap and later kill his enemy, James Butler, 1st Duke of Ormond. So he was best known for trying to steal the jewels, but I don't think they didn't do anything with him. He just basically got away with it, I think. I mean, he died quite, you know, he was not actually, when you consider he was born in 1618, he died in 1680. I mean, that 62 was very old in those days. A lot of people didn't see past 30. But he was described as in an American source as a noted bravo and desperado. Sounds a bit posh, doesn't it, really? But he did get them. Steve, just locked into the Spike after watching Stranger Things Season 2, says Walsh. Oh, by the way, we have found out, courtesy of Bernie, those queuing to see the Queen are held up every 20 minutes whilst the guards around the coffin are changed. I wonder why they were all standing there. So presumably the next lot of guards come down and they do a quick changeover. The other ones nip outside for a cigarette and a cup of coffee, probably a bacon sandwich, because they've got to provide all these things. So you can't just expect people to stand there forever and a day. And they have to be very quiet. I mean, it's very moving, as anybody who's been down there will actually tell you. I saw the one for Churchill, exactly the same, except this is somebody that we all know about. Sarah says they may be waiting because of the changeover there. I've also seen people going in with rucksacks and carrier bags. Well, they didn't have you're not supposed to take a rucksack in. The bag is can be small bags, and they haven't mentioned anything about carrier bags. Because I'm assuming, you can't sort of go in there with all this stuff strapped onto your back. It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? But, people would be going, what am I supposed to do with it? I don't know. And one here from Kevin the Milkman says, I don't know what direction Ian's coming from with the ice cream, but warn him he's got to come down Charing Cross Road from Shaftesbury Avenue. They've now closed Hyde Park Corner as well. Hope he's got his hiking boots up. We just had it delivered. I don't know how he does it, because he's a delivery lorry and you can't stop the delivery lorries getting round. You've got to, things have got to go on. There is a strict bag policy, just going back briefly to that, with each person allowed one small bag only, measuring 40 centimetres by 30 centimetres by 20 centimetres. Anybody got any idea what that looks like? I've got no idea. Oh, it's quite big then, isn't it? Oh, right. Enough to get that crown in. If you were going for the crown. Can you imagine? I mean, that would be the funniest thing I think I've probably ever read. But lots of pictures of the Queen with her horses, because she loved, even as a child, she had rocking horses, and she gave them all names. She also used to feed her corgis, because she liked corgis ever since she was given one, called Susan, or was that the horse? I can't remember. Anyway, she used to feed her own corgis at 5 p.m. every day, exactly on the dot. The one thing the Queen was very good at, and everybody who was talking about her last night will tell you exactly the same thing, she was a stickler for routine. She knew what routine was, and she went for it. And so that's why everything was run to the clock. Everything, they knew how long every journey took, because she didn't want to hang around. She used to get impatient if she hung around. I remember saying to somebody at the Windsor Horse Show, come on, this way. So, they showed back on the television. But I'm a bit like that. Come on. I can't bear it. If you're actually ready to go to work at a certain time and people are still faffing around, you say, come on, how long does it take to get ready? Goodness sake, you've only got to pull your pants on, do your hair, put a hat on, a little bit of makeup. That was just ale. And, all these sort of things. But no, she was a stickler. They said she did everything by the book, and she was into routine. Graham Norton's back later this month. His talk show returns for its... How many years do you think? How many years on the BBC? How many? 12. 30th. Yeah, twice a year. 30th series. Even after 15 years, it would seem the mischievous funny man is still attracting the big-name guests. Oh, he definitely got the big-name guests. There was nobody who got guests as big as him. In fact, coming up, Jamie Lee Curtis, US actor Rami Malek, and also British actress Lydia West, star of last year's Channel 4 drama It's a Sin, will be on the sofa to chat about her new BBC thriller. And Robbie Williams is going to perform... Oh, God. Robbie Williams is going to perform his new single. This is the outlet, isn't it? Yeah, Hollywood stars tend to be a bit boring. I know. I can remember one of them sitting there, and I forget, he was a big star, and he was on with Miriam Margolyes, and she was telling one of her rude stories. And he looked at the camera and he went, this gets broadcast? He couldn't believe it, that you could get away with so much more here. The Americans, they're not really, but they pretend to be really prudish. If you remember, when poor old Janet Jackson's boob popped out at the Super Bowl, the country went into meltdown, as if they'd never seen anything like that. The country that produces the most pornography had never seen boobs before. I couldn't work it out at all. But I remember this actor going, I think I'll leave. Good night. He did fake leaving and all the rest of it, because he couldn't believe Miriam Margolyes. It was the best thing I've ever seen. And then we've got sort of a late Late entry for Strictly Come Dancing. They're holding it off. Hopefully for about a year would be quite nice, actually, because there's nobody of any interest in it at all. And this morning's Dermot O'Dreary has revealed he once snogged Mel Giedroyc. Oh, a little bit creepy. Why do people want to tell you things like that? Apparently it was in the 90s on Channel 4, the Light Lunch hosted by Mel and Sue. Dermot says, I was just starting out on TV. I thought that was last week. Can't believe he'd been going that long. But ex-Bake Off star Mel admitted, I'd gone really quiet and sweaty. Well, Derm, I enjoyed it. It was just honest 90s snogging. Oh, dear. I don't encourage things like that. Honestly, the young people nowadays, they're very free and easy with their snogs, aren't they? They don't really care. They really don't care. They sort of just go on about it. Oh, here we go. She's never been partial to a one-night stand. Guess who this is? In fact, you wouldn't guess this one in a million years. Andrea McLean again. I don't know why. But she admits she slept with her husband on their first date. The former Loose... Because she left Loose Women. I can't remember why she left Loose Women, but she left over... Is she back? I don't think so, no. No, I don't think so. But she says, we were in Brighton and a hen party came round the corner, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, Nick was like, what was that? He didn't know that I was on television. She was only the weather girl, wasn't she? I think from... Was it GMTV or something like that? But... she's the launch of her wellness app. They're all launching apps, aren't they? And they go, oh, it's a wellness app. And you go, listen, it's just overpaid celebrities going, oh, please buy into my wellness app. You know, it's like that chef cook bloke, Greg something. He's got a fitness app you can join. You know, I mean, Global Player, the only app. You don't need anything else. I mean, seriously, why would you want a wellness app? You don't need anything like that. We get 1 million downloads. I keep it really low-key. But if you get the Global app, streaks ahead of everybody else. Morning, everybody. My brother was sort of pointing out the link between the Queen and Paddington Bear. Who came up with that? I mean, was there any one person who went, why don't we get the Queen to do a sketch with Paddington and we'll incorporate marmalade sandwiches into it? I mean, I suppose because they're both British, but... You know, you could have done... You know the one thing that the Queen loved? Warhorse. That she absolutely adored because she's a horse person. And she went in unannounced. They used to go a lot to the theatre. But what they would have to do, if she went with Philip to the theatre, they would wait till the lights went down at the beginning. Then they would snuck in to their seats and then they would watch because they were talking to the people from Warhorse on the television the other day. And she loved it so much that she invited them to go to, I think, Sandringham. So they took one of the Warhorse. Have you ever seen the Warhorse? They're huge. We had one in Leicester Square. It's absolutely enormous. And they took it up there and they walked it round. I mean, you have to watch it. It's puppetry at its very best. And she liked it so much, they went round twice. They put the horse in. It was absolutely... In fact, she was fascinated by it and loved it. But I couldn't work out the link, apart from somebody must have said, I wonder who it was, let's put the Queen with Paddington Bear. Because you could have also put her with Thunderbirds, couldn't you? Because they were a British institution or anything like that, or somebody from Coronation Street, but no Paddington Bear. I mean, there was nothing before the Jubilee with the Queen and Paddington, was there? I don't think so. And then all of a sudden along comes Paddington and they film this piece. I mean, when you think about it, she's filming with nothing and she's got lines as well. And she did it very well. I mean, it has to be honest. I always keep mine in here, she said. And I remember thinking that was actually quite nice. Apparently, my brother says the Queen and Paddington had the same values. There you go, Joe. You never thought of that one. It says, be kind and polite because it's right. Be kind and polite because it's right. There you go. My brother's a big Paddington fan. And we knew Paddington and the Queen. We know what they stood for and still do stand for. Certain similar values. The idea that being kind and polite in the world will be right. One of the co-writers of the sketch. My brother had the books years ago, even before I interviewed Michael Bond. And... it was just fun. You could read them again and again because Paddington... So when they gave him a voice, I was a bit nonplussed by it because I wasn't too sure whether or not it was the right voice. And when they brought out the film, and I remember saying to Hugh Bonneville, I'm so sorry, wait a minute. just drop another name, just sweep another name up. And I said, what were you acting with in the film? He said it was a broom handle with a hat on the top of it. And that's what they were acting to. And then, of course, it's all put in. But it was beautifully done. And I got into them in a big way. And I bought various things. My brother's got a rather nice the drawings were the best. I thought the drawings were fantastic because Paddington was just sort of there. He was always there at the forefront, wasn't he? Paddington was cool. Paddington was very cool. So I suppose absolutely right. And there's a lovely picture of the Queen, a picture at the back of the Queen holding Paddington's hand with a corgi. And it's just, they just sort of look good together. It's just so sweet. It seems so strange to everybody. And it will do by the time you get to Monday, of how, you know, we won't see her like ever again. Not in the royal family. I don't think there's anybody who could ever take her place. She is totally unique and totally will be missed. But it's all the staff in all the different houses who are now worried about whether or not they keep their jobs. Because if your boss is not there anymore, even the ladies in waiting, they'll be retired now because they're not needed. Whereas before, I mean, some of them are fairly old, so that would be to be expected. But I should imagine it's a lifetime of service. You just assume that you're going to be there forever and a day. Quite amazing. Also, the wacky British inventions. We are apparently supposed to be they're going to go into production, including a sensor which spots when nappies need changing. It's obviously based on smell, I should imagine. Yeah, have you seen people holding up babies and they smell them? The baby's going, what do you think you're doing? Very odd. A toaster that browns bread the same shade each time. That doesn't sound so exciting, does it? I thought it was what toasters did anyway. And a fly catcher that doesn't kill the insects. What's the point of that? The idea was to get rid of them. But anyway, more than 16,000 applications for domestic patents were made to the Intellectual Property Office in the past 12 months. Since August 21, they've granted more than 7,500 for inventions. You know, some go into production, you've got to find somebody to back you, and then you sort of, and then you go and then you hope it sells. I suppose that's what that programme, isn't it, where they have all these people who sit there and they offer money. What do they call that programme? You know, they sort of, somebody stands there and pitches their idea and they go, I'll back it. Dragon's Den, yeah. That's quite good. But they never seem to want to give the money away. Or they start haggling down. And sometimes some of the inventions are very good. I mean, the one who seems to have done the best is that Levi Roots with his reggae sauce. I mean, that just took off amazingly. You find it all over there. I've never had it. It's quite spicy, isn't it? I'm not a spicy sort of person, actually. Although I did buy Ben's Rice now do a Caribbean rice. It was delicious. I had it yesterday, actually, with some more kebab meat. I don't know, like rice and peas, isn't it, kind of thing. It was delicious. I've never seen it before. I think it must be brand new. And it was 2 packets for £2.50. I thought, well, I'm up for a bargain. I'm not missing out on a bargain. The producer was sort of saying he's noticed things now going up in price in the supermarkets. I mean, I'm trying not to look at the prices, just in case. I mean, it might be something that I wouldn't normally buy. And you look at the price. Ben's Original, there you go. Caribbean-inspired. And it's got long-grain rice with adzuki beans, peppers and spices. And heats up in just 2 minutes. You could have that, Dan. You could have that. Because he did basmati rice the other day. But this one looks quite nice. So it's with the long-grain rice. It was very tasty. It was very tasty. It smelled beautiful. And I didn't know that you could microwave the pouches. It's a good idea, isn't it, really? I'm all for microwaves. So much quicker than anything else. Gemma Rowan, she was on Love Island, apparently, but you've probably forgotten about her. The short answer is yes, I'm definitely going to be carrying on competing. Yes, I think best to come back into the real world as opposed to the non-real world of Love Island and all the rest of it. And what have we got here? Oh, there's this man. He's a cruel hunter. I showed the picture to the producer. He went, that's not real. I went, it's real. He's been attacked by everybody for tracking down and killing a crocodile. Not just any crocodile. This particular crocodile was fabled in a lake in Zimbabwe's Save Valley. He's a Texan. He said it was as insane as it gets in the hunting world. You know these hunters. We've had issues with them before. Mainly a lot of Americans. Somebody branded him a horrible person. Somebody said, why couldn't the crocodile have been caught and moved to a safer place? It's the biggest crocodile you've ever seen. It's 15 feet long. It is absolutely huge. I mean, it is the biggest thing. They've sort of... He obviously... I don't know. Anyway, it's a case of... But why couldn't it be allowed to live its life out? Why does it have to go out there? Why didn't they just move it to somewhere else? It really is enormous. It looks like something out of a Jurassic Park thing where they have this thing that shoots out of the pool, which is, you know, the size of about 3 double-decker buses, or Jaws. This thing is enormous. I mean, what it eats, I've got no idea, but it managed to get to that age, and then somebody goes along and kills it. I don't quite get it myself, but that's what people do. Ryan Reynolds and his pal, Rob McElhenney, had life-saving colonoscopies after a bet. They make a big deal in the newspapers about colonoscopies. And he said he couldn't learn to speak the Welsh language, or he would film himself having the examination. Well, I can't imagine any doctor or surgeon allowing people to come in and film the colonoscopy. And he's told by the doctor that an extremely subtle polyp has been found in his colon. They make a big deal about colonoscopies. I promise you, if you're somebody who's going in for it, obviously not over the next few days, because they've moved everything now. Everything's been changed. All the operations that were going to be taking place and procedures on Monday have all been cancelled. People will be getting phone calls and they'll reschedule you in. But colonoscopy, easiest thing you could ever have done. And the endoscopy, I mean, seriously easy. People were writing into... I got all sorts of advice from people on, oh, you won't like this and this will happen and all the rest of it. It was seriously the easiest thing. The best bit, though, was actually... I go back in about a year, I think, for another sort of check. The best bit was a cup of tea and a biscuit. Because being a diabetic, you can't eat afterwards. It's like sort of you've done very well. You've entitled yourself to a biscuit, which I still didn't dunk because I decided I really couldn't. Steve, Chris Moyle speaks very highly of you on her show, says John. Do you ever cross paths in that we cross swords? We cross swords. Oh, always, yes. In fact, actually, I can't remember, was he in the building before we were? I think he might have been. You think at the same time or something? Oh, no, wait a minute. Yes, you're right, actually. They were based in a different part of the building. But no, I waved him every morning. Mind you, I wave at everybody. Nobody ever waved back to me. I did it to somebody down at Classic FM the other day. She looked at me like I was mad. I'd sort of waved. I think it was my friend Bill, but it wasn't. And she looked at me. She was probably thinking, who on earth are you? Because, you know, I didn't have a name badge on saying, hello, I'm Steve. You know, how can I help? But you do wave at people. You can't helping it. That's what you do, isn't it?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I always love it when people send in pictures of kids who look cute. And is it Vida? Says, I went to Green Park on Tuesday morning to see the tributes to our wonderful Queen. I got there at 7 a.m. and a little girl had come with her mother dressed as Paddington. The little girl was dressed as Paddington, by the way. And I managed to get a shot of her near a Paddington bear somebody had left with the flowers. I think the Queen would have been thrilled with her little outfit, very moving. In fact, strangely enough, Vida, I was sort of looking at the duffel coat thinking, I'd love to get a duffel coat. I tried to buy one some years ago and I couldn't find one that I liked. It would have to be sort of, it's the toggle buttons, isn't it? It's the toggle buttons. The producer used to have one, but he didn't like standing out at school in it. But she's got the little Paddington hat on as well, which I think is really cute. But looking at all the flowers, and they've laid them out better this time, and people are heeding the advice. If you are taking flowers to lay in Green Park or anything else, please remove the packaging. The plastic or the polythene or anything like that, or the cardboard and everything else, because the flowers will all be recycled. by the royal parks, and having plastic there would not be very helpful at all. So take off the plastic and then just lay the flowers down, and then people go and look at them and they take pictures of them, and it looks lovely. Steve says, Christopher, you're probably thinking of Flog It or Bargain Hunt. Dickinson's Real Deal is on ITV. Those type of articles are always coming out about cheaper travel costs by people doing journeys. You think wouldn't be anywhere else? No, I was thinking about Dickinson's Real Deal. Definitely think that's. I know David Dickinson. 2 miles long, the queue, by the way. 2 miles long. Nearest landmark, still Blackfriars. So it's 2 hours. So you're looking at a few hours of queuing, provided you're okay with things like that. You know, good for you. No, definitely thinking about the Dickinson's Real Deal. What do you mean when people take items in from home? And they have somebody on the table who's the expert, and they go, well, I'm going to put some money down to see if I can buy it. And they put the money down, and the person goes, no, you're a long way off it. And then they say, well, let's bring in David. So David comes in. There's always somebody who peers through the back of the set, who's sitting at the back there wondering what's going on, you know, because they're a bit doolally. And then you go, well, the estimates, the experts say it's 1 to 200, and he's offered 180. So that's a good deal. And so then David wanders away, and then the person goes, can you put some more down? And they go, no, well, I've got to make a profit. So, all right, I'll take it to auction. And then when they take it to auction, they go, well, you know, you should have really taken 180 quid because you've now got 160. But they all have to pretend they're quite happy with that. Steve, just listening to you talking about runners, why walk when you can get from A to B in half the time? Well, who wants to? Why would you want to get there in half the time? I like a meander. I've run 72 marathons, says Tom, but know people that have run over 300 marathons. They run 100-mile events, but know people that run 250. Oh, God, I'm bored already. Training matters, but it's all about believing you can do something. Never say never. If you believe you can do it, then you'll do it. No, I thought about that with Ben Nevis, and I thought, shall I climb that today? And then I thought, no, I can't. It's not really a case of believing whether I could do it or not. But I mean, it's sort of jogging. If you're really into jogging, you sound like you're really into jogging, you know, and running and doing all the rest of it. But this, we have a guy in Twickenham. He runs. If you come out the station at the time I come out, he's always running in his shorts up there to get to the train station, to get on the train in his little shorts and little singlet. And I think to myself, you're obsessed. Why don't you just walk like normal people who get up a bit earlier? It's like people who start saying, oh, I've got to start running. So they start running to get to the train. You think, you've missed it. It's gone. Not interested. If I came down here, obviously not this week because all the buses are diverted, and I saw my bus coming down, there is about as much chance of me flying on the back of an albatross than there is of me running over the road to stop the bus and doing the, you know, standing in front of it, holding my hands out, trying to make the thing stop. I'd rather miss it and get the next one. I can't be bothered. Why would I do it? I mean, that's certain. And don't say age doesn't matter. Believe you me, it matters. Believe you me, it matters. I know you get people who are much older who like doing jogging. It'd be like seeing Prince Charles going out there in a little pair of shorts with a little singlet on with HRH on the front. That'll be interesting. Do you know you can now have, I know that lots of people have talked about this because I've heard it on LBC, a tattoo that avoids the agony of the needle has been developed by scientists. Apparently, it uses microscopic needles that are smaller than grains of sand. Oh, do you see it? Smaller than grains of sand. They reckon when a skin patch is pressed onto the body, the micro needles dissolve, and after a few minutes, the ink sinks into the skin. That'll be for permanent, but they reckon you could also load it with temporary ink for people who don't want a tattoo forever. So you just sort of have it put on like a patch, and then it's, I mean, I don't know, tattoo artists everywhere must be up in arms going, what? We're going to be out of business. And so there won't be any pain, nothing at all. The image will just be on the patch. You put it on there, presumably you just push it, and the little microscopic needles, which are the size of a grain of sand. Have you seen grains of sand? They did a photograph of sand the other day and then magnified it. They're all different shapes and sizes. They look like misshapen biscuits. They showed it on the... It was misshapen. They were showing it on the television. I remember thinking, that's what happens when you do these super-duper microscopes. And it just looked like lots of... Yeah, That's what grains of sand look like. It looks like something you get in Bombay Mix. There's something I can't have anymore. I didn't realise how fattening it was, but I used to love Bombay Mix. I'd pour the whole packet in. But isn't that funny? That's what grains of sand are. That's magnified 300 times. You can check it out yourself. Do it yourself, as they used to say. Do it yourself. A robot has been taught to laugh at jokes in order to make it appear more human-like. This is at Kyoto University in Japan. Because you never imagine robots actually have a... Oh, wait, the producer does that here. They've been doing it for years with me. Seriously, I say something that I think is absolutely hilarious. And normally you get stony faces. But here they go, oh, I can't believe it. So funny, so funny. Sew my sides up, you know. Goodness sake. What have we got here? A classic computer game has been recreated for new consoles. It's the only thing I never got into. I never, ever, all the people that I used to work with are into computers and this game. I was sitting on the train the other day and the bloke on the left-hand side of me, who looked about 23, 25, he was playing a computer game and his little fingers and thumbs were all over I remember thinking, you need to get help. You need to get help. Mind you, everybody's on their phones on the train. I don't know what we did before we had telephones. We just stared out the window or tried not to stare at the person opposite, because every single person either gets on with it. It used to be tablets. Now it's all on the phone. And I remember sitting there yesterday thinking, everybody's on the phone. First thing they do when they sit down. Oh, and headphones. Headphones as well. They've got their headphones on like that, but it's the telephone. It's the telephone. Can you imagine walking in silence? I mean, joggers have even got, and they've got these little AirPods. They put these little AirPods in, so they can hear. I've never bought them. Somebody said they're about £100 or something. And I'm thinking, I don't know, I've got nothing on my telephone I really want to listen to. Thank you very much indeed. Got a very bizarre selection of music. So Graham Norton bringing back. Bake Off has been hit by the ratings slump. And stars on The Masked Dancer have been slapped with a snacking ban. During the first series, Davina McCall and Oti Mabuse were caught munching on treats that delayed filming. So they used to have boxes of snacks under the desk. We'd eat them. Then the producers would come over and say, stop it, we can see you chewing in the background. Never even thought about that. But it's got Peter Crouch, although we like Peter, Davina McCall, Oti Mabuse, who's got another quiz show coming up. And you know what I think about quiz shows. And Jonathan Ross, who's still wearing outfits from about the 60s or the 70s, honestly. I mean, it's starting to look a little bit embarrassing. Dinny Hall, anybody on that one? No, me neither. Makes jewellery on the television. And the future looks bright for Love Island winner Ekin Su. Because apparently, just a few weeks after leaving the TV villa, she's already making waves as the new face of fashion brand, and she's a natural. Yeah. That's all they do it for, isn't it, really? Well, good. I hope it lasts, because when the next series out, they'll sort of get rid of this one, and then we go to somebody else, which I always found entertaining. It's just, you have to do it quickly. It's easy to take your clothes off for that, for Your Eyes Only, or whatever it's called. What is it? I can't remember what it's called. Only fans. Only fans. I mean, really. What sort of people want to pay for things like that? Very odd. So today, it's still the queuing to go and see the Queen lying in state. There's nothing else happening. Charles is not doing anything at all. He's resting at Highgrove. So today is the first full day that the Queen will be lying in state, and Friday, tomorrow, the second full day, and the third full day will be Saturday. Sunday will be the fourth day, and there's nothing else going on, but there will be on Sunday a minute's silence held across the UK at 8 p.m. You can mark the silence privately in your own home, on the street with neighbours, or at community events and vigils. That'll be the reference to the pubs that we told you about earlier on. Lovely Faye Barker is working as well this morning, and she says, I'm starting fueled by sweets left by the Steve Allen Show. I brought sweets in today, actually. I don't know why. It was only because I was still thinking, she's gone for Frutellas. Typical. You know why? They like those things. What were those sweets which was sort of made to make your mouth water? Was it opal fruits? That's been renamed, has it? Oh, right. Well, these are Frutellas. She says, thank you, Steve. Other healthier breakfasts are available. I know, but I really cannot bring in croissant. It's fruit. It's part of your 5 a day, Faye. Part of 5 a day. I like that idea. So Monday is State Funeral Day, and the opportunity to see Her Majesty Finishes at 6:30 in the morning. Okay, at 10:44, the coffin will then be taken in procession from the Palace of Westminster. It's a very short little run. The state funeral begins at 11. It will last, I believe, I'm sure I read about 20 minutes. And then after that finishes, the members of the royal family will all be departing to different places, whether they go back to Buckingham Palace, I have no idea. And the Queen's body will be taken to Windsor. And that's why they're cleaning up all the graffiti on the route. They've got the route out of town. They've started putting barriers in certain places around Barons Court and things like that. So if you live on that journey going out westwards, heading out, because they'll go straight out on the M4, people will be on bridges, I should imagine. And she'll then be taken to Windsor. But they're literally jet washing all the graffiti off everywhere. I've never seen like it. I wondered what they were doing. I thought, perhaps they're doing this for traffic calming measures. But no, it's to clean the graffiti. Morning, everybody. 10:07 is the time. Lots of papers have got the picture of William and Harry's sombre walk echoing. Did you know that Harry was not allowed to, together with Andrew, salute the Queen's coffin? So not only were they not allowed to wear uniforms for certain parts of it, although Andrew's being allowed to, they weren't allowed to salute the coffin. It's a bit too much, it needs to sort of change. Polly Hudson reckons the anguish that may reunite the brothers. I'm not holding my breath on it at the moment. I've not seen any evidence. I mean, you can't really walk behind your grandmother's coffin and have a chat. That's the problem. If you remember, after the Queen died, everybody went up to Balmoral. Harry was late up there, but he didn't eat with everybody. He ate separately for some peculiar reason. I mean, I'm assuming the wounds go back a long, long way. Although, as somebody pointed out, the walk behind the grandmother's gun carriage must have been vaguely reminiscent of Diana, and walking behind that, it must have brought back some memories. Now, whether or not the Queen has managed to reunite them again, we won't know. A bit difficult to do a funeral march and smile, so there's no smiling. And unless they can manage to talk like that, you're not going to know anything at all. But they might reunite again. People read so much into it. People, I think, want them to be back together again and to, get life back to some sort of normality. Whether it happens, I've got no idea. I mean, the Queen would want that. And I think this has maybe brought it home to them, the solemnity of the occasion, and the fact that the country, loved her so much. I mean, do you know the one good thing about this is we only had a couple of demonstrators, and they didn't have any impact or anything else at all. I think basically the crowd have just gone, don't come down here. Please don't come here with your silly little views. People holding up little signs and stuff like that. I'm hoping we don't get that. And well done to the pallbearers. Again, they're holding a very, very heavy box, lead-lined, and but their memories. I mean, at one time, Harry was wiping his eyes, and I think Meghan as well got a bit teary. And I don't know when the royal family are doing their bit of standing around the coffin on the catafalque. I'm not sure whether that's been done or not already. They were supposed to do that was the time that Andrew was allowed to wear his uniform. So I don't know whether or not they're doing that at the moment. But all the people out who've been, camping out and waiting out, and they've really pushed themselves, because the weather's not been the best. And but you should be okay for a few days. And then they've got all the people, all the world leaders, the armed service heroes, the charity chiefs, because the late Queen supported more than 600 charities. 600 which actually is the same amount of royal warrants which have been handed out, which all have to be reapplied for, because they'll be suppliers of wines to Her Majesty the Queen, which of course will not be the case, but it could take up to 2 years. So not only would they be changing the money over to put Charles's head on, that can take an awful long time. There are billions of coins. Also, lovely picture, especially the nice picture of Nelson Mandela. He called her Elizabeth, she called him Nelson, which I think that's quite sweet, because there was this humorous side, and one of Nelson Mandela's closest aides has talked about their extraordinary friendship. She just smooth things over with people. She smoothed things over. It was amazing. And so that's why you're going to have this for a few more days yet, and then there's going to be all the pictures of the funeral But it's going to be short. I think mainly because you don't want to drag something like this out. You really don't. And then milk. Milk's up 44%. You know, I couldn't actually tell you what a litre of milk costs at the moment. I think in Marks and Spencer's it's about 90 pence. I think, but I'm not totally convinced. A pint. Do they sell it in pints now? Is it not litres? Oh, I don't know. I thought it was a litre, these sort of things I'm buying. A pint is about how much? 85 pence. Really? They don't do... Oh, perhaps they do. Oh, pint's the smaller one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the litre... Oh, that's... Yeah, like we have in our fridges. Only we have the proper cartons and all the rest of it. But the other one... It's 85 pence, is it? I don't think that's too expensive. I don't know why. Sorry, I'm just waving at Nick Ferrari as he goes past, bless him. And... So pint's about 85 pence. I don't think that's too expensive, but apparently they say that's up 44%. So it was really that cheap beforehand. Crikey. They say that spreadable butter, I did spend a £5 on a Lurpak spreadable butter the other day. I don't know why. I should have bought a smaller one, but they only had the big one. And I was a bit miffed about it because I felt guilty that I'd wasted £5 on butter, which isn't particularly good for you. Cheddar's up. Was £6.20, now £7.53, and a loaf of bread was £1.06, now it's £1.26. And don't even ask me about sourdough bread and all these other different breads. So don't ask me about them. Cheese is very expensive, which is just as well because I don't eat much cheese. I couldn't really care less, actually. It's not very good for you, is it? I don't think. They don't do... I mean, you can have... sourdough bread is everywhere. Every cafe I go into, scrambled egg on sourdough bread. It's because it's expensive, isn't it? That's why. Because when I've had a couple of... I say, oh, could I have some extra... I just wanted a piece of toast. And I got sourdough bread, which didn't help the cause very much indeed. It really didn't. What else have we got here? Little Britain and the huge amount of weight that Matt Lucas has lost. He's gone down from an XXXL to a medium, which is phenomenal. That really is. And the reason he's done it is because his dad's death inspired him to lose weight. He said, I'm 48. My dad died when he was 52, same as my dad. His dad died when he was, I think, 56. I was looking at the laws of average. I was a very big, eating a lot of roast potatoes. I still love them. I just don't eat as many. Exactly. Little and often is how you lose weight nowadays. Everybody's got their weakness, be it chocolate or booze or, I mean, to be honest with you, a good roast. We were talking the other day, strangely, about looking forward to meals at Christmas and Christmas dinner. And I was thinking, honestly, this year has been such a year that I don't think you'll forget it in a hurry. There's been so many things going on and so many things that are probably about to happen. We've had COVID, which has lasted, you know, two Christmases. Things have changed. And then, of course, the next thing we've got to look forward to are the bills, which is the thing that's going to sort of knock people for six, I think, unless you found a way round it, which I don't think we have. But I'm looking on the television, all the people still queuing, and they've got them. Everybody's very good-humoured about this, which is lovely. And you can go down there as well today. 2 miles is the average length of the queue, but it might go up. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to September the 16th. This has been a week and a bit that you're never going to forget, isn't it, really? I mean, every day. I was saying yesterday, goodness only knows what we're going to talk about on Friday, because there's nothing taking place. The royal family are not going anywhere. Charles is still at Highgrove. William and Kate have looked at the flowers. Harry celebrated his birthday with just him and Meghan. I don't know where his friends have gone at the moment, but he is going to be allowed to wear the uniform because he's going to be doing the Queen's Vigil. I don't think they do it for very long, but if they'd allowed Andrew to do it, then surely, you know, what's good for one has got to be good for the other one. The waiting time in the queue, when I came in this morning, it was 14 hours. 14 hours. It's now down to 11 and a half hours. Like that makes a difference. 11 and a half hours you're going to be queuing for. They're trying to get through people as quick as possible. But if you watch it on the streaming, you'll see people standing by the side of the coffin and bowing their heads, which looks really moving. And so we're currently looking at 4.9 miles. But I think what they've done is they've capped it at the 5 mile distance. And so there's now another queue And what they do is like a feeder park. So once that goes down from the 5 miles to a little bit less, then you can go in there. The same as the bag receptacles that they've got there. If you've taken in something you should. Some poor bloke had his Werther's Originals taken. I suppose because they didn't know what they were. Although, to be honest, I did bring Werther's Originals in today. And very nice they are too. I defy anybody to eat one Werther's Original and not go for a second one. It's like Pringles. You can't sort of just have one Pringle. You've got to have a load of Pringles. You will be moved on Monday by the funeral because it's going to be full of everybody. It's a state funeral. It will run for ages. It really will. And in fact, pulling the gun carriage will be members of the Royal Navy. There'll be 98 sailors. They rehearsed yesterday, the day before. And if you look back on YouTube, go and put in Winston Churchill's funeral, and you will see it'll look exactly like that. They sway from side to side. I can't really describe what it is. They're marching, but at the same time, they're moving because they're attached to these ropes which are attached to the gun carriage. It shows how heavy it is. It takes 98 of them to move the thing, and they'll have to turn corners and everything else. But you'll see it on Winston Churchill's funeral, and then you'll see it for Her Majesty the Queen's, and it will be something worth witnessing. It will be the only television programme, I think, in recent years which will attract billions of people around the world. Already they're sort of competing, the television stations, who's got the best coverage. They'll all have exactly the same coverage, apart from us, which will be much nicer and far more dignified. But, because the other people, you have to watch them in their makeup and their dark suits and everything else. And we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. But it will be a busy day Monday. Today, if you're queuing, well done. I've seen the queue. People have been really good in the queue. Really, really good. There's no shuffling. People are walking along. People are chatting to each other. You have to. The person in front of you is going to be there for about 9 hours. Might as well get to talk to somebody. I spend less time in the supermarket and still manage to talk to people. And when you look at the camera, they've sort of done a bit of running down the side of them, counting how many people are there. It's what I call a mixed bag. It really is. It's a very, very mixed bag of people there. It's everybody, every age, every sort of nationality. The age thing is the thing that gets me. It is phenomenal that there's sort of young and old and still people clutching teddy bears. They don't want any more teddy bears. They don't know what to do with them at the end of it. I suppose give them to a hospital or something like that. If you've taken a little Paddington Bear, which we were playing yesterday, and we liked it actually. We thought it was great. But they don't want balloons either. Just the flowers. And please remember, if you are taking flowers, I noticed somebody at Waterloo Station the other day had set up a flower stall, presumably so you can buy flowers and take them there. You want to see the prices? Talk about rip-off. A little tiny rose in a little pot, a growing miniature rose, little one, 10 quid. 10 quid, worth about £1.50 to £2. £10. I thought, well, shan't be spending it. Luckily, there was nobody buying anything. I think that's dreadful that somebody would capitalise on it. I thought it was bad enough the other day when we were telling you about the hotels who put up the prices of their, 2 bedrooms to £1,500. It's just, I understand how it works. I'm not stupid. Not all the time. Sometimes I have a bad day, sometimes I have a good day. But, to put it up like that and capitalise on, on a family's misfortune is sort of a little bit mean-spirited. But, listen, that's the way it goes. Everything is, people are always going to exploit people. It's like, the funny thing is, if ever it rains in London, you can guarantee there'll be blokes out on the street selling umbrellas. They must be sitting there in their cars or vans waiting for it to start raining. So you go, umbrellas, £5 each. Of course, if it's, I don't know why people don't buy little umbrellas. I've got a little one, as I've told you over the years. And in fact, I've had quite a few. The latest one I found on a train and I kept it. It is a bit dishonest, but what are you going to do? I've got to then trek to the lost property office, hand it in. I know, I should have done. All right, I'll give it back. I don't even know if it's the same one, actually, because I do buy them on Amazon. If you check my history on Amazon, you'll discover that I bought loads of little umbrellas. The smaller, the better. But the trouble is, small, whilst it looks lovely, not very sturdy. One little gust of wind and the thing was inside out. And you look so stupid holding an umbrella that's inside out. It's like a scene from Mary Poppins. The golf umbrellas are good, and my light-up umbrella is sensational. It's full of fibre optics. So, and it's like 28 quid, including postage and packing. And it's black, and you put it up, and it's got batteries in the handle. So it's either got a torch, which you can use to light your way. It takes 3 little AAA batteries, just in case you didn't hear the A first time round. And then on the roof, and I've had some where the lights are inside, and they've woven fibre optics, and they change colour on the canopy. I mean, it's a real attention seeker. If you really want, to be noticed in a queue waiting for it, this would be the umbrella for you. And then yesterday, I was planning on doing the 700-mile trek to the station, because what I do is I always get the bus. I'm very good at getting buses. And people are always amazed. Somebody will write over something and go, "You get the bus?" Yes. Why not? It's the best way to get around town, actually. But in this particular case, because of the closures everywhere, which must have been on the Monday, I think, I walk down, then I go to Charing Cross, go down Villiers Street, get to the bottom, Embankment Tube, one stop, Waterloo Station, come up, turn right, onto the platform, onto the train. Yesterday, I thought I'm never gonna make the train, but because I walked round the corner, you could drive straight through Trafalgar Square yesterday. There were no blockages up anywhere, which I thought was a bit odd. But anyway, that was fine. So I turned it, and there were people waiting at the bus stop, and I thought, they must be waiting for the bus to come, unless they've all sort of missed it. And so I stood there for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then along came the bus. So I get to Waterloo, and I thought, well, I'm not going to make my train. There's a certain amount of time I have to get it. It leaves at 7:28. And then blow me down, they do an announcement. The 7:28 Windsor and Eton Riverside train is running late. I thought, hallelujah. And then it came in on platform 19. This, to people who don't live in London, will mean nothing. I promise you, to my poor legs. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And so all the people streaming towards me. Of course, I hate that. Nobody moves out your way and say, "Get out the bloody way." It gets really cross for push people. And I got on the train, and I was home. So it didn't leave till 7:33, which was okay. But it's a fairly fast one. It does Vauxhall, Clapham Junction, Putney, Richmond, Twickenham, and then it goes somewhere else. I don't know, it could go to the moon as far as I'm concerned. After it's left my place, I couldn't care less. So the fact that Harry will wear his military uniform is good news. Also, pride of place in front of the coffin, Tall Paul. He's called Tall Paul because he's been with the Queen for 44 years, and he's 6'4", and he's basically the man who she has a confidant, and he is it. He's it. He's one of these people. He's just charming, and he gets, keeper of the Queen's secrets. So this week, given pride of place in front of her coffin, and she always told him her naughtiest jokes. I can't imagine what naughty jokes she tells, but he will be missing it because he saw it on a daily basis. He was there for her. It's almost like, it's your arm or something like that. Tall Paul, he was called. And I hope they find another job for him, but it'll be so difficult. 1 minute you're with the Queen for 44 years. I mean, that's as long as I've been at LBC, and you form an attachment, and then all of a sudden the person that you're with just goes. I hate stuff like that. That's the only thing that sort of winds me up. It's somebody sort of say, you sort of, it's like going out with somebody, and you tell them everything, and then they finish with you, and you think, wait a minute, I've told you everything about me, every single thing, and there was, yes, yeah, it is. Oh, is it in here? Oh, right. Well, I've got so many of your texts and emails already, actually, so I'm gonna whiz through them as fast as I can, because we got through, I think yesterday, actually, we had a record. We nearly got through about 80 texts. That's not all the texts that come in. That's just the texts that sort of get through the filter from the producer. And he's ruthless. He is ruthless. Steve, I'm a fan from Ireland. I got hooked during COVID. I listened recently to your interview with Ian Dale. When you spoke about Dale Winton's funeral, I had an moment. That's how I felt when my dear cousin passed away, and I thought the people at her funeral didn't know her. I thought it was just me. I'm so glad I listened. Yes, I was like that. It was so funny, actually. And I could talk about it now. At the time, I was a bit sort of, bust up about the whole thing. And so there's all these people at the funeral, at the memorial for Dale, and I thought, you didn't know him. You didn't know him at all. I knew him since he was 18. So consequently, and there's people who just sort of knew him from when he started on television and things like that, and they were doing the readings, and I was sitting with my friend Jackie Gill, and we both go back a long way, and it was interesting. I was saying, they don't know him. They didn't know, the Dale I knew. They just knew sort of that side of it. You become sort of a fair weather friend, or as I prefer to say, he had 2 telephones, one for private for people, and the other one which he gave to everybody. Which was always interesting. But thank you for that. Have you watched the clip, says Claire in Canada, from Desert Island Discs, where the war surgeon David Knott discusses how the Queen and her corgis helped him deal with PTSD. Very moving. No, I haven't heard Desert Island Discs for... God, I remember the music, didn't it go da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and it changed with so many people. I only liked it with Roy Plumley. I didn't like it with anybody else. It's, bad news there, as he went ages ago. Lee says, off on the magical taxi tour, departing Canary Wharf at 7 a.m, me and the 100 black cab convoy taking little stars from all of London's hospitals, giving them the opportunity to see Disneyland. Oh, wow. Cool. Returning Sunday. Would love your best wishes for the journey. Well, they do this every year. I know, Lee. I know, because I've known quite a number of drivers, and we used to have on the programme on a regular basis Jeff Riesel from Radio Taxis, and he would always say, we're doing this and doing that, and then I've got other black taxi friends who say, we're doing this, and they all set off and they take all these children and they go to Disneyland, which is nice, isn't it? I think that's a nice thing to do, so good luck. Spiking on time today, says Peter the Toastmaster in Malvern, soon to be Ryde. Getting excited because despite your advice a couple of weeks ago, I'm moving to the Isle of Wight next week. Oh dear, must you? Couldn't you go somewhere else? Couldn't you go Isle of Man? It's quite nice, isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know. I don't think I've ever been to the Isle of Man. I haven't. But we have got lots of your texts and we'll take them this morning. It's Friday, September the 16th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you Monday to Friday. We're closed Saturday and Sunday for me. Morning. Nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 4. I can't work out in my mind if this week is going very slowly because, as I said at the beginning of the programme, I did think yesterday, in fact, I wrote to a friend of mine saying, I don't know what to talk about. Which actually is not like me at all. I've always got something to talk about. And I remember sort of thinking, what would be today? Same as yesterday, nothing really happening, but I can fill you in on all the details and what's going to be happening on Monday, which is going to be, a television programme, the like of which you've never seen, and radio programmes, because radio can do it so much better. We paint pictures. But it was interesting. Janet Street Porter has been moaning as per... I think she does it deliberately to wind everybody up. It's a case of, if it's Janet Street Porter, she's ancient and she likes to moan about it. And she was probably trying to look for another angle. And she was moaning about the fact, why are all these businesses closing? And I was sort of saying, I've said it on the free podcast, but it's only for one day. She makes it sound like the whole country is closing down. Well, it won't be, because a lot of the supermarkets along the route, the small supermarkets, will be open. The corner shops will be open. A lot of garages might not be, but there will be garages that will be open, because it's not compulsory that you have to close. And she was saying, what's actually, if you want to get your benefits out of it, don't be so stupid. Honestly, I mean, sometimes she is so crackers, you sort of think she needs to be put out to pasture. It would be a lot easier. But no, there'll be a lot of things operating. I mean, blimey, if you can't last for one day, there's going to be something the matter with you. So remember to go out Saturday or Sunday and buy the things in the supermarket, because Monday will be a bit difficult. Although a lot of the places are opening at 5 o'clock. That day. So, the garages and stuff like that, and she's going, what about if you want to go to the cinema? Well, you just have to go another day, dearie. God, there's nothing worse than some poor old past it old baggage who's moaning about it. But I think she was trying to get a reaction from people to say, it's called respect. You don't have to close. Nobody's saying you have to close. The royal family wouldn't make any difference to them. They don't go out shopping anyway. What do you think? Charles goes, I don't know, Camilla. Have we got enough milk in? The unlikely event that Charles might actually have to cook something, like a piece of toast, would be pretty remote. They don't do things like that. So it makes no difference. It's for one day. It's like Christmas Day. The one day where everything's closed, but you still find places open on Christmas Day. It's like, people, there's a minute's silence on Monday. I think it's Monday. And people don't have to observe it. If you don't want to observe it, don't observe it. I've always enjoyed it when it's been at stations, when people stop. There's other people who perhaps have got no idea what we're all doing, just standing around doing nothing for a minute. For a minute. It's like the Remembrance Day service at the Royal Albert Hall, when you have that That silence where all the poppies fall from the ceiling. Nobody goes, oh, sorry, what are we doing this for? Who's going to sweep these up? You know, it doesn't happen like that. Steve, says Linda. Would you believe my dad's funeral is on the same day as the Queen's? He died on the 2nd of September, and we couldn't get his funeral until the 19th. And the next day it was announced that the Queen's was on the 19th as well. So I'll be having to tape her funeral. Being a true Yorkshireman, I can imagine my dad saying, well, I got him first. Love all your shows. You cheer me up. Please keep up the good work. You're fabulous, says Linda. Well, a little bit of a gross exaggeration. Not really fabulous at all. I listened to you for the first time this week, Steve. I have to say, you're a wonderfully entertaining chap. Wonderfully entertaining chap. Not sure about that. I left the outskirts of Manchester to go to Essex early doors, and I was thoroughly entertained going over Woodhead to Grantham on the A1. He said, of course, I love Mr. Ferrari, but you're worth getting up earlier for. I think so too. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, he's over in I like to be in America. He says, happy Friday, had another evening of church meetings, about to head for the long drive home, had a late night supper of onion rings and ribs. There's a combination we've never heard of before. I've heard of onion rings and I've heard of ribs. I do like ribs, actually. We went to a place when we were in America, Jake, called the Outback. It's a chain, and all they do is ribs, burgers and stuff like that. And it's really... Oh, is that where Jake went? It doesn't look very expensive. The thing I like about America is lots and lots of older men wear baseball caps. It's considered quite normal over there. Ex-presidents do it as well. He said, but anyway, the late night supper of onion rings at the Double R Bar and Grill, they do hot deals. And he said it's in Grey Eagle. As always, delicious food and good company. Do you know, that makes the world of difference. Sometimes you can have really, really dreadful food, but the company is so good, it compensates. And sometimes you can have, you know, I mean, you getting the combination of both is fantastic. To have good food, good booze, you know, because you don't have to have booze. I've had sort of weeks where I haven't. I had a day, it felt like a week, where I sort of decided not to have booze with the meal. But, you know, I like it. Glass of Prosecco, bottle, and occasionally a few cocktails chucked in on top. I like things like that, like paper planes. And... which is a very nice little cocktail, actually. In fact, I hadn't had it till I went to Joe Allen's a short while ago, and they had a sign on the bar, paper planes. So I'll try one. And I tried it, and I have to be brutally honest with you, I had 3 more. I thought I didn't really care, actually. Sunday evening, 8 p.m, Warren thinks, for the 2-minute silence. That's what he thinks. And Mr. Neil is sharing a photo. He says, Lorraine and I were hoping to travel down this morning to join the queue, but on checking the official information, 11 and a half hours, yes. Well, in fact, when I came in this morning, Neil, 14 hours. It's a long time, a long time. It really is. Yeah, I'm trying to keep people up to date with all the timings and everything else. They're saying at the moment 11 and a half hours. My friend Ian, wait, 11 and a half hours, yep. 11 and a half hours, says, you've got to come to Texas for ribs. Best barbecue anywhere is here. I do like ribs. Mind you, that's why I like the Chinese takeaways. They do like salt and pepper ribs and stuff like that, and crispy ribs. I like any of the, back ribs. There's a place called Tony Romer's. It used to be in Upper St Martin's Lane in London. I used to go there on a regular basis. And they used to do an onion ring cake. And it was made, obviously, in a cake tin, like a slab, and then it was delicious. But I do like onion rings, so, Jake, you have sold me on that, and the Double R Bar and Grill in Grey Eagle. Doesn't that sound exciting? Why is it called Grey Eagle? Is it something to do with the Native Americans were there? Because was there a Grey Eagle person? It wasn't a tribe, was there? I'm trying to remember, actually. I don't think so. There were so many, the Pawnees, the Sioux. I always thought the Sioux sounded like the biggest tribe going. I thought that was fantastic. But lots of church meetings. Good lad, thank you. Shane says, I'm watching what's happening in London every day on the television. I shall be watching the Queen's funeral. It's on at 7 o'clock Monday night, our time. And Steve, I think it's so wrong. MPs can skip the queue. They're meant to be our representatives. They should be queuing too. Yeah, not only are they allowed to skip the queue, but they can take in up to 4 friends as well at the same time, which is an absolute outrage. Grey Eagle, there you go, became a city in 1882, named after an early settler who'd shot an eagle near the original town site. Oh dear, what about that? Well, at least it got a name check, didn't it? I thought eagles were protected. I love watching buzzards. As I'm going down the motorway, you can see them circling, and you think, so they're sort of on the current, and they go up and down and all the rest of it. And there's kestrels and peregrine falcons and all the rest of it. And you think, they can see a mouse from up there, and they hurtle through the air. Mouse doesn't know what's hit it. Mind you, I think exactly the same for owls. Owls are all the same. Actually says, heading towards Greenwich, just past Tower Bridge on the bus. Lots of groups of people, and the bus is full. Great atmosphere. People going to pay their respects. Well, they've got 11 and a half hours to wait. So now you know. Tall Paul, says Sarah, accompanied the Queen in her famous skit for the Olympic Games with James Bond actor Daniel Craig. But he's with her all the time. With her all the time. 44 years he's done with it. Must be and people tend to forget. He's spent every day of his working life with Her Majesty. Eagles can see clearly. 8 times as far as humans can, allowing them to spot and focus in on a rabbit or other animals at a distance of 2 miles. 2 miles. Do you believe that? Of course you believe it. Steve Warren says, some friends and I have decided to go out on Christmas Day for lunch. It's a little more expensive than usual. Is it ever? Is it ever? But the relief that you feel when you've booked it, no cooking, no shopping, no stress about the turkey. Fantastic idea. Yeah, we did it quite a few times with my godchildren. There's about 13 of us. And it cost an arm and a leg. An absolute arm and a leg. And you've got to decide, back September time, what you want to eat for Christmas lunch. Do you want the vegan option? Do you want Christmas pudding, or will you be going for something else? I mean, it's nice not to have to worry about it, but by God, is it expensive. So time at the hotels make an absolute killing. And if you're eating it in London, you're looking at about £350 per person. Seriously, I think when we were looking last year, if you go out for, you can get one at sort of, certain pubs and restaurants, 70 to 80 quid. 70 to 80 quid, you can buy the whole of Christmas lunch if you're doing it yourself. Turkey don't cost that much. You buy turkey crown, you get your vegetables, you stick them in the freezer. Nobody eats Christmas pudding, so just do a fresh fruit salad, which is much better. Nobody's got the room for Christmas pudding. Because my mum would just say, does anybody want any more roast potatoes? That's what Matt Lucas was saying the other day. He said he has a penchant for roast potatoes, and I know the feeling. I used to love my roast potatoes, my little sausages in blankets with a bit of bacon wrapped around. Oh, I love that. The turkey, the sprouts, and gravy. Gotta have gravy. I had sweet corn last night. I bought another packet of this Ben's Caribbean rice because I like it so much. I'm such a cordon bleu cook, mainly bleu as opposed to anything else. And I did it with a little bit of that kebab meat I had left over. And just stuck it all in a saucepan and steamed it for about 15, 20 minutes and put a tin of sweet corn over the top of it. Delicious. Delicious. Can't tell you. It was absolutely amazing. And fell asleep on the sofa. I went to bed, then I got up, then I put my feet up on the sofa. I woke up. I'd obviously had one of those dreams because I'd sort of practically decimated the table in front of me, which didn't really help. Obviously, my legs had fallen off. And it was one of those moments again. I think I'm just accident prone, actually. Graham the chauffeur says I'm off to the end of the queue shortly to pay my respects and to thank the Queen for looking after us all so well. Had a bit of practice 50 years ago at Edward VIII's lying in state at Windsor, where the queue stretched to Datchet. Wow. It's also a 2-minute silence on Monday as well, actually. 2-minute silence on Monday as well. Queue's a bit shorter now. It's down to, it's 4 miles long. And now it's only 11 hours you have to queue. Which is good. Ian says, I like to throw in a Yorkshire pudding. Oh, we always have Yorkshire puddings. Oh, yes. I could eat 2 or 3 Yorkshire puddings. Seriously, I mean, quite easily, actually. On the day of Diana's funeral, most businesses were closed and we all coped, didn't we, says Roger? I know. Luckily, Janet Street Porter, I don't think, was on television then. It was one of those days where she didn't have a chance to moan about it. Fancy moaning about a day, and say you need to go to the doctors. I think she thinks that all the hospitals are going to put up the barriers and go, I'm sorry, we're closed. We're a hospital. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. And Jonathan in Tower Hill says, I was just about to doze off, and now all I can think about are the ribs and onion loaf at Tony Romer's Chicago Rib Shack. Used to do the same. It's true. I could eat ribs right now, actually, quite easily. Costco do a lovely rack of ribs, but it means you've got to buy them, take them home, by which time they'll have gone a bit cold, so you really want to eat them in the car. But you can't eat ribs in the car. They're too messy. They've got... Well, I don't know if you could eat them there. I don't know. I never thought about it. I suppose you could. You could buy them and then go and sit at one of the tables and eat ribs. Ian says, last couple of years I've gone to my friend Sharon's place here in Dallas. She's another Brit, and she made an amazing beef Wellington. Oh, I love beef Wellington. Producer nodding. He doesn't know what it is. He's never eaten posh food before. His idea of posh food is a kebab in a polystyrene box, isn't it? Rich, very expensive. You can afford that nowadays. That's a quick 12 quid.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 27 minutes to... I nearly lost my voice then, just momentarily. It cracked a little bit. Steve, I'm at the disabled queue. Wristbands are available outside the Tate Gallery. I've got here at 2:30 a.m. and I expected to go in and pay my respects between 8 and 9 this morning, says Dee Dee in Shepherd's Bush. Oh, it's a long way, isn't it? It's a long wait, love. The queue time's come down. Not much. It's still about 11 hours, and the queue is now 4 miles long. 4 miles. But because it's like Alton Towers. Well, it's not really. There's no ride at the end on a boat and you get your picture taken. But it's a case of you go in to Alton Towers. If you're queuing for anything, they send you up and down. Because as long as you're moving up and down, so you're snaking in and out, and they put signs up, 2 hours from here, 1.5 hours from here, and it gives you encouragement. That's what they're doing on this one. They've done exactly the same. They've got you going up and down, basically, like you're queuing for a ride. Adam in Harpenden says, just arrived in LA for a big expo. We're marketing Respect on Monday by not opening the stand until after midday. See, that's nice. But again, you know, for the benefit of Janet Street Porter, you don't have to do it, but people want to do it. People want to do it as a mark of respect. I should imagine Linda Robson would be up in arms over this, and all the other ones going, of course you should do it. You don't have to do it, but it's just nice for somebody who's given so much of her life and devoted herself. Then it's a very small price to pay, very small price to pay. But as I say, everything is open that you want to be open. If you need to go to a hospital, you can go to a hospital. You know, you don't need to go to a bank. You can just go to the machine outside. The machine isn't closing as a mark of respect. It's just there. Roger says, never eat ribs in a car if you had cream or beige coloured leather interior. I'm cream. Takes forever to clear. I wouldn't eat anything in the car. Excuse me, in a Bentley. Are you mad? Absolutely not. I have had things before. I remember I had a Mini years ago, a little chocolate brown Mini. And I went out with my friend Jimmy and we bought takeaway Chinese. And I have eaten in my car. Sweeties. I've had a sweetie and I have had a sandwich in the car. No, nothing hot. No, God, no, definitely not. But, and we bought, what did we buy? Sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork. And my friend Jimmy was holding it. And I started the car and we lurched forward and he emptied both pots of that gunky orange sauce all over the seats. It was everywhere. I can't begin to tell you. Sadly, he's not with us anymore. But it was so funny because I sort of looked at it. And I didn't really care in those days about the interior because it was a Mini and it didn't have leather seats or anything like that. We weren't that posh. And this gunky orange stuff, which basically looks like glue. And it was very funny, actually. Sort of funny, mainly because we didn't care. But eating ribs in the car, if you're going to do that, you've got to put cloths over yourself. I always got cloths in the boot of the car, if only you could find the blasted things. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. NHS staff will join the procession with Harry and Will. So this is what you're going to be seeing in the same when Diana died. You remember after the coffin had gone past and the boys and the Duke of Edinburgh and Charles and Diana's brother, then you got all the other people, the NHS staff. This time Victoria and George Cross heroes will be joining the throng. And it'll be nice. It'll be very nice. It will be a fitting tribute, but I think it will be silent as the gun carriage is drawn. It's only a short distance. It's, less than 15 minutes. but because it's almost, you just go sort of round the corner. I mean, it is literally just round the corner. In fact, if you stand outside the gates of where they are in the Westminster Hall, you can see Westminster Abbey. It's not difficult, but it will be the sailors who will be pulling the gun carriage. And so what they'll do is they will pull it from a distance, and then they will load the bearer party will load the coffin onto the gun carriage. And so senior members, I think actually in front, senior members of the royal household, that'll be the director of the royal collection, the Lord Chamberlains, master of the household, keeper of the privy purse, private secretary, master of the horse, the lord and palace steward, and the Queen's pages. It's quite a lot, isn't it? They say a group of 42 ratings. I was told 98, will pull the gun carriage. Then there's, I suppose, the bearer party, yeomen of the garden. The Queen's coffin flanked by the group of gentlemen at arms. Then it will be King Charles, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, followed by Princes William and Harry and Peter Phillips. Then Earl Snowdon, Duke of Gloucester, Vice Admiral Tim Lawrence. Then households of the King and the Prince of Wales. And that will be sort of the lineup, and then all the other people will filter in behind. It will be done very, very well, because let's face it, they've walked behind this for quite some time now. And you look at the Queen, and when she was looking at all the flowers, this was after Diana. I mean, they went mad on Diana. They really did. But I'm quite pleased to know that people still want to queue to see and pay their last respects to Her Majesty. Even if you didn't know her or you didn't like her, it doesn't make any difference. She's still been in that job for a long, long time. You know, it took some time to get her down, because she was on holiday and she wasn't really keen on coming down to London. She said her duty to look after the boys. But as she said, you know, as your Queen and all the rest of it, and she gave that speech and redeemed herself. That's all it had to be. You just have to persuade people. I used to have a producer like that years ago. I didn't want to do something on the programme. I talk about myself. And he used to say, no, you should do this, Steve. It'll be really good. And I go, oh, I don't want to do it. I think it was just merely me sort of, you know, being a bit difficult. And he said, no, I promise you, he said, you'll be brilliant. Of course, from the moment he said that, I kind of warmed to the idea, the fact that I could be brilliant. And that he said, I'll help you through. It'll be fine. I'll guide you through it. I'll put all the right calls up and everything else. And he did, and it worked brilliantly. You know, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Just a little bit of flattery goes along with it. Just tell any presenter you work with if you're a producer, God, you did that brilliantly. I'll tell you, there'd be putty in your hands. Putty in your hands. You can try, Joe, but as I say, now I've given you a heads up on it. Let's not bother. But no, it always works. People are always susceptible to flattery. I always say to the people out there on the news desk, have a good news bulletin. You know, obviously, it's just something to say. Just something to say, you know, but, you know, you mean it because you want everything to go right. You really do. I never think about anything else apart from, does it sound okay? Does it sound right? Have we, you know, got the right mixture of everything? And the answer is absolutely we have. Lad given an embrace by the Countess. Unfortunately, he's clutching a teddy bear. It's not Paddington, I have to tell you. In fact, it's quite an expensive teddy bear. Whether it's his and he's donating it, I've got no idea. Many people in tears on leaving Westminster Hall. And 2 members of Liz Truss's cabinet stood vigil at the Queen's coffin as she lay in state in Westminster Hall. The Defence Secretary from Scotland, Alistair Jack, and Defence Secretary Ben Wallace stood solemnly in dark uniforms and the raised platform on which the coffin rested. Interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. Also, how many toilets are there? Somebody was complaining to me yesterday and said, oh, we did this walk and we couldn't find any toilets. How many do you think there are on the route? 500. 500 toilets. I'm not going to give you chapter and verse, just it's like a quiz, you know. How many people do you think queued for the gents' toilet? How many people for the ladies' toilet? They reckon 750,000 people will end up seeing the lying in state. But once it gets to 6:30, and even before that, they're going to be saying to people in the queue, you're not going to get in. You're not going to get in. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not they extend the time. Did you say that a guard fell over and fainted, protecting the coffin? Yes. He started swaying, and then he just went down. So they sort of moved in very, very quickly. Whereas I say, had this been on Horse Guards Parade, they'd have left him. The other guards didn't blink. Nobody moved in. The police on the outside had to sort of come in and do it. The others can't move. It's not a free-for-all. But as I say, had that been on Horse Guards Parade, which happens every year because they're standing there for ages waiting for the monarch, they just leave them there. So you get a whole lineup of soldiers, and then you get the ones who are flanking, the one who's on the ground, and they just go down. It's, the enormity of the problem. Lots of people saying it's people from all backgrounds and all faiths. Everybody's love and polite, says a lady called Sandy. Joseph says it's a long queue, we're having a good natter. Oh, cute. I think that's great, actually. And still they come. But then every so often they change. But they do it with... There he goes. He just went down. I mean, poor soul. I mean, how awful, isn't it, really? And especially as he went down face first. Face first. He sort of wobbles a little bit and then he's down. I should imagine it must have hurt him. It's a blooming tiled floor. I fell out of the taxi the other day as I was getting into it. Which wasn't very clever, was it? The boot of your car sounds like Mary Poppins' handbag, says Lewis. It's bigger than Mary Poppins' handbag. Maggie says, best wishes for the young choristers of Westminster Abbey Choir School, some as young as 8. Yes, I've seen all the programmes. I know all about the choir school. Because you can go round the side of Westminster Abbey and they'll be playing football and stuff like that. And they sing. And they sing beautifully, and people go and see them at Christmas and listen to them. And it's a big thing. To them, it's just another service. They do this all the time. It's a very famous school, very, very famous school. Why are these people waving their hair about all over the place? Who are they? Was that in Dubai or something? Need my tea this morning. So here they all are. The ratings, rehearsing with the carriage. And it's a good cross-section of ratings. And it happened for Queen Victoria, 1901, Edward VII, 1910, George V, 1936, George VI, 1952, Churchill, 1965, Mountbatten in 79. And, it's going to be something to see. It really is. Apparently, the Royal Navy's state funeral gun carriage never saw active service. You would have thought it would have done, but it didn't. It was fitted with a coffin platform for ceremonial duties in 1899. It's made of wood with metal fixtures and rubber tyres. It weighs 2.5 tons. It's suspended in high humidity on HMS Excellent in Portsmouth to stop it rotting or drying out. And I think it gets its first refurbishment in almost 40 years. So it's all... Yes, HMS Excellent. It's great, isn't it, in Portsmouth? But there's everything else. If you're looking for, if you are in the queue and you fancy a bit of a delivery, I've got a good delivery for you. If you're looking for a bit of posh nosh to impress the other people you're standing with, then you wait and see what I've got for you. Morning, everybody. Friday, September the 16th. So you've got the whole of Friday, the whole of Saturday, the whole of Sunday, and up till 6:30 in the morning on Monday to book your place, get your wristband, and then go and see Her Majesty lying in state. But they will tell you probably about 6 o'clock whether or not you stand a chance on the Monday morning of actually getting in. And so at the moment, the waiting time is about 11 hours. It almost seems ridiculous, doesn't it? You imagine going to a fun fair and them saying, we'd like to go on the roller coaster. And they go, yeah, it's about 12 hours. Sorry? 12 hours. You wouldn't believe there'd be that many people who would want to go, but luckily and beautifully there are. And they're happily wandering around. I should imagine most of them, because it's open 24 hours, you don't get a chance to sleep. You imagine if you're somebody falls asleep on the line and you have to go round them. What happens then? I assume there must be stewards who are checking people and everything else. Yeah, wake up. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. You can't. Steve, I remember seeing the Queen, says Shane, when she opened the Sydney Opera House in 1973. I was a long way from where she was standing, but I've always got that memory. You're right. And Paula says, listening to you in Zante via the global app, you're currently competing with the local Roosters, who are going full pelt as the sun rises. LBC has kept us up to date with events in the UK whilst we've been away. Great show, says Paula. Thank you. And Graham says, when you were talking about the time your friend and yourself had sweet and sour chicken in your Mini years ago and he spilt the contents of the takeaway, it was a bit worrying when you mentioned he wasn't with us anymore. Did you have him taken out by the mob? Well, I should have done, to be honest with you. I never cared about it because the carpets that you got in a Mini, you just rip them out and you put in new ones. You could go and just buy new carpeting. My one now, a little bit more complicated, so hence not eating it anymore. My neighbour says that Damien Barber has been up in town since last night. She's been round to see the coffin twice. Once took 3 hours, second time 7 hours. She's currently by Blackfriars Bridge waiting in line for the third go. Blimey. Well, the queue is miles. Miles. Pete the Pool Man. Oh, they're nice houses. He says another one closed yesterday. 2 down, 48 to go. Usually early December I close the last one. The owner of this one was concerned about his coming gas bill. I do sympathise. In fact, it looks like they obviously had a piece of garden at the back and then somebody went, oh, stick a pool in. Go on, stick a pool in. Why not? That would be quite nice. Quite nice. I like the different colours in it. I've always liked a pool with a bit of colour in it. I always think that's quite nice. So, fancy a bit of a takeaway. Now, normally you'd be going for pizza or Chinese or something like that. Well, Harrods have just launched their takeaway pizza and burger service. The posh department store will cook and deliver Meat Feast pizzas, chicken and chips. So, Meat Feast pizza, 25 quid. Chicken and chips, £39. Burger and chips, £49. They are delivering it to your door. They've also got a Wagyu fillet steak at £150. I mean, to be honest with you, by the time it gets there, it'll be inedible, I would imagine. 125 pots of caviar. And you order through Deliveroo or Supper London. Also available ribeye steak at 48 quid and a fillet steak at 64, but you'll need to cook your own veg, as both come without any accompaniments. They do puddings. I like a pudding. Creme brulee and tiramisu at 12 quid. The service is available within the Zone 1 transport area. Delivery starts at £1.99 for a minimum £7 order. Well, they don't do anything for £7. That's the trouble. What's the point? The gourmet takeaway is on offer from the Knightsbridge Stores food outlet, the grill, the fish bar, the pasta bar, Kama by Vinit, the sushi bar, pizzeria, Cha Wu Caviar House and Prunier and the Lebanese Bakery. Ready-to-cook offerings are also on offer from its renowned food hall. But cans of Coke and Sprite are £4. £4, and the cheapest bottle of wine is £42. Chunky chips are £9.50, and a bowl of mashed potato is £7.95. I think that's just not as good as mine. Not as good as mine. I mean, you can go to Marks and Spencer's for £2 and get beautiful mashed potato, which you just heat up in the microwave. £7.95 is taking the Michael, I believe, a little bit. And also, you know, £4 for a can of Coke. You know, it's so much cheaper than that. I understand where it's coming from and all the rest of it. I do love the Ali Ross column, where he sort of, you know, watches non-entities competing on television programmes. Celebrity SAS Who Dares wins. My name is Fern McCann, and I guess I'm like a TV personality. Ali Ross writes, guess again. The most dreary person on the television. The one who, what's the matter, love? I'm going to miss my little daughter's birthday. What did you go on a television programme for? Did you not remember when it was? First-time mum, Fern McCann. I'm almost like the poster girl for bladder leaks. Closer. Yes, we all know about Fern McCann. Not really a lot going on there, is there, really? I mean, these people, they have to take programmes because they're so desperate. Tipping Point. Every week we find people on Tipping Point who are so dim. They seem to be among the thickest people on television. Occurring in June. This is from Ben Shepherd. The longest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere takes place in which season? Helen. Spring. Ben Shepherd. Which European country is known in its native language as Deutschland? Chloe. Holland? I mean, seriously, these people vote. Ben Shepherd. The chocolate treat Kinder Surprise is typically sold in the shape of which poultry product? Susie. Chicken. I mean, really thick people. You feel like saying, I'm sorry, did you go to school? How stupid do you have to be? Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But EastEnders briefly made contact, he says, with reality, and it was beautiful, which was lovely, because they've replaced the pictures of Queen Victoria. They did a little bit extra. They put a picture of the Queen up and they filmed a little bit extra, which was very good. And Steph's packed lunch. Steph McGovern, for the first time, the top 4 government jobs do not feature a white man. That's got to be a good thing, hasn't it? Why? he writes, unless you're just a different sort of bigot. It is. I did watch a bit of Steph the other day. I did watch a little bit. Sometimes she's doing the sort of she doesn't really know what's going on. It's appeared that there's too much on the programme, and there's too many people who appear to be presenting it. It's either Steph McGovern's show or you've got 4 other people there, which is a little bit embarrassing. Here we go. Great TV lies and delusions of the month. This is always my favourite because it's so bitchy. And The Big Breakfast, AJ Adudu. Our next guest is one of the funniest women in the UK. It's the hilarious Rosie Jones. No, exactly. Celebrity MasterChef, Kitty Scott-Claus. I'm not just a pretty face. Make up your own jokes. And Celebrity Cooking School, Sam Thompson. I'm like chlamydia. You have to take so many pills to get rid of me. I mean, seriously, you can't believe how thick these people are. Very embarrassing, isn't it? Very embarrassing. But also the other one, they were talking about, this programme's got, all sorts of different people in it, including Fern Dreary McCann. I don't know what she's on these programmes for. Have you seen her programme where she's a single mother? Absolute fabulous poster girl for it, considering one of her ex-boyfriends, the father of her child, is in prison for 20 years for throwing acid over people. I mean, seriously, she really picks them. Steve, says Kathy, I've been loving your show this week, albeit everything tinged with sadness. I found more about the royal family from you, more than I have anyone else. All those little snippets of protocol and little idiosyncrasies of the Queen have been brilliant. Yes, I mean, I seem to remember those stupid things. Desmond says, how much for chicken and chips? About 39 quid, I think, wasn't it? I suppose the people ordering that won't be choosing between that and heating. No, I don't think heating comes into it. I don't think they'll be worrying about it. I'm more worried about how expensive tiramisu is. Yeah, about 12 quid for tiramisu. And also creme brulee. Well, I mean, surely it'll be stone cold by the time it gets there. Don't deliver on bicycles. Well, it's almost like, I mean, to be honest with you, it's never going to be hot when it arrives, is it? Why don't you just cook yourself? Go and buy a piece of fillet steak. You can cook. I did fillet steak myself the other night. It's not hard work. It's so simple. I get it out the packet, cut it up into sort of cubes or rough bits, pop it in a saucepan, stick some I've got sprouts today. Stick some sprouts in there and a little bit of peppercorn sauce. 20 minutes later, Bob's your uncle. The steak just falls apart. It's delicious. The sprouts are cooked to perfection. And another successful Steve Allen meal. I'm not known for it, it has to be said. I remember I had some people round for dinner it was years ago, and I thought I'll go out and buy. Marks and Spencer's used to do, I don't know if they still do actually now, it's like a chicken casserole with dumplings. And I bought 4, emptied them all into the saucepan, cooked it up, just stuck in a few peas to make it look a bit more interesting. And they all believed I'd cooked it. Till somebody lifted up the waste paper basket and went, oh, yeah, chicken casserole. Tender pulled chicken, veg and suet dumplings with lashings of gravy. I just passed it off as my own, but as I say, when they lifted up I know I was a fraud. They do a beef casserole as well, which is very nice. I mean, why not? Why, goodness sake, what's the point of, saying to somebody, oh, yes, I slaved all day in the kitchen for that. You just go and buy it. You tip it into a saucepan, stick a few extra veggies in so they don't know, and then stick a cherry tomato on the top or something. A list of all the people taking part in Strictly, if indeed you know who they are. It's a bit embarrassing because you won't know lots of them, like James Bai, Hamza Yassin, Tyler West, Jade Adams. I mean, Helen Skelton we know, but you've got Matt Goss still wearing his I'm on safari hat. So I'm assuming they're going to find him, again, not smiling. Perhaps he doesn't smile. Perhaps he thinks he looks mean and moody. Can't wait to see the dancing. You've got Ellie Taylor, again, not a clue. Will Mellor, we know Ellie Simmons. Molly Rainford, we didn't know either, I'm afraid. And they're getting ready to rumba. But as I say, half of them will probably have 2 left feet, and we'll have to get rid of them very, very quickly. So I mean, I don't think there's any sort of favourites at the moment. Well, there can't be, can there? You can't have favourites on this thing because we haven't seen anybody dance. The only one is Helen Skelton, who got awards some years ago for doing tap or whatever it was. Matt Goss, I don't think will be able to dance at all, and especially not if he's wearing his hat all the time. But I think that just covers up because they'll all be looking at his hair, going, "What is that? What is it?" I wish somebody just ask, put us out of our misery. Steve, good morning. My wife Sally and her friend Sue caught the 9:30 train from Doncaster, arrived at King's Cross about 11, made it over Tower Bridge, joined the queue. 8 hours later, they eventually were viewing the Queen's coffin. Sally says they met some wonderful people. I eventually picked them up on their return at Doncaster at 11 p.m. Sally and Sue were so overwhelmed with the day and very emotional, says Robin Hatfield. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very emotional thing, because we've got so many pictures of her. We know what she looks like. We know who she is. We know what she was responsible for. And that's why Monday will be one heck of a day, I promise you. Matt in Lewisham reckons Doc Martin is the best programme on television at the moment. So glad it's back. Well, it's finishing, isn't it? That's it. They've done their bit. Apparently the locals down there hated it. Never met such a bunch of ungrateful people. Too many tourists, people turning up, going... Yeah, that's called business, love. Called business. What miserable people, honestly. So ghastly. So ghastly. News of 5 is coming up. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. With you Monday through Friday between 4 and 7. After news, more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Friday, September the 16th. If you're coming up to London, it is filling up. It is filling up, and I think by the time Monday morning, everybody was saying to me the other day, they said, do you think Monday you'll be able to get backwards and forwards to the studio? I said, well, I think so, because I'm coming in really early in the morning. And in fact, yesterday, because the buses appeared to be operating on the Penge route, so the Strand wasn't, I don't know why it was closed the first time round, but anyway, it was open yesterday, and Trafalgar Square, you could sort of go round it for certain bits. And so I thought that, so I'm probably assuming exactly the same today, which is quite good. Harry's book, incidentally, has been delayed again. I think they're adding bits to it, mainly because it was written before the death of his grandmother. The Rolling Stones have issued a statement saying they have no intention of stopping touring. So they're going to be pushing them on in wheelchairs, I should imagine. Jamie Oliver cooking up shows for Netflix. He's got no end of shows. Roger Federer retires after 24 years. And the editor-in-chief of the Russian state newspaper, which I think is called Pravda, has died of a stroke. They don't live long in Russia, do they? Have you noticed? Do you know, I was reading in the paper today, and I hadn't read it before, that they reckon that Putin has survived 10 assassination attempts. They don't even like him at home, do they? So, especially as he's sort of deeply unpopular. There was like that woman who's in the papers today saying she thinks it's disgusting that he's not been invited. She's a Russian ambassador or something, that he's not been invited to the funeral. I thought, are you stupid? Are you as thick as you look? The answer is yes. Of course he's not been invited. Why would you want to invite somebody who's at war with the Ukraine? Honestly, she's obviously trying to line her own nest, unfortunately. Also, celeb bug fears. I'm a Celebrity's return to Australia has been rocked by a highly infectious disease. It's called Ant and Dec. Be funny. I mean, I was thinking the other day, actually, if they sort of, you know, when one of them goes, as it were, I mean, what would they do then? Does it just collapse? Do they find somebody? Well, you know, people die of all sorts of things nowadays. Raoul says, on a long journey this morning, Essex, Snape in Suffolk, Heathrow, Essex, got you on the whole way. Yes, that's what we like to hear. You can have a little chuckle to yourself on the journey. I bought a packet of Quorn peppered steaks yesterday, Steve. Curious to try them, says Kim. I'm a card-carrying carnivore, usually. A wee change. Yes, I sometimes think perhaps I should try Quorn or something like that. And then I think, no, it doesn't interest me. They do have cocktail sausages. Apparently they are delicious, says the producer, who's eaten boxes in his time and likes things like that. Oh, I like a little cocktail sausage, Steve. I really do. And he's very happy. So here they are, Quorn 2 peppered steaks. Succulent vegetarian peppered steaks topped with green and red peppers and cracked black peppercorns. So are they already cooked then, or do you just heat them up again or something? I don't know. You think heat them up? They look quite nice. I mean, you know, you're right. Well, let us know how you get on, Kim. We could have to start doing a recommendation for people, saying you can have these because they taste delicious. We'll have you all vegan very quickly. What else? A picture of Love Island winner Ekin What's-Her-Face taking it all on her catwalk debut. She looks like she can't walk properly anyway. It's a special walk on a catwalk. She was joined backstage by her so-called Italian boyfriend. She says, walking my first ever runway show was a dream come true. Well, don't worry, dear, it doesn't last. And as Gladiators returns, star Ace on its dark side, because he says, I wanted to be the new Arnie. Instead, I was a spiral of drink and drugs and Katie Price. Oh, God. That dreadful name comes up again. She's featuring as well on the television. She's doing that Keith Lemon programme where they take somebody shopping who's dead boring and you're not really interested in. And so they say they had a good laugh. She's never been funny. When has she ever said anything remotely funny? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. But, you know, as long as she pays her taxes, I don't really care. Actually, it doesn't bother me. I don't worry about things like that anymore. I've decided bigger things in the world to worry about than what dreary old Katie Price is doing. I like the story about Victoria Beckham because this one we knew about before. I thought maybe they were doing a little bit of muckraking. But Victoria Beckham, according to this report, wanted Brooklyn and his wife to be Nicola Peltz to hold a wedding ceremony in the UK. In fact, we told you about it on LBC. They were going to have two wedding ceremonies, the one in America and then one held over here for their fan. I don't know who'd be going to it because they don't seem to have a whole raft of friends to go, unfortunately. The wife of Dave favoured an event at their Cotswold house, as well as Nicola's family home in Florida. Have you seen the Peltz family home? He's a billionaire. The Beckhams are, I'm afraid, poor by comparison, very poor. They have a little barn in the Cotswolds. The Peltzes have a house, I believe, 27 bedrooms and 48 bathrooms. I mean, why on earth would the Peltz family want to lower themselves? Anyway, a source said the Beckhams were interested in having weddings on both sides of the Atlantic, but Nicola's mother, Claudia, firmly took charge and made a number of decisions, including there would just be one wedding. And the Beckhams didn't have any choice. So they had to go, oh, right, OK. In the same way, they didn't sit top table. And I always thought, I might have got that wrong, that, you know, both families sit on top table. No, the Beckhams were relegated. You know why? An embarrassment. The Peltz family. Did you ever hear of the Peltz family before? No, I'd never heard of them, even though he owns, is it Wendy's he owns or something like that? He owns one of the, yeah, we think it's Wendy's. And they don't have tattoos. They're not like that. They're a classy family. They live in their Florida estate. They've got various other places, whereas the Beckhams are after as much publicity as they can get in everybody's Gucci, because they're all about 5 years old. It's a little bit embarrassing, really. So that's why Victoria, small wonder they don't like each other, didn't get on at all with them, because not only did the Peltz girl not wear a Victoria Beckham dress, because her mother wanted something else, and of course, as mother of the bride, she gets the decision. It's nothing to do with Victoria Beckham. The fact she designed stuff that nobody's buying is neither here nor there. And then not to sit on top table and not to have a second wedding in this country. Who they would have invited, I don't know. I think Gordon Ramsay would have gone there and sworn and effed and blind all over the place just to add a touch of class to it. Apparently, Catherine in Brentwood says, Kim, the steaks are fab, quite peppery, and I'm not a vegan. Try them. They look nice. They look nice. Marks and Spencer's do a range of plant food, which I'm not looked at. I'm not exactly that excited by the whole thing. But I might try these other ones. That could be something to try over the weekend, which is very nice. There's a mum here. She's very good. Lucy Robinson. She regularly hunts for yellow stickers. She got 40 quid's worth of food for just £1.40. Her top tip is to make sure you freeze your yellow sticker finds and recommends shopping late in the day to find a real bargain. She hit the jackpot. She bagged 3 chickens, pork chops, 2 jalfrezes, roast beef and various other items for less than £1.50 at McColl's. She said, I've made it into a game for the kids as well. I normally don't spend more than £20 on the weekly shop. I mean, there's some brilliant bargains to be had. She's studying to be a mental health worker, currently lives off £334.91 universal credit per month. So, obviously, if that's what you're on, you've got to sort of cut your cloth. very well to £1.40. I mean, that's good. There are some good bargains to be had. There's no shame in picking up somewhere. That's another thing Janet Street Porter said. What about the food banks being closed? It's for one day, dear. One day. Get over yourself. Honestly, they've got to put her out to pasture. She's lit, gone are the days when she was funny or even interesting. Now she just says something, and I think she says it for an effect, which of course has the desire, doesn't it? Whatever, which is good. Dance superstar Fatboy Slim says he's wary of playing too many shows with his son Woody, who's starting to follow his dad into DJing. Apparently, Woody and Fatboy, real name Norman, both play at All Back to Minehead Festival at Minehead Butlins. God, they've reached those dizzy heights of Minehead Butlins. Too exciting for words, isn't it? Too exciting for words. And a fuming father called the police after a school put girls into isolation over the length of their skirts. One mother, who didn't want to be identified, said her 14-year-old daughter rang up crying after being told she was not allowed to leave the room. Staff were blocking the door. Have you seen the length of these skirts? Or I say length of skirts that the girls are wearing. Around our way, I mean, they're barely belts. They're seriously, you can always tell when somebody's too short when they go up the staircase from the station and they're pulling down the back of their dress. Really? I don't know whether or not, somebody told me that girls are a bit naughty. That home, they'll have it normally, and then the moment they get out of the house, they hitch it up a little bit further. Like boys untucking shirts. Not quite the same as untucking your shirt and showing your knickers is not the best thing. Charlie Mullins and his column today. And here she is. What a class act this one is. Charlie Ann, 26. She's posted a series of videos revealing the huge amount of food she eats to help rid her of a hangover. Marvellous. You really are a class act. She comes from South Wales. And she says, I think my hangovers cost more than my nights out. The other day I spent 70 quid on food. I'd love to know what she does for a living. Looking at her, I don't think she does very much. But she goes out boozing a lot. From McDonald's, KFC and Greggs to bacon, sausages, pizza, chocolate and crisps. She's not fussy. She says, my favourite hangover food has to be McDonald's. My usual order is 20 chicken nuggets, 4 mozzarella dippers and a Big Mac meal with a large Coca-Cola. Small wonder you look the way you do, dear. Likewise, she says, KFC helps save me too. I'm definitely an eater when I feel hungover. Well, it's all that grease, dear. That's how it works. She's in the paper because that's what she eats. Her clips have caused a massive reaction on TikTok. And she says, on the whole, most people find the videos honest and relatable. No, we feel sorry for you, dear. We look at you with pity, thinking, you drink that much and this is what you eat. It's really very sad. Very, very sad. Do I get hangovers? Absolutely not. Well, if I do, I don't remember them, which is good. Poor old Nagaman Chetty makes the papers again. She assumes a lot of people don't like her, as fans have branded her rude. Well, obviously not fans, are they, Naga? How would a fan brand somebody rude? She spoke out over the reception to her presenting, revealing that husband James had told her you need to have a thicker skin. People either love you or hate you, but you need to not take it personally. And she was labelled rude and unprofessional across social media. Oh, don't take any notice of these people. They're dingbats. They're sad lonelies. They don't have a life. They don't do anything. They just go out and get drunk. Nagaman Chetty, she was rude to Dave Ward from the Communications Workers Union when they were discussing the Royal Mail. Don't worry about them, Naga. Just delete. You just push delete or push them into the rubbish bin, and that's where they can write as many as they want. You never see them again. She says, people see me as a loud person who's opinionated. No, they don't. No, they don't. We don't see you as that. We just see you as somebody who reads auto-cue. That's it. You're an auto-cutie. She was also slammed for a blunder over the new king, who she referred to as Prince Charles III. So she made a mistake. These people are so sad, aren't they? She was slammed for that one. You should be slammed to the ground, girl. Dreadful, isn't it? Morning, everybody. I'm looking forward to going out tomorrow night off to the 100 Club in Oxford Street, Steve, says Kevin Miltman, to see the Members. They wrote my teenage anthem, Sound of the Suburbs. Rang so true to a 14-year-old punk living in a new town on the edge of London. Fancy joining me for a pogo and a pint? Or are you washing next door's cat again? I think the cat gets it. Very sweet of the lovely lady, says Kim, to recommend the Quorn steaks, Steve. I look forward to them. Sounds nuts. What are you going to have them with, though? At the moment, I've gone crackers for mashed potato. When I had that thing yesterday, it was delicious. But I had the rice. Steak goes with mash. Absolutely, steak and mash. Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And also, I'm bone idle. You know, I don't mind buying mashed potatoes. Some people say, oh, shouldn't you buy that? No, what the hell? Listen, the amount of times it takes you, imagine the cost of putting on your cooker and then having to peel the potatoes and what you just get a packet out, put it in the saucepan, heat it up again. It's brilliant. I love it. I went out, I've got this place down the road from me and they sell saucepans. Cheap. They do all They do all homeware, and they ran out of saucepans the other day. And I go there to get saucepans because they do all different sizes, and they're cheap. They're even cheaper than Robert Dyer's. And I seem to get to an extraordinary amount of saucepans because if it gets dirty and it gets baked on or something like that, I can't be bothered. I chuck them out. So I'm in the throwaway society, and I went there the other day and I bought these 2 saucepans. They're just the right size because I think if you have a big saucepan, you tend to fill it up a little bit more with food, so you eat more. If you have a smaller saucepan, you don't use as much, do you? And it's like big plates, isn't it? Mind you, do you remember Nouvelle Cuisine, ladies and gentlemen? You'd go to restaurants and you'd order something, and we were in the phases of Nouvelle Cuisine, which basically meant there's nothing on your plate. You know, you'd look around for a pea, you know, and there might be a pea there with sort of a little swirl of soy sauce or something. And apparently this was supposed to fill you up. It was a load of old rubbish, but people went out. They bought into it. You know, ooh, we're eating Nouvelle Cuisine. No, you're being ripped off. You're being ripped off as per usual. So we're still trying to work out why there's a picture of this ridiculous woman, Charlie Ann, putting away 4,500 calories after a heavy night on the booze. This is perhaps a warning. Don't ever eat what she's eating. You'll end up looking like that. There you go. Who invented Nouvelle Cuisine? People wanted to rip you off, I should imagine. It was basically a huge plate with hardly anything on it. Just swirls of all sorts of things. I mean, on some of them, it was just ridiculous. But you know what chefs are like? You know what most of them are like on the television. But it just poncy stuff. You know, if you're going out, you know, dusting a pepper, or failing that, you know, they do it, you know, so we're having this, and then you just throw that on there and then get a fork and just go whoosh, and that sort of changes it. It's naff. I want, you know, if you want to go out for pie and chips, go out for pie and chips. Pie and mashed potato. Actually, I thought about that the other day. I thought about pies. I've not had a pie for ages, mainly because the pastry is, even if it's flaky pastry, puff pastry or short crust pastry, it's just a bit fattening. And I do try and be aware of what I can eat and what I can't eat. Well, not necessarily what I can't eat. It's a case of, can I have that in, you know, restricted amounts? I don't want to sort of sit there and sort of struggle with a pea or a piece of sweet corn or something like that. You know, if I'm having sweet corn, I'll have a tin of sweet corn. Because I don't think there's too much to it. I just look at them and think they turn that into cornflakes. I'm always very impressed by that kind of thing. What else we got? Kim Kardashian, Sylvester Stallone and Kevin Hart are among celebrities facing water torture if they refuse to obey drought restrictions. Apparently, California residents have been told to restrict their daily usage to 55 gallons. Well, unless I've sort of missed out on that one, yeah. There's also a Geordie beer lover, YA. You have to do it, don't you? That's all Geordies say, YA. Well, down in London, that's what we think, because we're a bit poncy about things like that. And, oh, that's nice. Why are you showing me that? Oh, there we go. 9 hours. The queue now. That's good. Go now. That's better. 3.6 miles long is the queue. Nearest landmark, Tower Bridge. Okay. Like to bring you up to date with things. It won't be shorter than that, no. It might go up again, mightn't it? Yeah, oh well. Anyway, this Geordie beer lover is on the verge of the record for the world's biggest collection of Newcastle brown ale. How lovely. What a class person. Michael Hewitt has spent 3 years amassing bottles and cans of the iconic brew bearing rare limited edition labels. He's got 130 of them, many of them unopened, including a 25 Squadron F3 bottle and a Sid the Sexist bottle from Geordie adult comic Viz, both worth around £200. Wow, his collection, he reckons, is worth about 10 grand, and he plans to write to the Guinness World Records. Oh, I can guarantee, Michael, there won't be anybody who's collected like you've collected. It's very good, isn't it? Very good. Well done you. Did I ever collect anything? Yeah, £50 notes. I got as far as 3. I'm building up the collection. I used to actually at Christmas time. I'm quite good for saving up. So at Christmas time, I generally take a bit of money out each day and keep it and then I use that for buying and putting in Christmas cards and stuff like that, so that you don't end up, as most people do, unfortunately, although I think we might have to this year, with all the bills coming in at the same time at the end of January. I like to resist that, so I like to make sure I've had the money out, so I haven't spent it on myself. I've spent it on other people and getting kind. I'm so generous, honestly. It's almost embarrassing. But no, I just don't want to end up with loads of bills. You know, people put it on credit cards and they kind of forget what they've spent on it till it comes in. You go, £1,000? What do we spend £1,000 on? Very difficult. Steve, I've said for years, says Dave in Tottenham, that nouvelle cuisine is French for don't get a lot. Well, you don't get it. I mean, the people must have laughed, but the trouble is you don't like to be embarrassed. It's like the Emperor's New Clothes, isn't it? You know, the king is in the altogether, because somebody told him it looked really, really lovely. Elaine says, so good to hear this morning. We paid our respects to our late Queen Elizabeth yesterday. Started at 11 a.m. at Tower Bridge and went through at 5:45 p.m. I had tears in my eyes when I saw the coffin and the guards. Such an enormously significant moment. I'm aching now, but it was worth every moment. I'm now getting ready for a 6:30 a.m. sea swim, which I hope will revive me. She's from the original Spikers Facebook group, which is very good. So I'm glad. You see, I always knew that it didn't matter how long you were there for, you would come back, you might ache, you might be tired, you might want to sleep for a fortnight, but it's something you did, and it's something nice. Susanna Reid went as well to see the coffin. I think Ian Payne's going today, isn't he? I heard him saying the other day. Susanna revealed that she queued for more than 7 hours. And again, it affects people greatly. And she loved it. I think she took to Twitter, described the moment as majestic and peaceful. That's when it was 5 miles long, the queue. It's great, isn't it? I mean, that's, you know, you have to do it. You have to do it because it's something, it's never going to happen ever again. And it's like on Monday, if you have a shop and you don't want to open it, don't open it. Nobody's making you close. Nobody's making you open. You can do whatever you want to do. If you feel it's necessary, you might not be a fan of the royal family. You might want to open the shop and help people out who are looking for somewhere to get a quick bottle of water or a quick newspaper or something like that. I'm assuming the newspapers will be printed on the Monday. Yes, they will. Of course, they will be. Yes, and then they'll be printed on the Tuesday. Which at one time they used to stop printing, but now they do things like that. I've got all the list of what's exactly taking place and the funeral procession at Windsor Castle, and I think it will get back there at about 4 o'clock. They've got the service there, so it'll be there just beforehand, and that'll be for the King and the family members. I think at 10 minutes past 3, the procession begins the long walk, because it will kick off Monday. 6:30, they will not let anybody else into the hall, and the doors to Westminster Abbey will open ahead of the funeral at 8 a.m. At 10:44, the coffin will be taken from the Palace of Westminster to Westminster Abbey in the state gun carriage of the Royal Navy. Last seen for the funerals of Prince Philip's uncle, Lord Mountbatten, drawn by 142 sailors from the Royal Navy. King Charles III will walk behind with Prince grandsons, which is Princes of Wales, Duke of Sussex and Peter Phillips. They'll be led by the massed pipes and Irish regiments, the Brigade of Gurkhas and the Royal Air Force, numbering 200 musicians. The Queen's coffin will arrive at the Abbey at 10:52. The state funeral will begin at 11. At around 11:55, the last post will sound, followed by a national 2-minute silence to be observed in the Abbey and throughout the UK. Reveille, the national anthem, and a lament played by the Queen's Piper will bring the state funeral service to an end at around midday. Among the 2,000 guests, as you know, apart from members of the family, senior UK politician and heads of state. Following the service, the coffin will travel in procession from Westminster Abbey to Wellington Arch. The King and senior royals will walk behind the coffin. The rest, Princes of Wales, Duchess of Sussex, Countess of Wessex and Camilla, the Queen Consort, will follow the procession by car. Big Ben will toll at 1-minute intervals. From there, it will go by hearse to Windsor. Shortly after 3 p.m, a state hearse will drive the coffin along the long walk to St George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. A committal service then begins, as I say, at 4 o'clock. After that, The Queen's coffin will be laid in the royal vault beside her husband, the late Duke of Edinburgh, who died in April 21. So that's what's going to be happening on the Monday. So it's going to be a fairly full day. For today, it's just the lying in state for the Queen, and Sunday will be the 4th full day in Westminster Hall. And today, as I say, hundreds of thousands of people still queuing. It's quite amazing. This queue snakes along past Tate Modern, HMS Belfast, and the government have published this live queue tracker, which you can pick up, probably put it on your telephone as well, so you know exactly how long you're going to have to be waiting. They've got 500 toilets on the route, so should you be caught, you can imagine you're just about to go inside, you go, I absolutely need to go now. It's no good getting inside Westminster Hall and asking for the loo, because they haven't got any, and they certainly aren't going to be opening them to the public. But that's what's taking place today. The royal family, I think, are still. Charles is still at Highgrove, resting. Harry's probably getting over and nursing a hangover after his birthday celebrations the other day when he celebrated 38. He didn't see William for his birthday, and it was a private occasion. I mean, normally it'd be jelly and ice cream and everybody dresses up, but they didn't do that this time round. Jason Manford and Ruthie Henschel are hosting a West End special on Sunday, Magic at the Musicals, which will be quite nice. Good old Jason. We love Jason Manford. What a credit to the world of comedy and music. He really is.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Jack in Hull has misjudged the weather this morning. Freezing. He says, I'm waiting for the bus in shorts. It's freezing out there this morning. I was waiting for my car, and I was sitting there thinking, perhaps I should have put a bigger coat on or a jumper or something. It really is noticeably chilly. I've got jab tomorrow, so for the flu jab, and then I've got the other thing as well for the COVID. You know, I love it when you get the letter saying, you are eligible for the COVID jab. Just log on here and book yourself in. And that'll be quite good. I shall find out tomorrow, just to make sure I wake up on time to actually get to the doctors. It only takes a minute, doesn't it, when you sort of go there? They seem to process people really, really fast. Neil says you should try Quorn chicken pieces and the chicken fillets. They're really tasty. He says, I'm travelling from Yorkshire to Bristol. There's a journey and a half. Mike in Cornwall says, whenever I'm faced with a titchy nouvelle cuisine offering in a restaurant, I always ask for tomato sauce and extra bread to mop it up. I don't think I've ever eaten nouvelle cuisine. But Ash says the late, great Keith Floyd didn't care much for nouvelle cuisine. It was just a plate of hunger, really, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Apparently, Mark Bolan died on this day in 1977. Yes, they still adorn the tree up at Roehampton, the fans, that his car crashed into. It was a Mini. And you'll find that you can't miss the tree up there if you drive through, because it's just covered with ribbons and photos and all sorts of things, which is quite nice. And from Karen, home is Merthyr Tydfil in South Wales. Nouvelle cuisine, you're right, small portions of fancy food decorated with rose petals. Still on holiday in Rhodes, which is probably far better, actually, far better than anything else. But don't misjudge the weather this morning. It is cold out there. It does feel like it's the first day of winter for some reason. I don't know why. One of those sort of things. Saturn's famous rings, you know, it's got those rings around Saturn. People often wondered where they came from. They think they're now debris from one of its moons that collapsed, and they sort of, then the rings there. I quite like the idea. The rugby legend Eddie Butler dies at 65. I didn't know anything about him. I just repeat, he's a rugby legend, and he was known for his commentating as well, which was very good. So as I say, they're now offering packages to go to Winter Wonderland. Can't wait for Winter Wonderland. Holiday packages. And they say you get return coach travel, overnight stay at selected 3- or 4-star hotels outside London with full English breakfast. That'll be a travel lodge, won't it? You can just tell. Just 100 days to Christmas today, by the way. Admission to Winter Wonderland in Hyde Park and free time in London for shopping and sightseeing. And Half-board option also available from £129 per person. But I don't know how long it is. It might just be a day or something like that. You get the overnight stay. They're also offering Mamma Mia. Again, you can stay outside London with a full English breakfast, a Grand Circle ticket, free time in London for shopping and sightseeing. You do see people. I always love seeing people. You always know when people are tourists because at 10 o'clock in the morning, they're pulling their suitcases around behind them. And you think, you've been kicked out of the hotel. You've been kicked out of the hotel. It's always quite funny. Apparently, confused workmates, according to my Russell Grant star sign today, confused workmates will turn to you for explanations. They will be impressed by the way you put things to help them understand what's going on. Always come to me for advice. Always. People are always saying to me, Steve, what do you think about this? I think they're asking me. I've got no idea. I'm sort of blind as a bat to most things, but, I've done my duty. Mirror today, William's agony. He's talked about walking behind the coffin, reminded him of his mum when he was much younger. And the mum of Olivia Pratt-Corbell paid a heart-rending tribute to their little girl the other day. They got coverage in the papers, but obviously dominated by Her Majesty. Jamie Oliver trying to cook up shows for Netflix, despite still having 3 on the boil with Channel 4. Never stops, does he? 47. And he ended his multi-million-pound golden handcuffs deal with Channel 4 earlier this year. However, he has since agreed to make 2 others on a non-exclusive basis. There's the 8-part Jamie's One Pan Wonders. I think I might have influenced him on this one because I've always subscribed to One Pan. Who the hell wants to wash up loads of other pans? You can chuck it all in one pan. Either get you get sort of, a bigger saucepan or a wok or something with a lid on it to steam it. You chuck it all in there, stick the lid on, that's it. Bish, bash, bosh. Then at the end, you wipe out the saucepan or the wok or the frying pan or whatever it happens to be, and you're back ready again. No, so much easier. Who the heck wants all these blooming pans? He has my phone number. Occasionally, he will drop me a text. As they do. I love that. Yeah, you want to pop round for dinner, Steve? We live in a Tudor house. Thank you. Love listening to you on a morning, says Heather, when getting ready for work. Back home in South Shields, Tyne and Weir. Travelled down to London yesterday to pay my respects to Her Majesty. In my hotel now, getting ready to join the queue. Been up since 0400. Well, I can tell you exactly how long the queue is at the moment. It's 3.6 miles long. And the waiting time, 9 hours. Okay, 9 hours. Nearest landmark is Tower Bridge. Okay, so good luck. Good luck for that. Here's the pictures in the papers of the rehearsing down at Fareham in Hampshire. Oh, I might be going later on today. Queen to be laid to rest with Philip burial at Windsor. Well, there's no burial. It's an interment. The papers can't get it right on how many people are going to be pulling the coffin. They've said here 98 strong. I think it'll be more than 98 strong. Although I don't think you can have a chance to count them as they go through. 1, 2. No, definitely not. So the service is going to go on a little bit longer, but millions of people will turn out. So on Monday morning, there's going to be so many people out on the streets, people queuing, people who've been in their tents, everything. What else we got? Confident and second daughter. Why Sophie was the Queen's choice. Clever play on words there. And this is Sophie Wessex out there. Plus tears shared by all the new friends, all bonding on the 9-hour mission over 4 miles. People are chatting to people. Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you, if you're sort of shoved in the middle of 2 people you're going to be 9 hours with. I bet it's nice and friendly, the atmosphere. I bet it's very good. People talking about, did you ever meet her? What was she like? Was she as friendly as everybody says? And the answer is, yep, she was everything that people said. 2 senior policemen who slapped and pinched the bottoms of junior female officers on a night out have been fired. I think so too. These are senior officers. Special Chief Inspector Andy Whitworth and Special Sergeant Gary Sims were said to be part of laddish culture, which existed from the top down within the British Transport... Oh, it's British Transport Police. Because there's so many different police forces in London. You've got the Met Police, the Transport Police, the River Police, the Parks Police, and the City of London Police. All separate individual forces. Amazing I remember these things, isn't it? I do know a lot about this, actually, because we used to be in Fleet Street, had our own police force, different helmets. The Parks Police only operate within the parks. Transport Police only operate within the train stations and things like that. And the River Police, you can see their boats out on the Thames. They're the ones responsible for people who've fallen in or people who've died or whatever. And the Met Police you all know about. They'll all be in action on Monday. Absolutely, every single one of them. So that's how I know all about them, because I had to remember all the different police forces years ago, which was good, isn't it? This pair were based in the Midlands, dismissed without notice after allegations were found to be proven at a hearing in Camden. So they're based in the Midlands, and they have a hearing in Camden. Why don't they have a hearing in the Midlands? But anyway, apparently SCI Whitworth, Special Chief Inspector, was said to have touched the female officer as she left a nightclub before winking and walking away. Winking, I ask you. SPS Sims smacked another officer on the bottom with such force it radiated throughout her body. What's the matter with these people? I mean, I was waiting for the bus yesterday. Well, the bus I wasn't sure was going to be ever arriving. And there were loads of police had come down from Charing Cross Police Station, all walking, all manner of shapes and sizes. There seems to be no uniformity apart from the uniforms that they were wearing. But the whole thing was sort of, I mean, there must have been about 40 or 50 coming from all directions. I had some coming down from the right-hand side, some coming from over here. I thought, oh, goodness, I put my hands behind my back, you know, as you do when they're about to put the cuffs on. And they talked straight past me, not a by your leave, thank you, good morning, Steve, nothing. There's a woman in America, actually. She's stopped by the police because she's texting on her telephone. And in America, it's even worse than it is over here. You see people all the time on their phones. And anyway, she gets stopped and the policeman says, I'm going to give you a ticket for this. And she goes, you frightened the living daylights out of me. If I'd had my pepper spray here, you came up on me. He said, well, of course, he said, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've issued 7,000 of these tickets. You shouldn't have been on your telephone. You still frightened the life out of me. And then she says this thing. She says, as a member of the public who pays your wages. That was it. That was it. He said, we have no more conversation. Sign this. You have your day in court. OK, thank you very much indeed. And she's still moaning about it. Still moaning about it. I've been given a ticket with it. One woman drives off and the police pin her to the ground with one of those taser things. You know, because she drove off. She said, I didn't think I deserved to get a ticket for it. This is in America, not over here. I didn't think I deserved to get a ticket. I hated her the moment I saw her. And I'll tell you what I've started noticing on YouTube. I don't know where they've come from, but these boring people who think they're really funny and witty and entertaining, who seem to introduce the clips of the people behaving badly. And I think there's two girls on there. God knows they're dreary. Americans. Really, really terrible. They're called influence, are they? Well, they didn't influence anything apart from me to turn them off. There's a bloke on there as well who obviously thinks he's really funny and witty and is telling us something we can see anyway by just looking at the screen. Apparently, England's World Cup kit got a thumbs down from fans. It was leaked the other day. Does it really make any difference? Does it really make any difference? The Nike home and away strips appeared on the day Gareth Southgate named his final squad before the Qatar, ghastly place, contest starting in November. But, of course, Dave Beckham's taken the old 10 million. Love it, Dave, love it. The FA was apparently left in the dark about the images going public. Why? It's just something they're wearing for kicking a ball about, or not, as the case may be. What difference does it make? Q's moving quite fast now. It's getting better. They are. It's good exercise. I couldn't manage it. I really couldn't, honestly. My legs are bad anyway. It's bad enough having to walk to the bus stop. Imagine if they go, can you now walk? I used to walk to Charing Cross, down Villiers Street, up on the staircase and cross the River Thames on the footbridge. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's freezing cold up there. I've done. No, I can't do it. I've done it in blinding snow and everything. I had my little umbrella up. Had to hold it, to the side to stop myself getting drenched. Ghastly, it really was. And the good news that Roger Federer announced he's quitting tennis. Which is okay. He's been playing 24 years. He's only 41. 8 times Wimbledon champion. It's sort of, they make such a big deal about all you've got to do is hit the ball over the net. That's all it is. It's not complicated. We did it when we were 3. You get dirt like that, only we had a piece of elastic on the end of the ball. And they make it's like swing ball kind of thing. And we had badminton, and all they do is they do this for huge amounts of money. It's not particularly physical. You could probably do it, in a wheelchair. In fact, I think I've seen people playing tennis in a wheelchair. I'm guaranteed I have. But they make he's going to retire after 24 years, yeah, and about £1,500 million. He said, I played more than 1,500 matches over 24 years. Yeah, because you're a tennis player. That's how it works. What are you doing? And come back and go, I played 3 matches in my entire career. No. He started his professional career when he was 16. He's won 20 Grand Slams. He's earned... How much do you reckon? Find out after... Oh, a tease. A tease after the break. If you're playing along in the queue, we'll have a tease. Guess how much money Roger Federer has made, because he's retiring after 24 years. How much do you think? OK, did you guess how much Roger Federer has earned because he's retired after 24 years? Well, Dan was sort of quite close. What did you say? 500 million across his whole career. No. 812 million. 812 million. It's a lot of money, isn't it? He's not going to be worrying about the gas bill this year, or the Alecki bill, or anything else. 812 million, honestly. Makes the lottery pale into insignificance, doesn't it, really? But yes, so he'll be very happy with that, as indeed you would be. Oh, by the way, if you are a gambler, if you're down on your luck at the roulette wheel, place your chip on 14. The number has been ruled the most likely to come up with 32, the least lucky. Casino tipsters set up a computer to play 1 million times to work out how often the ball lands on numbers 0 to 37. It's a game of luck, says one punter, but it won't hurt to try number 14 because, of course, gamblers will definitely go for it. You watch, people will be going, I shall put number 14 down now. It's a very popular number. I don't play roulette, no. I used to have a little toy one years ago. Without realising, it's not the same, is it? It's not the same. And we've had, LBC had a party one year, and they brought in a portable casino for us, which was quite nice. So people were able to play roulette, only for fun. We didn't play for money. We played for sort of just fun. And it was good fun, actually. I liked it a lot. Suggs has got a show on the Sky History Channel. He says, we actually pretended... This is madness, to be a country and western band to get the big break. He said it was utter madness. And here he was, but it was booze and all sorts of things. They used to love their booze. They were at the Palace. They did performing at the Palace, don't you remember? They did that there. And he's also had a one-man show where he goes out and he sort of talks and sings and everything. I mean, I would do the same, but I don't sing, as people are very keen to tell me. Steve, I came in from work last night at 7 p.m. Don't you take that milk away. You're not losing that, I'll tell you. People coming in thieving my milk. You just bring back the tea with the bag. Anyway, I started and stop watching. It's been very emotional for the whole country. Well, judging by the queues, it's affected a lot more people than I thought it was going to. I really, I thought maybe it would fizzle down to about an hour's queuing. No, we're still queuing for 9 hours. It's 3.6 miles long, the queue. Still. How many people live in this country? What is it? 65 million, 70 million, something like that. Majority of them seem to be in London at the moment. Thank you very much indeed. We like having you here, which is very good. So, David, you'll get through. Found a great video on YouTube, a 4-minute speeded up trip up Snowdon by train, says Philip. I've seen it. It's great, isn't it? It's great. Steam up Snowdon in 4 minutes. And I like train journeys. But do you remember them years ago? They used to do, was it London to Penzance or London to wherever it was? And you get these sort of lines. It's only got the one track on it. There's no sort of the other way. It's the same train that would go up as comes down again. And you go all the way up Snowdon, but just in 4 minutes. I don't know if did somebody film this, or is this an official film? Somebody's filmed it. How amazing. It's like, it's speeded up, of course. And it's like people who go on roller coasters at the fun fair, and they're on the front carriage and they're filming, and then you can see the look on their faces and everybody else, which I think is great. It's a long way, isn't it, this journey? I mean, it's an awful long distance, but I should imagine beautiful in the winter. Rocky Valley Halt. Doesn't that sound good? Mind you, you get off there, what are you doing? Nothing. Just walking, I suppose. It is a little bit boring. And you imagine trying to put the railway in before there was a railway. Clogwyn is at 779 metres. By this time, you're practically on oxygen, I should imagine. And then they wait for the supply train carrying water. So they need water to get up there because there must be steam trains. But it's all timed to perfection. Oh, and it's got proper water on board. And they have to change the points by hand. They have to get out, like the fat controller, and go up there and pull the handle to change things, which would be brilliant. I love things like this. I could happily go on the Orient Express. But now you're on the side of the mountain and it goes up and climbs down. What would happen if there was a landslide? I shouldn't imagine. Thank you. Touch my milk, honestly. I can't believe it. Can't believe you had the audacity. Knowing how much I value my precious milk. And we found a pint of milk in the fridge earlier on, and it was frozen solid. Our fridges must be the coldest in the entire universe. Really cold, and it was frozen solid. You could have banged nails in with it, which was very nice. I hope you're sharing a cup of tea with me. So now you've heard the... I get a spoon as well. I've never been given a spoon before. Now you've heard the news, or perhaps you haven't heard the news, that Harry has been told he can wear his uniform because if he's doing the vigil for his grandmother, he's going to be standing there, and they've said that Prince Andrew can wear his uniform. It's special dispensation. And they've said, well, obviously, if Andrew can do it, Harry has to do it as well. So he's going to be wearing his uniform. I mean, I thought it was a bit rum that they didn't let him do it in the first place. If one of them was going to do it, why not the other one? All these different people joining the throng, Victoria and George Cross Heroes, and of course the NHS staff as well. What was the other one that I quite liked? The Strictly Stars. They've got a picture there. And as Gladiators returns, Ace, who obviously isn't doing very much at the moment, decides to sell his story of his darker side. You know, it wasn't all sweetness and light and everything else. Text has just come in, actually. Morning, Captain. I know who this is immediately. Live from the Goodwood Revival. Check out this gold Rolls convertible. It's in the auction. No reserve. He says it's got you written all over it. Oh, my goodness me. Look at that. Look at that. No reserve. That's beautiful, isn't it? Thank you, Chris. 2017 Rolls-Royce Dawn convertible. I mean, that you would notice. That you would notice. So, estimated price between £100,000 and £160,000. Wow. Registration number, not registered, but it's got the chassis number. Look at that. I quite like that colour, actually, and I quite like the interior. Quite like the interior as well. It's look at that boot I could fill up. Actually, that's not as big as my boot. Not as big as my boot, but the interior colour, it's almost caramel colour, isn't it? That is beautiful. You know, we were thinking about you the other day. In fact, we were talking about you the other day. We always talk about you, Captain, my Captain. It's quite nice. Even the producer likes it. That'd impress them, wouldn't it? My goodness, my God, people would stand back and look at that. Very nice indeed. One owner from new. Look at that. That's somebody who's looked after a car. That's beautiful, isn't it? That is beautiful. What else has it got? Go down a little bit. Let's have a look here. It's got everything. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? There you go. Some boot space was sacrificed to accommodate the folded down convertible hood, leaving the cabin space undiminished. It's 5.3 metres in length. It's a 17-foot car, isn't it? That's what you're looking at, I think. And it's got everything. Please note, this vehicle, go back, is offered with a photocopy of the old registration document. Bidders should satisfy themselves as to registration requirements. And, it's left-hand drive. And the colour, I thought caramel, Tuscan Sun. Tuscan Sun. But as Captain, my Captain, thinks, he said that's got my name written all over it. I'm not sure I could drive left-hand drive. I looked at one the other day, actually, strangely enough. I think it was a Mulsanne, and that was left-hand drive. But they're so beautiful, aren't they? They're so beautiful. I don't care what anybody says about it. Look at that vehicle. Look at it. It just looks lovely. Just looks lovely. It's got a push button. I like push button starts. I'm quite big into push button starts now. I never used to be into them. And everything is it's got the word nice. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, fans of Mark Bolan meet today at his grave in Golders Green. They do it every year. Do they? Do they? Anniversary today, yes, absolutely. And the tree up at Roehampton will be decorated with ribbons and photos and things like that. They do it all the time. In fact, they keep the legend going on Mark Bolan. He came back late one night and the car smashed into the tree and he was killed. He was one of those, but I'd love to have met him just to see what he was like. Well, it's Roehampton Barnes. It's there, but it's on the common. But they meet at his grave in Golders Green. Interesting, very interesting. Thank you very much indeed for that. Prince William says the emotional reaction to the Queen's death reveals how much the public loved her. Yes, I think that they have been assured of. I think somebody has said to them, listen, you can see how much your mother was. Look at this queue. It's been going for days now, days and days, and 98 Royal Navy sailors. It's interesting. It goes back to Queen Victoria's time. On the day of her funeral, 1901, her body was carried on the carriage through the streets of Windsor. But apparently the horses which were going to pull it panicked and reared up, threatening to topple the coffin. So they decided the Navy would step in. So that's why. Because sometimes horses are fine, but they get spooked by something. And if they hadn't been trained, I mean, the ones that they used the other day for the gun carriage were specially chosen because of their placid temperament. You can imagine in Victoria's time, perhaps they didn't have the training of the horses as well as other people did, and that's why if it reared up and the coffin fell off, I mean, there was one horse was a bit twitchy the other day, and you think, and they sort of lean into the other horse. You think, stop it. Stop showing off. Nothing worse is there's always one who's going to show off. But that's why the sailors come in, and they'll do it brilliantly. Harry's tell-all book delayed out of respect for his grandmother. Yes, mainly because we don't know what he's written about. And I should imagine they must be going, can we cut little bits out here, little bits there? Seems a bit ungracious. 1 minute you're there attending your grandmother's funeral, the next minute you've written a book dissing the family. Can't be the best thing ever. I had to admit defeat, Steve, says Kevin the Milkman. I've just put a pair of joggers on over my shorts. It's now officially autumn. It's cold. I was sitting in the office earlier on and my little hands were quite cold, quite chilly. And at 6 o'clock here, the air conditioning kicks in and it's like sitting in an Arctic wind tunnel. I appreciate the fact that the management are desperately trying to keep me awake. But by God, it comes through like a blast. It really does. And this morning when I was waiting for the car, I'm hoping it's not going to do it, but I know I'm going to nip outside and then pop back in again, and it will have come on in that 2 minutes. I'm going to put my jacket on, I think. It's much safer. But it does come through, and it gets colder and colder, and your little hands are frozen. I might have to wear mittens. I might get some gloves. Every year I seem to buy a pair of gloves, and every year I seem to lose a pair of gloves. I've got no idea where they go to. It's like the washing machine, isn't it? You put all your stuff in there, and when it comes out, you're one sock missing, and you've got no idea where it's gone to. It's like, you do the washing up in the bowl, and then all of a sudden you're going, wait a minute, I'm sure there was another teaspoon. You go to empty the waterway, there's a teaspoon, a knife and a fork in there. Let's take the news, shall we?
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to LBC's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, September the 16th. I'm sorry, I was just enjoying my cup of tea. I'm sort of relaxing with a cup of tea, actually. I've sort of lulled myself into a false sense of security. The birthday at Windsor, actually in Frogmore Cottage for Prince Harry. He did it privately, just with him and Meghan. Nobody was invited. You'd have thought that they'd have had a big thing. But they didn't. We weren't sure, actually, because I think the children, Archie and Lilibet, are in America. Being looked after by whom? I have no idea. But that's why I think after the funeral on Monday, I think they will jet off back to America. I just don't think they go, because they've been away from the children for a few days now, so I suspect they might go back there. With the passing of Her Majesty, QCs are now KCs. Will the badge on the policeman's helmet change? Says Rob. Oh, so many things are changing. In fact, they did a big thing on Heinz. because all their labels on tomato sauce, their ketchup say by appointment, royal appointment to Her Majesty the Queen. But of course, all that will have to change, and they all have to apply for the warrants again. There's about 600 warrants which she had out, and these are companies who have supplied or do supply something to the royal household. It'll all have to be changed, and it will have to be then approved, because Charles might not want certain things. I mean, the banknotes, apparently there are 4.5 billion sterling banknotes in circulation with the Queen's face on. Replacing them with alternatives could take about 2 years. I mean, I know it seems a bit peculiar. Can you imagine, though, if Charles doesn't go the course and then we have to change them again? It's going to get very difficult. I mean, there are, one of the most straightforward changes, of course, is the national anthem, which has been in use since 1745, although the early version ran, God save great George our King, long live our noble King, God save the King. So that's an easy one to change. God save our gracious King, long live our noble Queen. And you just have to remember all the bits. I still can't get used to the fact that William's now the Prince of Wales. I get a bit confused with Prince of Wales, but eventually it will sort of go through. And from Scott and Kirsty in Littlehampton, been up. Sorry, I don't know why it makes me laugh. Littlehampton, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Been up since 5 o'clock, getting ourselves ready for the first day of the Goodwood Revival. They are crewing a 1953 Bristol K. registration HAP 985 between Chichester and Goodwood for the next 3 days on hire to Stagecoach. My left leg is getting used to a clutch again. That's the problem, isn't it? I mean, I've been driving automatics now for such a long time that the car is lovely. Car is lovely. I'm looking at pictures of it. It looks absolutely lovely. Really does. Funny thing is, I'm not a petrol head. People seem to think I'm a petrol head, but I know nothing about cars at all. I just know that when I do drive manual cars, it takes me about 10 minutes to get back into it again as we kangaroo down the road, because I can't get, and also coming up to traffic lights, I'm used to just moving my foot from the accelerator to the brake, and then you just hold it there because the car will move off very slowly by itself. When you get in a manual car, you get to the traffic lights, you take it out of gear. And then to start off again, you sometimes forget to push the clutch down, and then you get the grating and you get all the other bits and pieces. It's very tiring driving. And I'm very short-tempered on the road, as you can well imagine. Charles wants each day of his reign to count. I think he'll be fine. There'll be so much advice for him within the royal family, especially from Anne and people like that. It's who they're getting rid of in the staff lineup. Tall Paul, where will he go? I mean, he's given 44 years faithful service. And Rosie Smith, the teenager Royal Horse Artillery soldier who helped pull the Queen's coffin gun carriage, told loved ones years ago she saw the duty in her future. Her mum, because they wrote to us, the family, and said she's doing it. We found the picture of her. And her mum, Melissa, says 3 or 4 years ago, she said before joining the army, that was her destiny. I think that's something you should be incredibly proud of. Selfridges won't open, by the way, on Monday, but it's only for a day. The world does not collapse. And Camilla's returned to her Wiltshire home as Charles went alone to Highgrove, but she does like her independence. She likes to just get away, and that's the way it works. Works very well for the royal family. They need their space. Can you imagine if you've spent the last 4 or 5 days, with your husband, and there's so many ceremonial things that you have to do, eventually something's going to crack. 3.6 miles long, the queue, 9 hours is the estimated time from queuing to actually getting in, which is actually not too bad, because we had, at the beginning of this programme, we had 14 hours. 14, can you imagine 14 hours queuing? I don't know where you get the strength from, half of you, but congratulations anyway, because it's as I say, it's something that you'll go to, and something that you will see, and something that you will never forget. Never, ever forget. And everybody's very good-natured. There's nobody sort of being silly. They must be freezing to death out there. They really must be. They've got to stay awake because the queue doesn't stop. It's not like you sit down and you have a rest every so often. You've got to keep moving. So they've been up all night, these people. You've got to have stamina, and, an estimated waiting time, they say, of at least 9 hours. But then, of course, think of all the poor reporters trying to come up with new questions. So, where have you come from? Ian Payne apparently said he was going to pop down there today. He might pop up as well. But, you do feel sorry for the reporters because they've got to get up, the girlies, got to get up, put their makeup on, they've got to get down there, they've got to meet the cameraman, they've got to get their microphones and mic'd up and all the rest of it. You've got your battery pack sticking in your back pocket. I mean, some of them look exhausted because they've been down there for such a long time. And all they've got to do is go up to people and go, hello. I mean, I'm just waiting for somebody to go, why don't you do one? But nobody has said that. They've all been really nice. They even took down the Archbishop of Canterbury the other day. And I wasn't sure if anybody would know who he was, but they appeared to know who he was, so that was very nice. And there's been people who, they just want to be there. They want to be there for the occasion to say that you were absolutely there. Jack in Hull, this was the one who'd not heeded the warning of the cold weather, which has certainly come in this morning. He says, on a warm train now, but I can't feel my hands. I'm off to read the news for local stations. The past week of coverage from every company has been great. I'm sure you'll agree it's been an honour to be on air at this time. Simon Conway's doing a great job. Yeah, I mean, the management have very kindly provided fizzy drinks and fruit, but there's fruit bowls all over the place. I thought I'd wandered into the WI this morning. I thought we were going to be having jam and Jerusalem if we're not careful. All these things, bowls of fruit everywhere. I was tempted to have a pear, but I thought, no, hold yourself back, Steve. Hold yourself back. We've still got some little satsumas. Satsumas are coming out as well at the moment, so you're going to start seeing those towards Christmas. Although I did work with somebody for years and years who would never eat satsumas until Christmas. They said they thought it was sacrilege to eat what they saw as Christmas food before Christmas. And I said, no, the moment they're on sale, buy them. I love it. There's a property developer in the paper today. His name's James Barney. He's been told to pay £68,000 after ignoring residents' pleas and felling dozens of protected century-old oaks. He planned to build holiday lets on the plot he'd recently bought. He was fined £50,000, £17,000 costs. Angry neighbours, woken by building work, told him the oaks had a tree protection order, but he didn't take any notice. He just cut them down. He lives with his mummy and daddy in a house. He said, I didn't know of the order. He's now got to clear the area and plant 650 trees at a cost of, including 37 mature oaks, at a cost of 25 to 30 grand. What an idiot. Prosecuting barrister Edmund Robb says a neighbour came downstairs, heard a great deal of noise and saw a digger. And then the councillor arrived to say the work should be halted due to the tree order, but James Barney carried on regardless. He then made a giant bonfire. What an idiot this man is. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. It's a protected woodland. He could have found out. The TPOs are very easily accessible. What was an extremely flagrant breach by Mr. Barney had serious consequences by the people. He has access to a rich sea of funding which allows him to embark on these property development schemes. What an idiot. What a horrible man. Still living with mummy and daddy, though, and then cutting down all these things. I mean, why did you not check? You're supposed to be a property developer. Idiot. Absolutely. I hate these people, honestly. Why do they want to destroy it? You know why? Money. Comes down to money. He couldn't care less about trees. He just sees it as a tree, I suppose. Doesn't quite look intelligent enough to know anything else. So here are the rehearsals in Parliament Square last night. This is what people... and then they can get on with doing it because they're all very near. But they've had to bus all the sailors in. I'm assuming they must be coming in from Portsmouth and places like that. The Victoria and George Cross heroes are joining the Abbey throng and the NHS staff as well. William and Harry will walk side by side. And on the coffin now, you've got the Imperial State crown, which you know about. And you've also got the orb and sceptre as well. And it's surrounded by a cross as well, so that you know exactly where you are. Somebody was saying the other day, I was listening to somebody, and they'd obviously got the wrong end of the stick. They said, I don't need to pledge allegiance to the Queen. I only pledge allegiance to the God. I said, oh, what, to somebody who didn't exist? You pledge allegiance. Yet to somebody who does exist, you don't want to pledge allegiance. I couldn't quite see it. But looking at all these faces, it's beautifully organised, this. I mean, it really is very good. But they are checking for people carrying things which they shouldn't be, although I fail to understand why a Werther's original would be confiscated, but it was. And they also took a hand sanitizer, from somebody. One mourner handed over a Werther's original, a lipstick and a hand sanitizer, while other people told of various items being confiscated. And you don't get them back, by the way. If they confiscate something, you've lost it. You're not going to go back and go, is it possible to get my Werther's original back? No. Matthew says, I was told to throw away my little bottle of glasses cleaner. He said, you just never have thought of it. I've never heard of anybody who takes glasses cleaner and a bottle out with them anyway. But he was also made to empty the liquid out of his electronic cigarette. His mother, Glenys, wait for this one, had her mini toothpaste, deodorant and face cream taken away. She obviously works in Boots the chemist. She says, I won't look so fresh-faced anymore. Of course you will, just pinch your skin. That'll give you that little red ruddy look. And she had to throw away her Chanel No. 5. I begged, she says. They wanted my makeup too, but I hid it. Fancy telling us that. You know we'd repeat it. Morning. Nice to have your company. We're just looking at the crowd. It's so touching to see the people inside the hall and stopping and inclining their heads down. And some people are even curtsying. You know, it's very, very pleasing to watch. Very pleasing to watch. One here, Steve. On a cruise from Southampton to France and Spain. Love that even on the ship I can bring you with me. Technology is wonderful when it works. Getting back on Monday. Sad day to return, says Sharon. Normally from Stanmore. Actually, I got I knew I'd got something, actually. I completely forgot, actually. Jeff Stevenson says, just coming into Limassol. Love listening to those old LBC stories. Just realised that I first started listening as a kid when there was a programme called Jellybone. Yes, there was. Jellybone. He said, I used to call him from a phone box in Perivale Station. Jellybone Jury. They had a jury from it. It was presented by Therese Birch, used to do Jellybone. Clive Bull did Jellybone, and it was a kids programme on a Saturday morning, and kids would come in and you'd have them up on the phone, and it was really a bit of a leader, because we were the very first commercial radio station, and so to have all these different programmes. In fact, I was talking to my driver the other day, and he came from Bangladesh, and he was talking about how long he'd been listening to LBC. And I said, well, we used to have a programme called Geet Marla with Suresh Joshi. We had Rice and Peas, which was a programme from a black point of view with Sid Burke, who I bumped into in Richmond donkeys years ago. He's now not with us anymore. But Suresh Joshi and Bindi used to run the programme. We had Michael Van Straten with his Body Talk. There were just so many different programmes, and it's evolved so fantastically over the years. And to have those memories, it's the same memories as you'll be having of the Queen, or the day that you queued for 9 hours. But it's so funny because after Janet Street Porter's little outburst about it's disgraceful, all these places closing and all the rest of it, and I was thinking, well, I don't know how you coped before we had Sunday opening. It must have been a nightmare for her. She must have had to sit there wringing her hands thinking perhaps I should drink, I don't know, have a cigarette, do something to get through the day. But hundreds of thousands of people, as you know, are expected to travel to London for the state funeral. Some convenience stores will stay open to give them access to food and drink, because you're going to need food and drink, because it isn't just so much going to the event, but imagine after the event, thousands upon thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people leaving the event, all trying to head for the stations, all trying to get to the buses and all the rest of it. So this is what's open and closed on Monday, mainly closed actually. Aldi, Lidl and Morrison's will close all of their stores. Asda will close all of its stores until 5 p.m. Online deliveries will not be offered either. Sainsbury's will shut their largest stores. Sainsbury's local and petrol stations will be open from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. Some central London shops will open. Large Tesco shops will be shut. Tesco Express stores will open at 5 p.m. Some stores in central London and Windsor will be open. Waitrose are going to shut all of their stores, apart from a small number in London along the route of the procession. Department stores, Harrods, Selfridges, John Lewis and House of Fraser have announced they will close their doors, while some shopping centres will show the funeral on big screens. Other shops that will be closed include Currys, Argos, B&Q, Holland and Barrett, Homebase, IKEA, Game, Sports Direct, Pets at Home, Primark, Wilko and Specsavers. But as I say, it's just for the one day. It's not, it's not for the rest of their life. You are going to be able to eat again. You're not going to be out there scrabbling around in bins trying to pick up bits of odd scraps at the birds. You have to stock up on everything. But it's only for the one day, and then it will all be open again. And it's just as a mark of respect. There will be places that will be open so that you can get your essentials. But blimey, if you can't go out on the Sunday or the Saturday to get essentials, there's no point in telling you this. Bit pointless. Steve, don't forget all military cap badges will all need changing. That's a job in itself, says Vince. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen gradually. It's going to be a very slow process. When you look how many, I think there are 28 billion coins in circulation. They've got to be changed. There's just tons of stuff. Joanne says, I was just wondering what clothes are monarchs buried in. Well, I wish I could tell you. It's the only thing that they don't say. For some reason, I've got in my mind that the Queen's been buried in one of her nice... For some reason, I saw in my mind's eye a pink beaded dress. I don't know why I saw that, and I can't remember whether or not I've ever seen her wearing it or something. I just think that she'll be wearing something very nice. We know about jewellery. She's going to be buried with just 2 very special pieces. The coffin... I think will be... It's a simple Welsh gold band that she's got, and the Queen's engagement ring will be given to Princess Anne. She'll have pearl earrings on. But I think she's wearing probably something glittery. I don't know why. I just sort of thought it must be very difficult. What do you bury the Queen in? Because somebody would have had to have gone to Balmoral and dressed her, because she didn't go to the funeral home. She was at Balmoral until they came to collect her. So the funeral company went there with the hearse, and presumably they then made a decision, as people do, what somebody's going to be buried in. If people have particular requests, so they might say to somebody, I want to be buried in that black suit or something like that. I think, as befits her status, she'll be buried in something very nice. I would think so. I don't know, because it never comes out. Sorry? Yes, I mean, she would have decided what she wanted to wear. Apparently she did make changes to the funeral. I mean, the only people who would know would be Anne, Charles, and the household of, it's like, when you watch the film Steel Magnolias, the daughter dies in it. And so the mother says, go and get that nice pink suit she wore. She liked that a lot. And so they would then sort of dress somebody in that. And I should imagine the Queen must have had a favourite outfit. I don't think she's just going to be sort of left in there and sort of, the usuals. But you're going to get a piper as well, the personal piper, who accidentally revealed he was a true Scot. Because apparently, so the story goes, if you wear the kilt, you're not supposed to wear anything underneath. And so he revealed he was a true Scot, and he said he was briefly exposed while playing the bagpipes on a windy morning outside Windsor Castle. Oh, dear. He said, my kilt was blown up and I was briefly exposed. He said, later, when I was escorting Her Majesty, she asked me if it had been a particularly cold morning. She liked to joke. Yeah. But he said the Queen was not only disarmingly quick-witted and someone who liked to joke, but she was also caring and devoted to her staff. He left the army after 25 years in 2019 and now teaches the bagpipes. It's good, isn't it, really? See, I like that. What else have we got? Oh, it's just picture. They love the Paddington Bear link. They really do. They're so into it. Charlie Girling says, I've never seen Steel Magnolias, and now I'll never have to. The reason you should definitely watch it. I went to the royal premiere of Steel Magnolias with Diana and all the cast. Yeah, I was her +1. She said, I want Steve to... We had a live orchestra. It was fabulous. It was really good. Very, very good indeed. You get this exclusive article on Tall Paul, the keeper of the Queen's secrets. She had a few people like this who'd been with her for ages, and she trusted them implicitly. And I don't think that they would ever have, sold stories or done anything like that. It just wasn't. It wasn't to be done. Jan Moyer today, talking about following the protests at the Queen's coffin procession through Edinburgh. A man was arrested and later charged with breach of the peace. And, it's a case of you can have the right to protest, Nobody has a problem with that. If you don't like something, you can protest about it, but not at somebody's funeral. There are places and there are times, and that was neither the place nor the time. Steve, I've just seen another possible meteor over Paisley, says Darryl. North to south track between the North Star and Cassiopeia. It's split in two before going out. Hope it was a meteor. Anyway, well, they were saying, what happens if they get bigger? Because this one that went over the other day was tiny, size of a tennis ball. It just looked so big in the night sky. But they say that there could be other ones, actually. What else have we got? I got lots of quotes. Actually, strangely enough, from Andrew Parker Bowles, which is very interesting. Plus, not to be outdone by the medal-wearing stakes in the Queen's funeral procession, Mike Tyndall sported 3 ribboned gongs on his breast pocket, his MBE, as well as the Queen's Diamond and Platinum Jubilee Awards. But he didn't wear his Rugby World Cup winner's gold medal or his CDM, which he got from Cadbury's. You know, just sort of wanted to be in on it or something, I suppose.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 7. Jeff Stevenson is on the Celebrity Beyond cruise ship, just coming into Marseille. He said, I have to say I feel homesick for London this week, as I would have so loved to have come up to London to see our lovely Queen. So many Americans on the ship have said how amazing it is to see people queuing in London. We were just looking at the pictures, the live streaming of people, because they're moving, but it is a bit like an amble, isn't it? It's sort of wandering through it, but it's for hours. And they've got some of these little children. They've just interviewed a little Cub Scout, and he looked as though he was flagging a little bit. Pete the Pool Man. Oh, by the way, no, it's gone up. 3.9 miles the queue is, and estimated queuing time now, 11 hours. 11 hours. And in fact, as we move nearer 7, 8, 9 o'clock, I think the queue time will lengthen. I think because at the beginning of the programme we had 14 hours, which kind of, I held back a little bit. So at the moment it's 11 hours queuing. That shows dedication, but people are doing it. People are doing it. Well done indeed. Pete the Pool Man says, I've started at a new gym at the top of Esher, overlooking Sandown racetrack and a dry ski slope. Very nice place. He said, £100 for 8 weeks. Bargain. That is a bargain. When you say you've started a new gym, do you mean you've joined a new gym or you've opened your own gym? Because if so, £100 for 8 weeks is very good value, because gyms are so expensive. So expensive nowadays. But it looks very nice. Kind of a nice thing. I've never done a dry ski slope. There used to be one down at Greenford, and I kept promising myself that I would have a go at it, and then I kind of thought, maybe not. Maybe not. Other stories which are running in the papers today, they've got Kate Moss's daughter, Lila Grace. She wants to be a role model. And in fact, she's made a point of not hiding her insulin pump that helps control her diabetes. And so she was wearing hot pants, but you can see the insulin pump. It's on her leg. And what it does is you have them fitted. Not everybody can have them, but you get them. It's normally type 1 diabetics, and it checks your body sugars. I don't know, I have an injection of insulin, but this is a pump fitted to your leg. Every so often it will give you the insulin you need. So well done to her. Well done to her. She says, I do have sugar tablets in case my blood sugar goes low, and the pod on the leg gives her insulin. It's very important to keep in the bag. It comes with me everywhere. Good for her. Good for her. More people should be aware of it. Priscilla Presley has just got about $1 million to shoot a film about her marriage to Elvis, because I think she met him when she was very young. I think she was about 14 when she met him, and he was a gentleman. She's 77 now. I interviewed her. In fact, actually, I had me, Priscilla Presley, and one of the blokes who was in Star Wars. I can't remember his name now. Warwick Davis. Warwick Davis was in as well. And the picture, I know it sounds really odd and it sounds very crass, but it just looks so funny because Warwick is such a happy little soul. He really is. And we were sort of laughing. And I didn't know where to place myself in the pecking. No, they weren't in a film together. They were doing pantomime. I don't think Priscilla had ever done pantomime before, but it was certainly very good. Very good, but the photograph was just irresistible. Do you know Harrison Ford is 80? I watched the other day. Did he do Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom and all those ones? And it was very good, actually. I'd forgotten. I'm not really into those sort of adventure films, but it was very good. Very, very good. What have we got here? David Bowie, like a rock star. That they've got a film out, I think. It's called Moon Age Daydream. I loved him. I thought he was great, actually. I sort of grew up on his music and loved every minute of it. London's musical, they've got special prices on all the musicals in London at the moment, including Mary Poppins, Les Miserables and Phantom of the Opera. And they're offering great seats from 25 quid. Which, the seat prices in London went through the roof a short while ago. In fact, one of them was well in excess of, I think, £200 for a top price seat. And I remember thinking, wow, this is very expensive. But if you buy one of these seats, you can then go and have dinner at Joe Allen's or Little Italy. You can go to any of these sort of places. But it's good that they're doing it. And coming up to Christmas, you're probably going to need to be booking. I didn't see... Have we had Frozen Planet 2? It started, hasn't it, I believe, last weekend. I haven't seen it yet because probably what I'll end up doing is buying it on DVD. Even though people are constantly telling me nobody watches DVDs anymore. People just do live streaming. And I felt a bit depressed, actually. Because I remember thinking, I thought I was fairly up with all the modern technology, but apparently not if you've still got a DVD player, which I have. And still aware of just how much pleasure it gives me. A Christian group has been blocked from holding a conference at Cambridge University as its beliefs are not compatible with the values of the college. Apparently, the High Court has heard Christian Concern has accused Fitzwilliam College of withholding permission because of the group's views. See, I didn't know what their views were, but I knew there had to be something if they've said no. Namely, that marriage should be between a man and a woman. And so they've alleged discrimination. So they're one of these old-fashioned groups. So they're against gay marriages. Which, everybody's entitled to be something, but the college at Cambridge University decided they didn't want somebody like that with those sort of views. Simple as that. It's their opinion. You can rent a room to who you want to. And if they're so narrow-minded, then good. Don't let them in. It's as simple as that. Go somewhere else. Must be other places that will probably rent out a room to you, but to sort of take it further and go, we think that's discrimination. Yes, well, I think, the stuff that you peddle might be probably, coming into full scrutiny. I did say that Harry and Meghan are furious at a move, so the papers say, to deny their children HRHs. I don't see why it makes any difference. They don't like the royal family, so what difference it make whether they get HRH? They're still going to be entitled to be prince and princess, which is good. They don't have to have HRH at all. But, of course, if you're American, they like that kind of thing, don't they? They really do. King Charles has extended his mother's Green Canopy initiative to get people to plant a tree. Apparently, she did 1,500 commemorative saplings during her 70-year reign. Doesn't seem very much, does it? Doesn't seem very much at all. I thought it should be millions. But there's lots of trees planted in her name. The scheme was due to end in December, but it's now been extended to the end of March. This is why Charles has said that when he became king, he was going to have to sort of pull back on some of his charitable work, like the Prince's Trust and things like that, because he just won't have the time. He'll have to keep his opinions to himself. He won't be allowed to say things because the monarch doesn't say things. You can never get the Queen to have an opinion on anything. She just sort of went along with everything. That's just why she looked so happy. She had a completely blameless life. There was nothing going on at all. Didn't need to worry about it. We were watching her laughing at the Braemar Games earlier on. And I said to the producer, she's probably laughing, going, I haven't got to pay a gas bill, They tell me it's going up, but, I've got no idea. What Mummy paid, nobody had any ideas. It's all taken care of, through the privy purse. But did you say there's a Paddington thing coming up? This Paddington story of her and the Queen. Oh, they're showing the film, are they, on television tomorrow? I've got it on DVD, being the old-fashioned soul that I am, and Paddington 2 after the funeral. No, really. As if Paddington could become any bigger. Somebody was arguing with me a short while ago, not on Twitter or anything like that. Somebody just sitting in and saying, excuse me, I think you'll find, Steve, Winnie the Pooh is bigger. I thought, I don't think so. Winnie the Pooh is a horror film. Can you believe it? Because it's out of copyright. Winnie the Pooh, a slasher movie. That I felt very depressed about. Very depressed. And also, Winnie the Pooh had some very odd friends. That Eeyore, I mean, he should have gone into rehab straight away. Tigger and Kanga and Roo. It took me years to work that one out. Kanga, and then the little one was called Roo. I think, oh, how interesting. I wonder how that happens. Now I know. Sarah Bean, 11 hours queuing, and the queue's gone up 4.4 miles because there's all the people coming to London today. Where are they heading for? The queue. Because what they don't want to do, and today would be a good time to do it, and for tomorrow as well, is to miss out. You know, if you've travelled down from Scotland or Birmingham or Manchester or anywhere else like that, hoping beyond hope to do it, you're going to get down here as quickly as possible, and you're going to queue, because at 6:30 on the Monday morning, and prior to that, they will look at the queue and go, it's got to stop here. And people are going, oh, can we just let one more in? They're going to go, no. And there's going to be a lot of people very disappointed. So I think today is going to be a busy day. Tomorrow, I think, will be very busy. Very busy. And the Sunday as well. But so now it's up. Beginning of the programme this morning, 14 hours. Then it came down. Then we were doing 9. Now we're up to 11. They have said, don't want to panic anybody, they might close the queue early on Sunday. Because if there's still a 5-mile queue, they're not all going to get in, and you don't want to disappoint people. So just be aware that if you leave it too late, you might not get the chance to go in and pay your respects. But I think they're getting record numbers through at the moment. They seem to. I mean, the queue, every time I see it on streaming, appears to be moving at not a particularly fast pace, but it's certainly moving. And that's the problem. These people must be really exhausted. Really tired, because there's no if you're an elderly person, there's no chance of just sitting down and having a rest. It's not like queuing to go into a museum or a gallery or a theatre or something like that. This is it's a constant moving thing. And then you get to Westminster, and then you go nearly there. Oh, I'm going to fall asleep. Nearly there, and then you go in. Then you've got to go down all the stairs in there. I don't know how many stairs there were, if anybody's ever counted them, but there's certainly quite a lot of them. The founder of an outdoor clothing firm, Patagonia, has given away his business to help fight climate change. Yvon Chouinard, who founded the company in 1973, he's 83, transferred his ownership of the US brand to a non-profit organisation and a specially designed trust. And he wants to ensure that all the firm's 87 million annual profits go solely to green causes. It's nice, isn't it, if you can afford to do that? It's a very nice thing. And believe it or not, early puberty is triggered by using telephones at night. I wonder what it was. I had no idea. But it says the blue light radiating from smartphones and tablets may be causing early puberty in children. The glare from the device's screens triggers melatonin, which is a hormone that slows sexual maturity. Don't we know about it? Don't we know about it? Morning. Nice to have your company. Nick from Kent says, Steve, I think you just read about my niece who's in the King's Troop. My mum just texted me from her cruise in the Mediterranean to say you did. I have you on, but I'm doing my son's packed lunch, so was distracted. Yes, we talked about it the other day. I think that's really cool, don't you? I think that's the cool. If you're involved in any way, shape or form in the arrangements for the funeral and the gun carriage and the sailors and the King's Troop and all the other people, and everybody's just been so brilliant. I think everybody is trying their very best to make sure that if she was alive, she would have approved of it. You know, she couldn't be disappointed. She couldn't be. Jill in Ireland says, I'll never eat a hot cross bun until Good Friday, just the way I was brought up. Actually, I don't eat. I used to eat them. I used to buy the little ones that they did, and then somebody said they're really fattening. They're really bad for you. And I used to think, when I was little, we used to have hot cross buns, and you toast them and with butter on. And I never thought about the fat content, but it wasn't so good. Chris says, you mentioned Tommy Bahamas a while ago. When we were on Rhode Island, everybody on the beach had Tommy Bahamas beach chairs and parasols. Could be the ultimate accessory. Well, they sell them in Costco. They were selling them this year. This year, Chris. And because I remember thinking the same, because I've only ever known Tommy Bahama's shirts. I had a fantasy the other day. I dreamt that I inherited some money, and I went to the airport and I went Virgin upper class to Vegas, purely for the sole reason of going to the Tommy Bahama's shop and buying all of the shirts, because their sizes are better over there. So I'm an XL in Tommy Bahama's in America, as opposed to over here, you're buying stuff which might be a little bit bigger than XL. But in America, I'm XL, and their shirts hang nicely and all the rest of it. And I thought that would be my dream, to go to the shop and just go, right, let's get out the shirts. Let's get out the shirts and then buy them. But no, I've seen the deck chairs over here. But it's great. It says also, loving the show, helps everybody get through these sad days we're having. But what a positive image she gave to the world of our country and what we can do, says Chris in Sutton. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think she'd be pleased with the way it's going. But Costco have announced that they're closing every single warehouse and petrol filling station for the Queen's funeral, joining everybody else. And so all the warehouses and fuel stations will be closed. Condolences, they say, to the royal family. It'll be a national bank holiday. As I said before, they don't have to close. It's entirely out of... But listen, if you can't cope for one day without Costco, I realise how addictive it is. But it's one of the... It's only for a day, and then everything goes back to normal. But we still remember... And we have those fabulous images of her enjoying herself and looking happy and all these fantastic outfits. I'd love to know how many clothes she had. I know that they were very adaptable with her outfits. They would sort of sometimes cannibalise them and turn them into something else. Steve says, Eileen in Scarborough. I remember seeing the Queen in my local park in Essex a few years ago when she was there for a ceremony. She was tiny, but very quick on her feet. She was tiny. I think she was a lot small. I'm sure she shrank in recent years. But no, I never saw her doing anything, actually, apart from the Festival of Remembrance. That was the only time when you got all the royal family together. And Steve, what a blessed relief, 100 days till Christmas. I know. Well, don't think we're not excited by this. We're going to need some cheering up this year, aren't we, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen? There's so many things that have been depressing, and so many things that you think, are we ever going to get through this? The answer is, of course we are. Of course we are. Just remember to be positive. Steve, I remember listening to Jellybone. I also won a competition to design a hat for Mr. Nasty, says H in Surrey. Ryan says, Steve, Costa Coffee are also closing all their stores, apart from those on the rail lines. No bacon baps. Oh, I shall let you know which ones are opening. Not that it makes any difference, because it's only for the day. And on the route, there's going to be hundreds and thousands of people who are going to want to come into London, because you're never going to see anything like it. People are not only lining the route into London, but the route out of London to watch the hearse going. Now, I don't think it'll be going slowly when it goes out of town. I think it'll be, whizzing over Hammersmith flyover to get her down to Windsor. Well, it won't be going that fast, but I mean, it's, it will be travelling at normal speed. And I'm assuming the road will be closed out there so people can't drive along the side of it. So that's going to have to be with police outriders, and they will hold back the other traffic as well. Steve, I drive for Royal Mail. All vehicles are classed as Crown vehicles and have ER displayed on the cab doors, which allows us to cross toll bridges free. These will all have to be changed, but the post boxes will not change. Only new ones added, displaying the new King's cipher, says Neil, who is now at Bristol. Fantastic. Steve, Waitrose closing all stores, but staff will be working night shift in the closed stores. Yes, because you'll have to stock up on everything, so people will be there. But I think it's going to be voluntary. I think they are saying, if you want to work, you can work. If you don't want to work, don't work. Karen says, I had a new router. Is that how it's pronounced? Is it router or router? Router, thank you. Installed yesterday. Didn't even think about resetting my Alexa. I've been beside myself until now. When the coin dropped, and I'm now listening to you loud and clear. Thank the Lord for that. Well, I can't imagine people not listening. Goodness sake. And Roger says, I've got coins from Queen Victoria, King George and King Edward, some in excellent condition, just as souvenirs. Do you know people are selling the newspapers already on eBay? People are putting bundles of newspapers up there announcing the Queen's death. Some of them up to £500. Second-hand copies of newspapers on Facebook Marketplace. A copy of last week's Sunday Times is up for £500. Asked by Sky News about why they decided to sell, the eBay user said it was just an idea. There's a bundle of papers for sale for £350, and there's a coin from June celebration, Queen's Platinum Jubilee with one coin, for £26,000. Can't believe people are selling newspapers. £30 is the average for a newspaper, for a £2 newspaper. People are buying all of this stuff already. People always capitalise, don't they? So there you go. So 4.4 miles long the queue is at the moment. Estimated queuing time, it's gone up. 11.5 hours. Nearest landmark, Bermondsey Beach. So 11 and a half hours queuing. But I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of people very, very disappointed come Monday. I know we're only on Friday, but come Monday morning, I think they possibly will sort of close the line off early, because otherwise they're going to say it closes here. We can't take any more people. You will not get in. They have to close at 6:30 in the morning to get everything ready. So that's why I think, if people are going to do it, they're going to be doing it over this weekend, and you're going to have to get your skates on. Because if you're queuing for 11 and a half hours, and that's only what it is at the moment. If you remember, it was 9 hours throughout the programme, 14 at the beginning, then it sort of tailed off a bit. Now it's building up again, and we're only coming up to 7 o'clock. You wait till the weekend. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Steve, my earliest memory of LBC when I was 11, listening to Tommy Boyd on a Sunday night. Woo! And Steve, before decimalisation, we used coins with heads of Victoria, Edward and the two Georges. And from one person here who says, hard to believe that it's a Queen since we lost our Queen. I've spent the entire week mostly in tears at the coverage on television and LBC, and I've learnt so much about the monarchy and protocols. Went to Sandringham and was overwhelmed at the flowers and messages left. I'm now in Scotland and going to Balmoral to see the flowers, and to Crathy Kirk to hopefully light a candle. The next few days are going to be tough for many, so lots of love. Vilas says, just got in from the queue. Started at Bermondsey at 6:30 last night, finished at 3 a.m. Was really worth the long wait. Had to wait for the trains. Yes, because there's nothing that was sort of operating. I've got to go and leave you. I wish you good luck today with the queuing. Morning, everybody. Tuesday, September the 20th. Well, goodness me. What a day yesterday was. What a day yesterday was. When I left here, the crowds were pouring in. They've been pouring in for the last week. People with blankets, people in their tents. They must have been frozen to death down by the Mall and all the other places. And by the time they got back to Windsor with the cortege, they were like 20 or 30 deep. I've never seen so many people out there. Planned, meticulously, and just everybody did their bit. It was fantastic. It was a very good turnout. The British public, as they say, sent her victorious. They really did. It was very nice. The soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the musicians, and not forgetting all the broadcasting teams. And how many? I think ITV had 123 cameras in Westminster Abbey. I don't know where you put 123 cameras. It was certainly a lot. And they got the best shots, though, were the one they had a camera pointing down on the catafalque, and I thought that was the best one. The pallbearers were amazing. Everybody was amazing. The day went off perfectly, and as they said afterwards, they changed the route for the cortege to go out of London, so that otherwise they could have whizzed up and down the motorway very quickly. But they decided to do a slower route, so everybody got the chance to see the coffin and the hearse and everything else. And now Her Majesty is residing in the crypt all together. There's her, there's Prince Philip, they're side by side. What it is, there's a plate in the floor which they lift up, and then there's like a sub-crypt, and the coffins will go onto a piece of, I always call it like Dexian. If you were doing shelving, so they can put two coffins, one on top of the other. And that's what they've done there. She's also there with her mother and her father and her sister. So they're all in exactly the same part of the crypt, which I think is nice. As I was speculating yesterday, the conversation will be, well, you've been around, haven't you, for goodness sake? It's a good job you've stopped. Now you can rest. Now we can catch up on everything. And I think that's the way she'll be looking at it. I think after the Duke of Edinburgh died, I thought it was she sort of went into a little bit of a decline. We started seeing more illnesses and everything else. The poignant thing was yesterday seeing the coffin sinking slowly on the lift down into the first crypt, and that I thought was very poignant. Together with the corgis who were out there, and her pony was out there, and the other thing was the piper, who did his first little bit. And then he turned round and slowly walked away, getting fainter and fainter and fainter and fainter. And I thought that was very, very, very poignant. I wasn't sure about the inclusion of Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, to do a speech. I wasn't sure about that one, but I suppose it's obviously something. It would have been whoever was PM, I suppose. And the empty seat in front of Charles is there because, as the new reigning monarch, the seat in front of him is always left vacant. You've seen the Queen do it on many an occasion, and other people over the years. But I thought it went by spectacular. I hope that they name the pallbearers, because they did a sterling job. It can't have been easy. They must have tested them for fitness. You know, they all look fairly stocky young men, and they were sort of lifting the coffin. And when they had to sort of turn it, it was done with military precision. It was like turning a double-decker bus around on a skid patch. But they didn't fall, they didn't trip. I thought that Kate's and William's children did extremely well. At one point, I think the youngest had to say to bow your head. And then she had a little cry. Everybody had a little cry yesterday. Everybody had a little cry. There was, there was everybody out on the streets, and it was just to make people writing in. There was one mother, she tweeted, "That was my son pulling the gun carriage," and so she highlighted his picture. I thought they all did very well, actually. Everybody really worked hard at it. Some people didn't have to do the work. Charles must have walked miles and miles and miles over these last few weeks. And the necklace that, in fact, Kate was wearing was, in fact, a favourite of the Queen's. So she got permission to wear that. Because when I looked at it, I thought, I've seen that before. And, of course, I'd seen it on the Queen before, because she liked wearing pearls. And the flowers as well. The myrtle was grown from a sprig carried in her bouquet at her marriage to Philip. There was a piece of oak in there to show steadfastness and everything else. And Charles's little card, which went on the flowers, "In loving and devoted memory," which I thought was very touching as well. Very, very touching. And handwritten. And then the crown, which went off, and then they had to put it on the altar so it didn't disappear down, and the orb and sceptre, and then somebody broke their wand. Well, he didn't so much break it, he just pulled it apart. Well, I don't know what it was. It's some ceremony that they do, and I'd never heard of it before, but they call it breaking the wand, but he didn't break the wand. He literally just pulled it apart. Somebody described it as being like a tent pole. So it's got nothing to do with the Harry Potter. And it was actually a symbol of the Lord Chamberlain. But in fact, it ties in very nicely with the Magic Circle, of which Charles is a member, because when a magician dies, they do the breaking the wand ceremony. And they really do break the wand, and it goes into the grave. And this thin white staff has its origins in a tool that was used by the Lord Chamberlain to admonish people in the monarch's court by tapping them if they were too rowdy or disrespectful. The last act at the Queen's Committal involved the wand being broken and then placed on the coffin, for it was lowered into the royal vault. But he just pulled it apart. I was a bit disappointed. I was wanting him to break it. Comes into, I suppose, a little bit expensive to start messing. And just imagine if he'd done that and it hadn't broken. You'd be there for ages, like when the Queen sometimes went and launched ships through the champagne bottle and didn't break. Some bottles were a little bit more steadfast than the other ones. I love the way that the kids called their grandmother Gan. Where that comes from, I've got no idea. I'd never heard the expression before. With me, it was just Nana or you, I think, was a very popular one. But no, I loved them. I thought they were great. I thought Charlotte turning to George and saying, "You've got to bow your head." I thought very, very grown up, and they were very well. They did it. They handled it beautifully, and they were all there. The King, the Queen Consort, Princess Royal, Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, the Duke of York, Earl of Wessex and Forfar, the Countess of Wessex and Forfar, Prince of Wales, Prince George of Wales, the Princess of Wales, Princess Charlotte of Wales, and then you get Peter Philip, Zara Tindall and Mike Tindall, because they didn't get HRHs, Duke of Sussex, Duchess, Princess Beatrice, with husband Eduardo, Lady Louise Windsor, Viscount Severn, Jack Brooksbank and Princess Eugenie. The Duchess of York was there as well. I don't know whether or not she's been forgiven by the royal family, but as you know, Prince Philip absolutely hated her. He wouldn't have her anywhere near. So at Christmas, when all the family were in Sandringham or wherever they had their Christmases, she was banished to the... I don't know why, actually. I can't remember why it was that he sort of fell out, but his word was bond. They're also thinking, I think Charles is thinking of opening Balmoral as a museum. So it's still a royal residence, because they own it, and he can open it up as a museum, so it can be self-sufficient, so that people can see. It's very ordinary. They don't have really flashy interiors in these places. It's just the house itself. But if they did open it up, it would become a huge tourist attraction, as indeed, I'm sure, today Westminster Abbey will be. I'm quite sure that, and people will be flocking to Windsor to go and just sort of see the final resting place of Her Majesty. But when you look at the interior pictures of Balmoral, it really is quite ordinary. I mean, well, ordinary in their terms, but not in our terms at all. But the Queen just likes it. Yes, I mean, it's got all sorts of little bits and pieces in it, mainly personal effects. But can you imagine, you've got that hearse to drive with Her Majesty in the back, and it crawls along at about 3 miles an hour. I find it very difficult to do 20 miles an hour, as they'll testify at the driving centre. But the rest of it is amazing. But everybody was there. It felt, like a death in the family, a jolt of disbelief that she's finally gone. And I don't know at what moment yesterday we sort of took it all in and went, no, she really has gone. I understand the gun carriage. Did you read some person, I can't remember who it was actually, who said she's not even in the coffin? And somebody said, what a bizarre thing to say. I'm going to sneeze. Bless me, goodness sake, honestly, there's 2 already. But, yes, so some of the people were sort of very, very cruel about the whole thing. But it doesn't matter, because the majority of the country turned out for this, and it was the best turnout I've ever seen in ages. But it's the cleaning up process that I thought was even better. You would never know that there had been, 1 million people plus on the streets yesterday. When you looked at the photographs from on high, it was phenomenal, and people tried to throw their flowers onto the hearse as it made its way to Windsor. And they weren't very successful. There were more on the ground than there were actually. And some people, when I was going down to the Embankment Tube yesterday, when I finished, the people coming up carrying huge bouquets of flowers. I mean, really huge bouquets of flowers. I mean, really beautiful, costing much money. They really were. Shane says, I'm listening to you on a train from Bondi Junction. I'm very tired. I watched the Queen's funeral till 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. She would have been so very proud. I cried at times. I was so moved. She was very much loved. Well, she organised it. She planned her own funeral. She knew what was exactly going to be happening. She changed the music. She did all the bits and pieces. She didn't want it to be too boring, because sometimes funeral services, and the average funeral service now is about 20 minutes. It's very fast. So theirs for the hour was sort of fairly lengthy. Some of the bits of music I wasn't pleased with, but it's not my decision, is it? But the choir I thought were great. To hear all the choristers singing and doing the descant piece in many of them. I just thought it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And the people who had to sort of clear up after everybody, the people who put the screens up, the people who stood there. I couldn't understand why Prince Andrew was there, and I suddenly realised that that's his job now, looking after the corgis, which he gave to her in the first place. So I think they have 2, don't they? Sandy and Muick. But I'm sure it can't be pronounced Muick. I don't know what it means. M-U-I-C-K. And it's very odd, actually. But they sort of sat... They seem to be carrying a bit of weight. These sort of... They're sort of dogs that do carry a bit of weight. And so it's pronounced... Oh, it's pronounced Mick. Mick and Sandy. You thought they'd have really posh names, like Gerald, and things like that. Mick and Sandy. That was very good. Strictly's Come Dance Here. There are other stories in the papers, but not very many, I promise you. Helen Skelton says she'd rather be competing on Dancing on Ice. Nothing worse than sounding desperate, dear, isn't there, really? She hasn't even danced in the Strictly programme. And already she's going, let's put out the feelers, see if I can sort of, get a gig on there, because I don't think they'll put you on there, dear. You're beginning to sound a bit desperate already, but I suppose you've got to try and capture as much publicity as possible. Doesn't seem to be anything else going on. What I thought was lovely yesterday was some of the programmes did take place as normal. I did find it very odd to run through the channels and find out what was actually operating and what wasn't operating, but they all did the same. They stopped all their advertising. And that, I thought, was a great mark of respect. Morning, everybody, and morning to Dan and family. He said, what a day. What a day yesterday was. We lived 10 minutes from Windsor, so parked up in a side road and walked over to the Long Walk to pay our respects. Everything went off perfectly, and the spirits of everyone there was just perfect. Sadly, they were running tight for time, so they didn't transfer the Queen back to the gun carriage at Windsor, but she was guided onto the Long Walk with her military, and it couldn't have gone off better. And he sent me a lovely picture of the family. Still looking good, still looking good. I mean, aren't we lucky we had brilliant weather? It's almost as if, you know, she'd had a quiet word with the Almighty, and he'd said, don't worry, the weather would be fine. It would have been worse if it'd been raining or gloomy or something like that, but it wasn't. And it was
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Honestly, this phone's got a mind of its own. Honestly, it could have been anything. I could have been talking to it. I didn't actually program it for anything. And then there were those arrests. Not down in here, but this is in Leicester. 15 after clashes between Hindu and Muslim men sparked by, wait for it, a cricket match. Dear me. Violence flared. Videos posted online showed gangs of masked men, many in hoods, marching through the city, chanting. Police officers were pelted with bottles. Cars and buildings were vandalised. The east of the city has seen increasing trouble since India faced the arch-rival Pakistan twice in the T20 Asia Cup. Oh, get over yourselves. What a bunch of waste of space people. 45 people have been arrested. Just over cricket. Dear God, you need to get a life. You really need to get a life. There's something the matter with you if you're fighting over that and vandalising things and assaulting the police. Quite ridiculous. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, says, was up at 4 a.m. to watch the Queen's funeral. It moved me to tears. I didn't sleep much before that. It's been a busy day getting things done around the office at church and packing. In a few hours, I'll be headed off to the airport in Minneapolis to fly off to DC for a week of conference and to testify before Congress. No sleep here. What's the saying? No rest for the wicked. That's what they say. I'm never sure it's too right, but you are wicked. But you have a safe flight. Steve says, Richie, the corgi's name's pronounced Mick after Loch Mick, which is in the Scottish Highlands. Queen Victoria's Lodge still stands on the shore of the loch. Right. How odd. I preferred it when it was Miuk. It sounded a bit more classy, didn't it, really? Jamie says, previously the Queen would loan out the crown jewellery to Catherine or Camilla. How does it work now? I don't know, actually. I'm assuming it comes down to the people who look after it, and you just go and request it. I think all the jewellery is owned and signed out. It's kept locked away in vaults, and people can wear it, but they have to have it signed out, and it's got to be accepted by somebody. Obviously, the keeper of the jewellery, I should imagine, will be the person who sort of decides whether you can have it. You know, you can't because that was only worn a week ago and this kind of stuff. I mean, Charles, I think, really has the access to that vast collection of objects that make up the crown jewels, which the historic Royal Palace website notes is comprised of more than 100 objects and 23,000 gemstones. So the jewels, including the sovereign sceptre with cross and the orb, are reserved for state occasions and coronations. As for the Queen's private jewellery collection, according to the jewellery editor, the late monarch leaves behind more than 400 pieces, which are stored in a vault 40 feet below Buckingham Palace. 40 feet. And royal experts suggest much of the collection will go to Queen Camilla as well as the Princess of Wales. There is a hierarchy in this kind of thing. Whether they get to keep it or whether they leave it in there and they actually decide. I mean, I'm sure that at some point in the future somebody will go in and say, I'm looking for a little bit of a tiara. Yes, I want that one sitting in the corner there. That'll do for me. They get, well, you can't have that because that's just been loaned out to somebody else. They could make a small fortune, couldn't they? Loaning out all those beautiful dresses that she's had over the years, because they don't throw anything away. They keep everything. Everything is kept, and it will be numbered. It'll be put into bags. It'll be saved. To do what with? I've got no idea. I'm assuming they will at some point in one of the palaces put on a display of the Queen's dresses. You know, it'll be all the diamond encrusted dresses and the jewellery and the matching capes and the hats and everything else. Because they did that for Diana. There was a touring version of all of her dresses because, again, they keep them all. And I think they will do the same for the Queen so that people can go there and see the dresses and it will have a little picture. Tim was up late last night watching the funeral with friends in Melbourne. He says, having a late brunch before our 4-day weekend for the passing of the Queen. Wow. I don't know what the food is, but it looks very nice. Is that a pudding or is that a starter? I don't know. Looks like it's been dusted with chocolate powder. It's got leaves on and it looks like a bit of feta cheese, or it could be chicken. Is it it might be an omelette. We have no idea. No, we have no idea. It looks lovely, whatever it is. So you've got 4-day weekend for the passing of the Queen. How lovely. How lovely. Should have been here. Should have been here. I think nothing prepares you for the atmosphere of something. We haven't seen anything like this for, 60, 70 years. So that's why it was so unique. But to watch all the reporters try to sort of get people to talk on air and stuff like that. I did hear one man as I walked down Villiers Street with this huge crowd walking against me. They were coming towards me. I was going back down through. It was like the parting of the seas in the Bible. But there was one man shouting at police officers. He looked as though he'd had quite a few sherbets, unfortunately. And I forgot to mention that other story the other day, which filled everybody with great delight. The stalker who'd been bombarding Mr. Vine and various other people with tweets and Twitters and everything else got sent to prison for 5.5 years. That was good news, wasn't it? What a result. Alex Belfield used to be a presenter for the BBC, not for too long, but he bombarded various people there with Twitters and emails and stuff like that, basically being abusive. And he got found out, and he's gone to prison for 5.5 years. That's good news, isn't it? I was very pleased about that. Very, very pleased. Steve says, Connie, I watched the entire funeral on TV with the sound down because LBC had the best coverage of the funeral. So well done to all the LBC presenters who made the coverage. Nick Ferrari must have been exhausted. I think what you do, Connie, is once you're on a roll, you kind of go with it. I was so desperate. I did have food in yesterday. I was so desperate, though. I thought, perhaps I'll nip out. It's actually the first time in ages I spent the whole day indoors and then climbed into bed and was out like a light, which was lovely. Steve, I suspect that Mick is named after a loch that borders the Balmoral estate, says Tom from Tarves in Aberdeenshire. As for yesterday, I shed the occasional tear but lost it after the Lone Piper and the national anthem. Wasn't it great, though, the music of the bagpipes? And then he walks away and it gets quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter, because I thought there was something the matter with my hearing. And then I suddenly realised what he was doing. He's walking away with her. Her spirit's gone with him as well. Beautiful funeral, says Stella. For me, I love the music of the bagpipes when the coffin was first pulled. Yes. And Ali says, I watched the funeral on my phone, sat in Canterbury Cathedral Gardens. It's an omelette, says Tim. It's an omelette. It was very nice. What was in it? We're dead nosy here, only because we're hungry this morning. We haven't had anything to eat. I could do with some, because there was nothing open. Oh, I tell you, there was things open. I tweeted to the producer, because he said to me, nothing will be open at Waterloo Station. It was all blooming open. Marks and Spencer's was open. Pret a Manger was open. Really? Yeah, on the route. Isn't it on the route? I mean, I'm surprised people can afford to shop in Marks and Spencer's now. The prices have gone through the roof. Absolutely. But every single paper today, without exception, has got The Sun have got 44 pages of photographs. 44. But there's a great piece by Max Hastings that says, after the grief, now Britain should turn towards the future. The King must provide society with stability amid the shifting sands of politics. Yes, now we have to look to the future. Now we have to make sure that this legacy that she left behind continues, and that we end up with a country where we're proud to live. Although I've spoken to people over the last few days, and they've all said they're so proud to be British. So proud, and so proud of the Queen as well. But as dawn broke yesterday, out trickled the final few mourners to have seen the Queen lying in state, and the last to have survived the queue. There was one lady called Chrissy Heary. She felt privileged to be the last person at the lying in state, and I think she'd been in before. She managed to do it twice. So there were some people Christine Webb and Anita Laybourne were turned back on Friday but tried again on Sunday. Christine says, I'm never going to see anything like this again. No, absolutely you're not. Absolutely not. But full marks for sort of the coverage that was done. Logistically, it's very complicated. Because the producer did fall asleep because he got a bit tired. And so he didn't manage to see all of it. So don't worry, it'll be repeated over the next week or month. And then they'll bring out the DVD. There's already the souvenir special, which you can get from the Sunday Times. And people will buy all the papers today because there's pages and pages and pages. As I say, 44 pages just in The Sun. You can imagine what all the other papers are covering. They've all got roughly the same sort of photographs, but it's all there for you to collect and then hand on to your children and your children's children. Just remember, store it in plastic and, make sure it's sealed properly. Chris in Nantwich says, I'm working in Germany this week, and there was full coverage of the funeral on television. The Germans were so impressed with the ceremony and the way our military was so precise. I felt very proud to be British. Yes, I could well imagine that. We do that well. We do that really well. I mean, the choir were perfect as well. These are just little boys singing in the choir, and the rest of the choir was lovely. I loved it. I love hearing choirs and hearing, orchestras and bagpipes and the trumpeters and everything. I just thought it was great. Night owls who stay up late may be more vulnerable to type 2 diabetes than people who go to bed early. Oh, poo. Typical, isn't it? That's what I can blame on it then, actually. It's Diabetes UK say that nearly 5 million people in the country have diabetes, with about 90% of them having type 2. Type 1 is the largely genetic condition that has nothing to do with diet or lifestyle. NHS England spend around £10 billion a year on diabetes, roughly 10% of its total budget. It's a lot, isn't it? A lot. More pictures, Charles, and just seeing London coming alive was just amazing, And looking as well at all the beefeaters were there. I mean, they were, it was just, everybody did their bit. Everybody knew where to be. Everybody knew where to go. Everybody knew what they were there for. And, the bloke who had the best job, I thought, was the one who walked in front of Her Majesty's coffin. Behind him were the pallbearers. They had 8 pallbearers. They would need it. But he just had to walk in front. He was the one that gave them directions. We're doing right, we're doing left, we're doing this, we're doing that. And he also had to carry a couple of the bear skins as well. But Charles was right behind. Everybody was there. I mean, I couldn't believe how far people had walked. There was a lot of walking yesterday, and that's only just a little bit of it. Carol will come round to in a moment. We take all your texts and emails this morning because we're here till 7. Yesterday, only here till 6 because there was so much going on in London. There were so many stewards, and well done to all the stewards for being out there, and well done to everybody from being, sort of fairly grumpy for a month ago. Now everybody was smiling and celebrating, and everybody had their own stories. And I don't know how you got to be a steward. I didn't see any adverts looking for stewards. It is an agency where you get these people from. But they did very well. They did very, very well. And the different organisations who handed out tea and sandwiches and stuff like that. An egg mayonnaise and a nice cup of tea in the early hours of the morning yesterday was very welcome.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know that the parade yesterday was a mile long, split up into sections, 7 sections, made up of 3,000 military personnel from the Commonwealth, members of the Queen's family and household, civilians, including the emergency and health workers, and each had their own band. Something really special. Pipes and drums of Scottish and Irish regiments and the combined bands of the Royal Air Force. Leading the procession were 2 mounted Metropolitan Police officers and 4 Canadian Mounties on horses given to the Queen, George, Elizabeth, Derby and Sir John. I don't know who names all these animals. I don't think I've given the oddest names. But also among them, walking for the National Health Service, was May Parsons. You know who May Parsons is? No? She was the nurse who delivered the first ever COVID-19 jab to 92-year-old Maggie Keenan in Coventry in December 2020. We like her a lot. And then there were representatives of the Air Force, the Army and the Royal Navy. And they had Tall Paul, the distinctive figure. He walked in front of the gun carriage, and her footman, Barry Mitford. The naval ratings swept along in rolling tide. They were so good. So everybody was good. You couldn't single out any one person for being absolutely brilliant, apart from every single one of them. You know, I don't think anybody screwed up doing commentaries or anything like that. Nobody stumbled over things. People just delivered it, knowing that that's what you have to do. I noticed that Sarah Ferguson turned up as well, which actually was ironic. She was sitting right behind King Charles III, which I thought was slightly odd. So perhaps she has been forgiven. Perhaps she's been forgiven. You never know. Daily Mirror legend Louise Flood was honoured to be invited to the Queen's funeral at Westminster Abbey. She started her Fleet Street career in 1981, only found out about her invitation to represent readers on Sunday afternoon. It's a case of quick outfit. The amount of people who managed to find black outfits. I'm assuming perhaps you ladies have them. Even when I walked outside yesterday, I have to be honest, I was not wearing a black outfit, but I was not appearing on screen. But all the news desks all had black outfits on. Everybody was wearing black. It was very, very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Meeting of different faiths. Lots of people of different faiths were queuing. Lots of people were waiting. And to meet the Queen at her final resting place, the crowd, and there were crowds on that long walk. There were crowds. There's no two ways about it. And then Mick and Sandy, the dogs. A lot of people. There's one man here, Laxmi, who travelled from Aldershot and said this was our last day to be able to say goodbye. But the reporting team for the papers was phenomenally big. You know, getting people down there, getting them to write it up. Not half as complicated, I always think, as people who are actually broadcasting it. Because the one thing, sometimes you could hear somebody, they weren't aware they were back on, going, OK, it's coming to you first. We got a few little bits of that. But I mean, that was nice. That was just, to do with the moment. Carol says, Steve, I woke up yesterday morning at 05:45 New York time to watch Her Majesty's funeral. How impressive it all was. Everything was perfect. All the servicemen and women should be very proud of their participation. And George and Charlotte were amazing. Weren't they just? I thought they were really, really good. I thought it would be a bit over-roaring, over sort of, if you're a 7-year-old and all of a sudden, you've never done anything like that before. You've seen Mummy and Daddy going to these things where they have to sort of dress up and put on sombre clothes. But to actually be in the middle of all of this, I mean, that must have taken something, I think. Steve, I thought the funeral march music, when the gun carriage was between the Abbey and the Wellington Arch, was played so perfectly. I only remember the one that goes da-dun, da-dun. I can't remember it now. I've forgotten it. I think I'm doing Dallas. I think I've completely forgotten. Some of the marches seemed to be quite fast, didn't they? And then there were other things, which were very, very solemn and very nice. Steve, any idea when the coronation will take place, says Mary Beth. Now, this, we're not sure. We think probably next spring. The world is admiring the British for doing such a perfect job yesterday. I'm sure the Queen's looking down from her cloud with a big smile on her face. Yeah, well, it's only because Prince Philip's there. That's why. And bravo to LBC and the British people, says Mary Beth from Maryland. We do it well. But there will be, I always love the state coach. Every time that comes out for an airing, I tend to forget how old it is. And I've seen it up close, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The royal trains, which actually can be any train, they just stick the Queen's thing on the side of it, and all of a sudden it becomes the royal train. Yes, exactly. Have I told you? No, I'll tell you on something else. I was on the train yesterday going home by myself. There was nobody else on the train, apart from some ladies who got on. And on South Western, we have all these new trains now, which are one giant carriage. So the good news is you don't have to push buttons to open doors as you're going through, because, you know, you sort of get there, you think, I know where I've got to go to get off at the right bit at the station. And I'm sort of sitting there, and I sort of played around with the telephone, stared out the window, thinking, all these other people are heading in the opposite direction to me, and I'm going back home again, which just seems a bit strange. And there was a lady, she came and sort of stood there. She was looking, and she stood right next, there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, is she going to sit down or not? Anyway, she was then telling her mum, I think it was her mum, that she couldn't find the toilet. And I said, there are no toilets. Not on those long one-carriage trains. And she said, are there not? I said, no, on other trains, yes, you can find the two sorts of toilets on there, provided they're all in operation, but not on these one-carriage trains. Yeah, sometimes they go out of action, toilets. I don't know why. I've got no idea. Yeah, a lot of the time they do go out of action, but she was very disappointed that she couldn't go for a wee because there were no toilets on the train. I wonder if they did that deliberately, you know, to say not having any toilets, because it must mean extra work having to get somebody to clean them and all the rest of it. Normally when a train pulls into the station, all they do is they just pick up copies of the Metro and shove it. I mean, people must read that thing and throw it away. It's probably got huge circulation, but nobody keeps it. They just read it. I mean, when I get on the bus in the morning, there's sort of a pile of Metros. I like to have a little look. The older trains used to flush the loos straight onto the... Yes, I know. Well, it's like aeroplanes, isn't it? I think that's how it used to be in the aeroplanes, yes. Yes, slightly dangerous, I would have thought. Yes, we wonder what it was. But looking at these photographs, the photographs are so much better than they have been. I mean, the Yeomen of the Guard, when they turned up, a bodyguard of the monarch, they were founded in 1485. 1485, and the costumes, I have to call them costumes because I don't think they go out shopping wearing any of this regalia. It's only for special places. So we think, Mary Beth, the coronation, we think probably next spring. We think, but I mean, it's anybody's guess. It's when they're up to it again, because I don't think we can handle it in London anymore. We need a bit of a rest to pull ourselves back together. Yusuf in Hampton says, I cycled over towards Heathrow and joined what felt like 500,000 people at the roadside. Saw Elizabeth Coffin, felt very moved since the news first broke. Yes, it is. It's odd when you see it. We walked one day years ago to watch Bradley Wiggins and all these other people cycling through Bushy Park, and we stood there and queued to get a good position in line, and then they went past really fast. I was a bit disappointed, but our little feet were so tired at the end of it. Me and Lynn went up there, had a very nice time. A stateswoman, they never say meet your heroes. Barbara Taylor Bradford's done a piece, but Her Majesty was as warm and charismatic as I'd imagined. Yes, she was. She smiled a lot. The smiling was a big thing. In the early days, she didn't smile so much, but I think as she got a little bit older, she smiled a lot. I mean, you never hear bad reports from people who met her. Nobody's ever said she snubbed me or she looked right through me or anything like that. They've all said she was quite charming. And they had a picture. That was the Queen and Prince Philip for their official portrait, rejoicing in 70 years wed back in 2017. And they needed each other. One without the other was no good. The Queen needed Philip. Philip was constantly being praised by members of the Queen's entourage and retinue and things like that. And he didn't take compliments very well. You know, somebody said to him, I think you're absolutely really fantastic. He would look on that as small talk. Nice quote on the Financial Times. People of loving service are rare in any walk of life. Leaders of loving service are still rarer. Isn't that nice? And they've got a picture of the tomb of the unknown warrior and the poor pallbearers who had to go all the way round it. They were constantly shuffling left to right just to make sure everything's perfect. The amount of steps they made them walk up yesterday. Did you see that? I couldn't believe how many steps, especially at... I think it's just mean. I think they actually picked the journeys with the most steps to get in and out. But it was lovely. The queue to visit the Queen's coffin stretched past Tower Bridge in the early hours of yesterday morning. We were sort of working it out. And Prince and Princess of Wales and Duke and Duchess of Sussex went on September the 14th. And then they all did their vigils, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. Loving the changes in weather recently, says Ashley. Have you had your flu jab? Yep, had it the other day. Takes but seconds. Because I'm over a certain age, you get a different flu jab. My arm was a bit sore for a day. But I mean, only when I pushed it, I'd remember which arm, because you've got to have it done in your left arm. I don't know why. I wanted it done in the right arm, but I wasn't willing to negotiate on it. Probably some right-handed. Well, I don't know. Is that on your medical records? Stephen is right-handed. You know, I've got to go back to the doctors today, because today is blood test. It's where they take about an armful, and then they phone you in a week's time to say, "Can we discuss your blood results?" They're never very good. Never very good. It just seems I always have to look away. I cannot watch a needle going into my arm. I don't care what they say. It's so big. It's like 3 foot long, and it goes in and then comes out underneath the arm and all the rest of it. Yes, and pint glasses of all this sort of stuff. No, hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Looking at all the headlines from the Mirror, really, it's very interesting. All they've done, the one for Friday, had a picture of the Queen, lovely picture of her sideways, and it just said underneath, "Thank you." Because that's all you can say to her. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for being so brilliant at it. And then when the pallbearers were carrying the coffin, they've got the final journey home, and the "We Will Watch Over You," Pride and the Pain. You've got William looking, I suppose, with sort of pride and the pain for Harry. The pain for Harry. I still think it was a bit mean to take away his ER epaulets, which were on his uniform. I thought that was, they didn't have to do that. But what's going to happen within the royal family, you will find out probably over the next few weeks and months. There will be changes, as Charles decides how to assemble his sort of committee of people. He will probably want to arrest first. I don't know where he goes. The trouble is, they don't ever go on holiday, do they? When I say on holiday, you're not going to find him on the beach in Ibiza, going to Lanzarote. They don't do things like that. They either stay in the country and they just go to Balmoral or something like that. But what they need is a proper holiday. If ever they're abroad, they're working. It's a working holiday, and you go, well, that's not much fun, is it? There's always got to be dinners and everything else. You've got to wear a suit. I'm sure that Charles will be just as happy in a pair of Hawaiian shirts, a Hawaiian shirt and some flip-flops, but not anything you're likely to see soon, as far as I know. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, Tuesday, September the 20th. You are probably going to need to sleep for a week. After yesterday, all the soldiers and the sailors and the armed forces and all the people who were there cleaning up and everything else, it was a huge operation, and well done to everybody concerned. Liz Truss was due to land in New York last night, promising to keep pumping military kit into Ukraine. So she must have gone straight from the funeral to the airport and then off it. There's no stopping these people at the moment, is there really? And I have to give a word of praise to a great police officer, Steve, which seems like a good idea. On Saturday, my daughter-in-law took my granddaughter in her wheelchair to see Frozen. Among the thousands of people, she got lost trying to get to Covent Garden. She just stood and cried. The officer approached her and asked if he could help, and very kindly escorted them all the way to Covent Garden. Blimey. There are some great police officers out there, but they very rarely get the praise. Oh, no, we always give praise where it's deserved. Always. Always. They're human, exactly the same as everybody else, but what they have to put up with is nothing short of bullying of all sorts of people. When you look at the amount of police officers there were on the streets, it's quite an amazing thing. Quite an amazing thing to see. I wouldn't want to go out there, not for the money they earn, thank you very much indeed. And then 2 got stabbed the other day round here. And you worry about it because there are people, out on the streets who have illnesses. People just go out there. I thought we'd managed to abolish knife crime, and then I suddenly realised, don't be so naive, Stephen. Of course we haven't abolished knife crime. There are people who have knives and they use them quite freely. I was watching something the other day. It was Border Crossing America, and the way that the Mexican drug cartels smuggle drugs into America, and it is quite amazing. They're so sophisticated. One of them, it was a lorry that came in, and it had, what was it? It was like charcoal, bags and bags of charcoal. So they x-rayed one of them, and they have machines which they can do for, and there was something like, was it 150 pallets? Whatever it was a huge amount. And they discovered big blocks of cannabis in each one. So they had to literally get skips in, empty them all out, and it filled up the back of a transit van with all this cannabis. The other one, they looked at the lorry, they couldn't find anything. It's built into the tyres. They had to take the tyre off the lorry and cut it with a saw, like an electric saw, and the cocaine had been formed around it in packages. He said they're very, very experienced. You never expect them to check the tyres. They do now. And every single tyre had, I think it was cocaine worth £5 million for the whole lot, £5 million all in, an awful lot of money. And a lot of people as well get caught on the border of Mexico, drug smuggling. There was one man who'd been caught before, and he went for it again. And he had it strapped. They had to strip him to find it was strapped to his legs and his body and everything else. It's, you know, such is the power of the drug lords over there, and there's so much money in it that they can afford to sort of create all this stuff. Sometimes they actually get sort of a family's camper van, and they will build in a hidden compartment with things. It's very sophisticated, very sophisticated. Listening in Pontevedra in northern Spain. Pontevedra, that sounds quite nice. You mentioned that any train can be the Royal train, but did you know in the States any plane can be Air Force One? It's simply the call sign. Yes. Although I do believe that the one that they use as Air Force One, it is fitted out somewhat differently. Because, strange enough, they had that film on the television the other day. Funny you should mention it, because I'd seen it first time round. It's called Air Force One. And I thought it was brilliant, because we saw it as well in the film Independence Day, as they're trying to get out the White House before the thing is blown up. And they managed to get away. But Air Force One has got this lovely lounge and all the rest of it, and places, and it's full of high-tech equipment and very nice to do. Well, you saw Biden's car, the Beast. Although actually, I mean, did he really need all those FBI Secret Service agents that go along with him? And for goodness sake, I mean, he didn't get a good seat, did he? No. I mean, he was sort of shoved away at the back, poor soul. Mind you, I was trying to work out, they were saying that Kwasi Kwarteng was on his telephone and laughing away during the proceedings. And I thought, I'm sure he wouldn't be. Why would he be on his telephone? I mean, surely there must be things, unless he wasn't particularly bothered about being there. Andrew was the one who told us about Air Force One. But yes, any train can be it. They just go, I think people think it's parked up in a siding somewhere and then becomes the Royal train. No, it's anything that they've got. And she's more than happy to sit on normal seats. She's not particularly fussy. If you look at some of the early Royal trains, there's a very lovely one in India, the Royal train over there, which you can book on, and it looks beautiful. Sort of thing I'd definitely go. Keely Hawes says she sobbed in front of the One Show in order to switch off whilst filming her intense drama Crossfire. I spoke to somebody the other day, and I can't remember who the dickens it was. It was somebody who was saying, as I get older, I cry more. And I said, join the club. I find more things to actually cry about. There's a lovely interview with Paul Nicholas. Now, he was Britain's favourite heartthrob, Vince, in the hit sitcom Just Good Friends. 40 years on, he is very grateful that he's no longer deluged with letters covered in hearts and sprayed with 1980s scents. He's 77. And I've interviewed Paul on a few occasions, and he's quite amazing, actually. He's got no plans to retire. No plans to retire at all. He's written his autobiography, Music, Marigolds and Me. He says, I don't do any exercise, but then I never did. I'm slimish and pretty much the same weight. He says, I was never a big drinker, half a shandy and I'm anybody's. Such a good line, isn't it? Such a good line. And he also met a lawyer representing the Beatles and Sean Connery. He's been married to his second wife, Lindsay, for 38 years. He's got 6 children, 13 grandchildren and 3 great-grandkids. And he's in the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel. And they're at the Theatre Royal Brighton from tomorrow to Saturday, then Glasgow, and then they go to Newcastle. You can find more details on marigoldshow.com. But he talks about Jan was lovely to work with. We're still in touch, but actors move on. I thought Just Good Friends was brilliant. just good friends with. He was like sort of all right, bit of a geezer, and she was sort of fairly sophisticated type family. Did you ever see it? It was a great sitcom. We got pictures from the Royal Train. Here we go. Look at this. Now that's what I call a royal train. This is very, very nice. It's an awful lot of sort of blue crushed velvet decor and everything. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? It looks absolutely beautiful. And there's a desk there, and the Queen can use the telephone, which is more than I can do when I'm on the train. 9 out of 10 times I can't get a signal. Very frustrating. But they have sort of a, it's got 9 carriages. There's a Queen's lounge, bedroom and bathroom. But now what happens is they fly to places, or they take the cars. So the train isn't as used as much. Certainly not 9 carriages. Certainly not 9 carriages. Oh, I'm so pleased that Paul Nicholas is still working. He was an 80s heartthrob. He was on top of the pops. He had hit singles in the charts. He was amazing. Absolutely amazing. What else do we have in the papers for today? I mean, if you try and find something, that isn't anything to do with the funeral yesterday, you're a very lucky person, because the papers are all full of it. Pages and pages and pages. I think the Daily Mail today is a 120-page historic souvenir edition. The producer said, "Is there anything else in the papers?" I said, "I don't think so. No, we did have a good look. It's all the pictures of everything, but you've seen it if you were watching it together. But I like the idea that they've got a picture of Together Again for All Eternity, and this is that they're all buried now in Windsor Castle's King George VI Memorial Chapel. Philip Mountbatten, Princess Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, King George VI and Princess Margaret. This picture from 1948, they're all together in the same vault. All together in the same vault. I think that's lovely. I think that's really nice. As I said before, I would like to think they're all having a bit of a chat about how well it all went and how lovely their life has been and everything else. The state crown removed during the ceremony at St George's Chapel. There was no chance that was going to be disappearing from view down on the lift. And the lone piper, this is the Queen's personal bagpiper, Pipe Major Paul Burns, playing the final lament before his poignant departure. And also the stone in the King George VI Memorial Chapel. It's very small. It's very, very tiny, but the stone is moved away, and then the coffins are lowered into the tomb and placed on a frame, together with Princess Margaret's ashes. It's interesting, isn't it? Because you don't see things like that. You can't go down there. It's not open to the public. You can go in St George's. You can go there when they don't have services and stuff like that, and that's always worth it. Why is it Margaret's ashes? Well, because she was her sister. Why? I've got no idea why she was cremated. I have no idea at all. And that I cannot help you on. I just know that out of everybody, she was cremated. Everybody else, yes, I'm sure there'll be some information that somebody will now find and say, well, actually, Steve, it was because of this. So she was cremated. She went to Slough crematorium, and it's believed there was no room for a conventional burial. It's interesting. It's sort of a break with royal tradition. The Mail reported her decision to be cremated was driven by her wish to be laid with her father. Well, there was room. They managed to get everybody else in there, so they could have stood her up on end. At the time of her death, the Scotsman newspaper also reported the late princess told her lifelong friend, Lady Glenconner, she found the alternative royal burial ground gloomy and didn't want to end up at Frogmore in Windsor Great Park, where Queen Victoria and Albert are buried. That's another nice place. Now, that is open. You can go there certain times of the year. It's not open all the time, but certain times of the year you can go. And you can go to St George's Chapel. You just can't go down into the crypt because that's private. But they're all down there. But so that's obviously why they didn't think that there'd be enough room to get Margaret in. And so, but she's in there, so they're all together again, which I think that's more touching than anything else. Actually, I read this morning. I think that's the loveliest thing. Ian says, I understand the royal train is parked up at Wolverton near Milton Keynes when not needed. Yeah, well, you certainly don't need all of it. You certainly don't need all of it. You can do with 1 or 2 carriages, mainly because they either fly or take the cars. Mainly they fly now, because it's so much quicker. The train belongs to a different era. Shirley in Woolwich says, both my daughters were working yesterday as stewards, both in the Mall near Buckingham Palace. The company they work for had 400 staff in place. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? Well, I thought they all did very well. Congratulations. You've got the best memories of everybody if you took part in anything yesterday.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. Well, the excitement over the past week, the anticipation of the funeral and the huge success that it was and the fantastic send-off for Her Majesty dominates every single newspaper today. As I said, the Daily Mail have got a 120-page historic souvenir edition. In other words, every page is taken up with the pictures from yesterday and what pictures they were, because they had so many cameras involved. I think nearly in total about 150 cameras. And so they managed to capture all the images, and everybody did it. People were in different places, so different people got to cover it. The outfits that spoke volumes about their wearers. Everybody managed to find black outfits. I don't think I could possibly find a black outfit in my wardrobe unless it had glitter on it. I don't think there's anything else. But it's amazing, actually. Presidents and PMs take the bus, and Biden has to sit in row 14. I don't think he was particularly bothered by it. I think if anybody would have been particularly bothered, it would have been Mrs. Biden, who was wondering why they weren't up the front with everybody else. But you had the New Zealand people, Albert and Princess Charlene of Monaco were there as well. Some people wearing their military uniforms. There was an odd assortment of dresses. Some people, I think, thought it was a fashion show. The Princess Haya bint Al Hussein of Jordan, I don't know where she got her outfit from. It is the most bizarre outfit. It's very nice, and it probably costs an arm and a leg. But how you sit in this thing, I've got no idea. It's like sort of a puffball skirt or an upside down lampshade. I couldn't quite work out what it was, but it's in black, so traditionally it's absolutely fine. But it was a very odd outfit. I suppose people wear different things, don't they? Ukraine's First Lady, who is Elena Zelenska, she turned up, and New Zealand's Prime Minister. I think that Scotland Yard's new commissioner breathes a sigh of relief after the biggest security operation in British history. 15,000 officers. 15,000, that's more than the soldiers, of which there were 1,500. There were rooftop police snipers. You saw them on the turrets at Windsor Castle, and they were also on top of Buckingham Palace as well. SAS teams, anti-drone technology. Apparently, officers having to stop 18 people attempting to fly the technology over the capital. So they just sort of close it down, so they make sure that people can't fly. Well, I suppose people had cameras on them, and with most of the drones that you buy nowadays, you can buy a drone for less than £100 actually, really, if you go to some of the shopping channels, and you can put, it's got cameras on it which move, and it will transmit back to your telephone. I mean, if you've seen the Sky drone, you could lift men. This thing is huge. And I think the broadcasters use drone cameras now. Strangely, a lot of the estate agents out in the countryside have been using drones for years to get an overhead picture of the property. Otherwise, what do they do? Climb a tree? No, they use drones. It's much, much easier. Steve, there's only room for 4 coffins where the Queen is buried, so they cremated Princess Margaret so they could all be together. Might be so. I don't know. I mean, put it this way, they're on shelving in there, so there isn't a great deal of room. So, don't want anybody else in there, so it'll stay the same way. But Margaret didn't want to go to Frogmore. And I can understand it. It's a bit of a gloomy kind of place, and you're stuck with Queen Victoria, and she was hardly a laugh. So, and she wanted to be with the family. That's the way it was. Steve says, Susie, I thought yesterday the whole thing was magnificent. For me, when the Queen was passing Buckingham Palace for the last time, I felt so sad. And I thought that George and Charlotte behaved beautifully being so young. I thought they were perfect. I thought that was a baptism of fire for them to go to something as huge as that, because generally speaking, you don't take children to funerals because they don't quite understand what it is, apart from Gan's not here anymore, and they won't be able to go there at Christmas and stuff like that. They were at the Jubilee, which was only 3 months ago, but to dress up in black, and they looked immaculate. They did look immaculate. You couldn't fault them, but there again, they should be. They've got everything. What is Princess Haya bin Al Hussein wearing? It really is the oddest outfit. Look, I have to show the producer. It's odd, isn't it? You think it's a dress from that country? What, people want to look like lampshades? I mean, it's very lovely, and I bet, as I say, I bet it costs an arm and a leg. Westminster Abbey, it's been the subject and the home of so many major events over the years, but we've not seen anything like this before. Really haven't. Also paying their respects. Harry and Andrew, both wearing morning suits. Charles and Anne were saluting. They're allowed to salute because they're wearing uniform, but Harry wasn't allowed to salute, neither was Andrew. It's amazing you can say to somebody, isn't it, you're not going to salute, and they go, it is a bit petty. I mean, they actually could have been allowed to salute. They're only saluting, somebody in the same family. I didn't quite get it, but they very much are a family of tradition. They've always done it like this, and that's the way it will be done. You can't just start making up the rules as you go along. I mean, the Queen did like the tradition. She was a stickler for everything like that. She was a stickler for basically doing everything. If she said this happens at 10:22, it happens at 10:22, not 10:23 or 10:21. It happens at 22. And that's why she'd have been very pleased. I think everybody did her proud yesterday. I think we did ourselves proud as a nation. I think there can't have been many people who watched that yesterday who didn't have a little tinge of sadness, a little sort of tear in the eye when you saw it, especially when I saw the Canadian Mounties. I thought that was amazing, especially riding horses, which belong over here. So they're riding new horses, and then you see the state gun carriage, which I think looked amazing. They had to get it on. I've lost track of how many times they took it on, took it off, took it on, took it off. Have to make sure it doesn't move anywhere. And when she went past the palace, someone just said a moment ago, for the very last time, that's her house, really. I think she preferred everywhere else. I think Buckingham Palace became just a working palace where you had all sorts of things. Connie says, believe me, I'm gutted. I miss the lying in state, but I think my feet and my legs would have not allowed me to queue for all those hours, so I had no choice than to watch it on television. No, I mean, I don't think there's anything the matter with that. Nobody said you had to sort of do it. I mean, a lot of people wanted to do it, and a lot of people didn't want to do it. And there were those people who came down. I felt sorry for the two ladies who travelled all the way down and then got there and they went, it's too late. And they went, oh, we went to the wrong place. So they didn't get to go in, which was a shame. I don't know. You've come all that way. I was well done to all the trains for operating, though, to get people away from the scene, because I was in bed long since. I didn't need to sort of worry about it. But I'm assuming London emptied out fairly quickly, because the moment the cortege had passed you, if you were on the Mall, there was nothing more to see. You could then start packing up. I wonder how many tents were left there. Someone said, oh, let them keep it. Let them give it to some homeless people. Because we have homeless people in London who sleep in tents. I've seen them on the Strand when I go back in the morning. And it's quite nice, because it's, if it rains, at least they've got somewhere to keep dry. Some people just sleep in doorways. But Stephen Glover's done a piece in the Mail today. He says, to my great relief, the BBC grasped the public's mood and reminded us what a unifying role it can play in national life. I think so too. We're paying for it. If they weren't paying for it, or we weren't paying for it. Somebody was very upset. Jan Moyer wasn't particularly interested in seeing Alan Titchmarsh on the television talking about a cover case. But she always gets upset, Jan Moyer, so I didn't see that. But she said seeing the corgis made many gulp with emotion. I think Jan Moyer also wasn't particularly interested in seeing Maureen Lipman on there as well. But these are people who, I think one of the other news channels had Biggins on there with Dawn Neeson. There were all sorts of people on there talking about it. Some people, I have to be honest, were sort of dragged out to talk about something. You could tell they didn't really know an awful lot about but they're a little bit lightweight. But given us special places, Angela and Tall Paul and other staff given special places, which was lovely. Because, in fact, Angela Kelly must have more pictures of herself with the Queen than anybody else, because they went to a catwalk show, the Queen, and Anna Wintour was there. This is the one who wears the dark glasses all the time. You know, we've talked about her before. But thousands of mourners missed the Queen's funeral. They were stranded by rail cancellations. Didn't know we had any. But there were damaged power cables, caused all trains between Reading and Paddington Station in West London to be cancelled from 6:30, just when you'd be getting the train. Just when you'd be getting the train. More than 1 million people were expected to pour into London, and rail bosses said the network was ready for one of its busiest days ever. Oh, Gabby Thomas, who travelled from Castle Carey in Somerset with her father, said, "We were meant to arrive at Paddington Station at 8:30. We're still hoping to catch the end of the procession. It's a typically British thing to happen." Yes. Barry Boffey, ex-head of inclusion and diversity at British Transport Police, was invited to Westminster Abbey after being awarded an MBE, but his train from Bristol was cancelled at Slough. And you're kind of stuck there. I mean, all sorts of people. No trains have been able to enter or leave Paddington Station in West London since 6:30 on Monday because of damage to overhead electric wires near Hayes and Harlington. National Rail said the disruption was expected to continue until midday on Tuesday, today, just in case you've sort of lost out and missed out on weather things. Oh, that must be a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. The Queen was Colonel-in-Chief of the Grenadier Guards. I forgot actually as well, she had 600 charities that she fronted up. They had people there from the Entertainment Artists Benevolent Fund, who look after Brinsworth House and another house as well. They were being interviewed, which was very pleasing. And soldiers from the Queen's Company were flown back from Iraq to carry her coffin. So that's where they've been. The company's colours were draped over the coffin by King Charles III just moments before she was lowered into the royal vault. And the Queen's Company traditionally selects the very tallish soldiers, with its guardsmen usually standing at an impressive 6'2". A bit like the Bluebell Girls in Paris, because they have to be very tall as well. So by the time you put heels on them and big headdresses and cover them in lights, they look absolutely ginormous. Absolutely ginormous. But watching the Queen's coffin, in fact, I began to wonder whether it was my eyes that had got a bit funny when I was watching the St George's Chapel thing. And I'm sort of seeing the priest behind, and he was doing this sort of eulogy or whatever it was. And I remember thinking, is the coffin moving or is it me? And it was very slowly going. And they kept looking up as well to check where it was in their speech, and it went down there. It's amazing when you think all these things were built years and years ago, but looking at the tributes. Charles was very emotional. I'm sure that he will fully recover, and with Camilla by his side, hopefully we're on to new, bigger, I was going to say better things. I don't think better things, but certainly new, and we should embrace everything with both arms. Do you know, I was just reading in one of the papers, I couldn't believe it. In one part of the crowd, they were 80 deep. 80 deep. I mean, that sounds like it's going back into Hyde Park. But again, huge crowds, you know, all over the place, but at the very end, away from the eyes of the world, a deeply private burial. It's interesting. I mean, the main chapel, if you know Windsor at all, has been the resting place for royals for centuries, going back to 1483. And Edward IV, Henry VIII's remains are interred in the choir along with those of Charles I. So his remains. So does that mean that they open the coffin after a while and sort of check? I mean, I really don't know what the procedure is. All I know is I don't think, I mean, the royal family would have gone down there for this small little ceremony. If indeed all of them went, I don't think the children would have gone to something like that. But the pictures are just phenomenal. It was such a good turnout, apart from those people who missed it because of the blooming trains, which didn't get them there on time. Sunil says, I took the risk from Slough to Windsor by train at 2 p.m. No issues at all. Got straight into the long walk. There were good crowds there, weren't there? There really were. Very, very good crowds. I was very pleased by that. The blooms, which were on top of the coffin, as you now know, were cut from the gardens of Buckingham Palace, Clarence House and Highgrove. And lovely picture of everybody. I quite like it when people look solemn. You know, I mean, I know that we had this discussion the other week about the amount of funerals that have been going on recently where they've said, listen, can you not wear black? can you please not wear black? It's, suddenly good. But Sarah Vine's done a piece saying suddenly the whole country is on the same wavelength. What an incredible legacy. Yes. I mean, monarchy is so much more than a source of plot twists for Netflix. I mean, who else, she says, could stir such a depth of feeling? If there is such a thing which could exist, it was a fairy tale funeral. This wouldn't happen for anybody. I remember them saying, though, I think after Margaret died, she wasn't going to have a huge state funeral. The Queen Mother, Diana, Duke of Edinburgh, and now the Queen. And if you read the Archbishop of Canterbury's Westminster sermon, I felt sorry actually for it. It was Liz Truss's, wasn't it? She had such complicated words to read in her speech. Some of the words, it was, cometh and this and that. I mean, I remember listening to it thinking, I bet she's struggled with that. I bet she really has struggled with it. It was quite a difficult thing to read. I don't know if we've got it. Have we got a copy of what she said? Because I'm not going to attempt to read all of it, believe you me. But it was just some of the words on it, and I thought, I bet they went, let's pick something really difficult. Let's pick something that it's like a bit of a tongue twister for her to get round. And so she did it. She did it very well. But I did listen to it thinking, I bet she's rehearsed this no end of times. But when London comes to a halt for things like that, it really is amazing. And they had all the boards up round Trafalgar Square, letting people through, but being very mindful that the police are watching. And they had, people on the roofs throughout London. They'd have been on Admiralty Arch. You can see them actually on Admiralty Arch, see them on the top of Buckingham Palace. And they're there just to make sure that everything goes according to plan. So is this it? I'll just read you a little bit of this one. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. And if I go and prepare a place, I will come again and receive you unto myself. That is where I am. There ye may also. And whither I go ye know, and the way ye know. Thomas saith unto him, Lord, we know not whither thou goest. And it was all of that kind of talk. It's quite hard to scan, actually. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father, but by me. If ye had known me, ye would have known my Father also. And from henceforth ye know him, and have seen him. Philip saith unto him, Lord, shew us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, have I been so long time? And so it goes on. I mean, I'm surprised she got through it, to be honest with you, because as she's reading it, I'm listening to it, and I'm looking at her thinking, is this pre-recorded? It's because it's such a complicated thing. But as I say, I bet somebody sat there and went, go on, let's give her this one. See how she copes with it. She coped very well, actually. The sparkling tribute to Diana and the Queen in Kate's jewels, including earrings, a wrist bangle, the necklace worn by the Queen and Diana. Both of them had worn it. The Queen's earrings. So it was nice. It was nice. But Alan Titchmarsh. You see, I'm a big fan of Alan Titchmarsh. I think he's great. He was the human side of it. Eamon Holmes was sort of having a bit of a side of it and having a bit of a laugh at the expense of Pip and Holly, because people had accused them of jumping the queue, whereas in fact they hadn't jumped the queue at all. They were accredited journalists who were going there to do a piece on it. They didn't have to queue because none of the other journalists had to queue. And Eamon was sort of saying, I wonder if they'll be mentioning it on This Morning. They did issue a statement at ITV, which I thought was very interesting. Obviously, because you know what these things are like on the internet. Something will build up about nothing, and you think, listen, so what if they did jump the queue? But they didn't. That's the whole point of it. But people start some ridiculous thing going, oh, they were jumping the queue. They weren't. They were working. And that's why. I noticed that was David Dimbleby doing anything? I think he must have done a load. There were loads of contributors. The bills for contributors must have run into thousands, if not millions of pounds, because I don't know how much people cost, but you can't exactly just shove them out the door after the interview. You have to sort of get them a car, and trying to get cars was a bit of a nightmare, as I discovered, but still fairly interesting. The sailors marched at 75 paces per minute. That seems quite fast, doesn't it? It seems quite No, even I don't walk that fast around the building. But anyway, apparently even mild COVID, they say, is now being linked to long-term heart trouble. There's a doctor here who says 2 weeks after I caught COVID, I had to rush to hospital and had my heart stopped and then restarted again. That always frightens the life out of me. I don't like things like that. And which gadgets really help the medicine go down? Because there is a gun that pops out tablets. I get all mine in a pill box. In fact, it's a Dosset box. I have 4, which I get every month, and they're absolutely brilliant. Some people have the blister packs, which are done by some places where you sort of rip it open, but I was worried I'm going to lose the tablet. As it is, the amount of tablets I take in the morning. But they've got all sorts of different things here. A masking gel, a grabber for needle phobia. This is the... it's only $14.95, actually. And what it does, it's a small grabber-like accessory. It fits onto the end of a standard insulin injection pen, and it makes injecting a safer, more comfortable, more consistently and worry-free procedure. It's never going to be like that. Take my word for it. Nothing for taking blood. Well, not as far as I know, actually. We've got a talking pill box. Quite like the sound of that, which is, and it's only £74.86. It says, hello, Steve, I suppose. I don't know. They've also got a pill grinder. It's about the size of a pepper grinder. You place up to 50 tablets and then grind the pills into a fine powder. Does it still have the same impact, do you think, if you grind your pills down? I mean, I just swallow them whole. I don't sort of think about anything else. There's also a lid opener. And that's about it, actually. I'm interested. A talking pill box. What, you can have a conversation with you or something. That could be quite fun. That could be quite funny, couldn't it? So, how's your day going, Steve? Well, it's going very well, thank you. Suddenly, gout, by the way, is on the rise. So why do so few patients get treatment they need? I think my brother's had gout. And I think what I got for him was, I seem to remember, cherry juice. Cherry Active, I think it is. It's a special cherry juice, and it's not cheap. I don't know what gout is, I can't remember, but I know it's very painful. That's what people tell me. And this Cherry Active, I bought him loads of it. They were selling it in Costco. You can still buy, as far as I know, and you can get it on Amazon. It's about £15 for a bottle of it. And I think what you get is swelling on your big toe or knees. It can be treated with anti-inflammatories. Reducing alcohol can help prevent attacks. So that's good. So it's a form of arthritis. But it was definitely this cherry juice, which everybody had sworn by. And it was specifically, concentrate. You don't mix it with anything. You drink it as is. And he's never mentioned it since. He's never mentioned gout or anything else. I'm assuming it must have subsided. Steve, Dave in Plymouth. Her Majesty's funeral was a source of great pride. It's a comfort to know this country is still capable of great things, especially when politicians are removed from the organising process. Yes. I think we'd all agree there. Lovely Kim says, thought the corgis were a very sweet touch, Steve. The wee guys must be wondering where she is, where their mummy is. Yes, that's what it appeared to me. One of them sort of looked around, looked up at the person who was holding the lead, and then probably lay down on the ground there, because they look as though they were carrying a wee bit of weight. Little bit top heavy, but they're very well looked after dogs, aren't they? Very well looked after dogs, but now they're going to be looked after by Prince Andrew. And I'm sure that'll be absolutely wonderful. Millions line the streets for the final journey. They haven't put down how many they estimate were there, but you've got the guns fired in Hyde Park by the King's Troop. Royal Horse Artillery's Big Ben chimed 96 times, once for each year of the Queen's life. But it was, people were sort of chatting away, and then the moment the coffin appeared, went really quiet, very, very quiet. Some people cried, some people got very, very emotional, and just perfect. Writes one of the writers in the Express Day, God must know how much she meant. She did, because we wanted her to be here forever. We don't want her to get older. We weren't interested in getting older. As far as I'm concerned, the royal family lived for ages and ages and ages. Like sort of the Queen Mother, who is over 100. And I thought maybe the Queen would have done over 100 as well. But I think after Philip died, I think that's when it sort of took a turn downhill, which was a great shame. But somebody wrote this piece here. We all sang the national anthem. and then we burst into tears, which I think is the way a lot of people felt. Also, putting differences aside, Harry and William united in grief. Where this goes to, I'm not even going to speculate on, because we've got no idea. The Queen would have wanted them to get back together again, but as I say, not having spoken for 2 years, I don't know whether they spoke during the service. We'll have to wait and find out, because that speculation will persist, or whether they've flown back to America already, because the kids are in America. Sounds like the title of a song. I might burst into it today, but I won't.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I hope you are well. And if you came to London yesterday recovering from the amount of people, I've never seen so many people in the capital, and I left before it all took off. They were still pouring in off the trains. It was interesting. So there were 2,000 people at Westminster Abbey for the state funeral, and then St George's Chapel there were 800 people. Some of them looked as though they'd done both services. Some of the former prime ministers. The Royal Navy ratings tasked with pulling the state gun carriage, 142 of them there were, more than 10,000 police officers, and the last time a funeral was held at Westminster Abbey for a British monarch was King George II's funeral, held at the Abbey in 1760. 262 years, I think. Also, 22 miles of barriers erected in central. It's all gone. They've managed to clear it phenomenally fast. I mean, even faster than you can ever imagine. They were out there, working their little socks off, making sure it was all clean. The streets are all tidy again. And as I say, if you just sort of visited today, you'd never know that anything happened at all. Estimated to have visited the capital on Monday, about 1 million, say London Transport Authorities, and there's 250 extra rail services running to move people in and out of the city. 8 kilometres of people who lined up to file past the Queen's coffin. They don't know how many people went. They're still waiting. The initial estimates were, I think, about 400,000 people, but I think there's bound to be more, I think. 125, what that would be for movie theatres. They opened their doors to broadcast Monday's funeral live. And how many diamonds? Well, the Imperial State Crown has 2,868 diamonds, along with 17 sapphires, 11 emeralds, 269 pearls and 4 rubies. So there you go. It rested on the Queen's coffin as it lay in state. That's 1 crown, yes. Yeah, and they have quite a lot of crowns. Quite a lot of crowns. I mean, but 2,000... I mean, I suppose, excuse me, if you're making a crown, and this was made years and years ago, you're going to you're going to demonstrate your wealth. I mean, when I used to see the Queen on television at a party in the evening at Buckingham Palace, she would be dripping in jewels. There'd be a huge thing around her neck. She'd have the earrings. She'd have brooches. It was absolutely unbelievable. All resurrected from the vaults. But when you look at the crown, I remember going to see the crown jewels at the Tower of London and saying to somebody, I felt a bit mad saying it, I said, are they real or are they just fake? He went, no, they're real. And they've got huge silver salvers there, enormous. I mean, just to polish the thing alone would take you the best part of a good weekend. And they've got all the jewels there. I mean, some of it, it's priceless, absolutely priceless. And then you've got the orbs, then you've got the sceptres as well, all different ones, all different types for different occasions. But the Queen hated wearing it. For the state opening of Parliament, she hated wearing the crown. She said because it weighs so much. And if you look at it, you can imagine it weighs a lot. You've got to kind of keep your head up. Otherwise, the whole thing just sort of collapses. 2 minutes of silence at the end of the funeral at Westminster Abbey. I thought that was very nice. I always like it when people do that. It's always quiet. It's a very reflective period. And I think especially for members of the royal family, But they all did tremendously well. It can't have been easy. You know, it's not just losing the Queen, which we look on it as. It's losing your mother. That's what it comes down to. That's why Charles's little card that went on top of the flowers was so special. Devoted, he said, absolutely devoted. But we'll meet again. And the Archbishop of Canterbury, as you know, yesterday hailed the Queen's life of service. The Most Reverend Justin Welby says, all who follow the Queen's example and inspiration of trust in God can, with her, say, we will meet again. And I would think that would be it. But all the Prime Ministers were there, the ones that are still going. John Major, who, as I say, turned up Westminster Abbey and turned up in St George's Chapel. Turned up. Well, I don't know how they managed to get there on time. I mean, they really did quite well. Tony Blair was there, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, and Boris Johnson. And they all looked fantastic. They all looked very nice. Also, Carrie was there, and Miss Truss takes her seat at the Abbey before she launched into the Verily, Verily speech, which is how I've decided to name it. But it felt personal. They said she lives on in us all, because there can't be many people in the country who could show her picture to somebody, they would know instantly who she was. Yes, in the world, you could show in the world. You're talking about, says Darryl, thee and thou, reminds me of my granddad. He was born in 1911. Used to make me laugh with the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and won a teapot. Thank you. The old ones are the best. That's so stupid, isn't it, really? So the Lord said to them, come forth. And they came fifth and they won a teapot. It's like the man walking down the street with a teddy bear. And somebody said, where'd you get that from? And the teddy bear says, I won him. Again, stupid. The Queen liked to joke. The Queen liked to joke. She did smile a lot. And that's what I think we'll miss. We'll miss the human touch. We'll miss the touch of, you know, the fact that she was always there, reassuringly, even if she was tired, even if she was ill, she made an appearance. Alinka says, a friend at Westminster Abbey, yes, in his academic robes, Biden had to wait for them to advance first. I love it. I love it. It's a fabulous picture. Fabulous picture. There's so much ceremony, isn't there? There's so many robes for this and that. And you can imagine how many wardrobes the Queen must have. Because every day there will be something taking place. If she's going out to do an appearance, if she's going to open eyes, I mean, just organising, you know, sending out invites and the dress codes. And then on the way there, she'll be briefed by the lady in waiting. You're going to meet, first of all, so-and-so, who's been involved here for 45 years. Don't have to know her name because that's all on the card and somebody will introduce you anyway. So everybody's got to know where to stand. And that's why I was amazed at the logistics of all these people in the Abbey. So you're here. So they've got people who are very discreet, because I didn't see a load of people going this way, over here, seat 14. I didn't see any of that. Will they have markers on the floor? Well, so will they have markers? I thought we were taking the mickey out of poor Miss Truss's speech. No. But, I mean, the President of the United States, I mean, do you think he's really cross that he was shoved away at the back? Because it wasn't exactly the most prominent seat. But it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you were there. It's the fact that you were there. And also, he's so old, he won't remember where he's been. He's not going to remember. Is he back at the White House already? They don't hang around, do they? I suppose really because what they'll do is they'll whiz him back. He only spent one night in Regent's Park, and then they'll whiz him back there. Somebody else will send on all the luggage. Somebody would have packed it. I mean, that's the advantage to being either a member of the royal family or a head of state, because you don't have to get the case down from the loft and find all these different things and then put them in there, and you don't have to iron any shirts because somebody does it for you. And if you stay at the American ambassadorial place in Regent's Park, there's a whole army of staff there, and that's what they do. They look after people. Windsor Castle's got it. Buckingham Palace has got it. Holyrood Palace has got it as well. All these different places, they've got a team of cleaners and a team of people what do for you. So it must be quite nice. So he can go straight to the airport, get back on Air Force One, take off. You know, they don't really have time slots as the rest of us do. You just got to find a little slot in the schedule and then just pop or just hold them back. The president's taking off. That's the way it goes. Pete the Pullman says Monday, ran Windsor Great Park, arrived at 6:15, came across a lone piper. It was a moment. Take a look at this video. He said, still got loads of pools today, and I'm still heated and business as usual. Dear God. How on earth do you find a piper up there? Is he part of a... Well, how long have you been... Is he rehearsing? Or is he part of something? Is a piper standing by this sort of copper horse? Copper, is it? Oh, right, the copper horse. And perhaps he's sort of outside rehearsing, or it's just, what a thing to come across. Pete, for goodness sake, took a wrong turn and ended up there, so might as well play it. Because I never seen them, when they're playing the bagpipes, you're supposed to pump it up under your arm, and then you keep it going with a bit more, sort of pump it up. And, but I never see anybody doing that. That's why it always sounds at the beginning a bit, and then it gets to the key that they're looking for. Roads lined with love. I don't think there's any doubt of that, and all the pictures in the papers will show you. So if you were lining the route, who knows, you'll probably find yourself in the papers today. Could be anybody, I suppose. It could be a young person or an older person. 477 soldiers, sailors, Royal Marines and RAF personnel watched. They presented arms as the coffin moved past, standing with their heads bowed and pointing down. And also had 40 household staff as well, turned up outside Buckingham Palace. And at the moment, they don't know if they've still got a job. We were discussing that last week, because it depends where Charles decides to base his operation. Another one that says, Steve, I've driven out along the A4, this is Ken, and I've noticed that the road for the first time in ages has been swept clean of the trees and plants growing on the central divide. They were cut away. The grass has been cut at the roadside, and all roadworks were temporarily suspended. And that's in both directions. Well, they just wanted to make it look nice, because obviously the cameras were following them, the drones and all the other bits and pieces. And they want to make sure that it looks neat. And you don't find the place covered in graffiti, which we seem to have a proliferation of in London. Not as bad as in Rome. Rome is the worst place I've ever been to for graffiti. It really is. On the whole circle of Rome, absolutely covered in it. Complete bunch of idiots who put this stuff, their little moniker and everything like that. It's ghastly, really is. But the Queen's Piper's saying goodbye to Her Majesty. It was Pipe Major Paul Burns' duty to play beneath the monarch's window for 15 minutes every morning at 9 a.m. You can imagine, can't you? Go away! She's trying to sleep. She had a heavy night. But yesterday he marked her passing at Westminster Abbey with a renditioning of, it's a traditional lament, Sleep, Dearie, Sleep. Doesn't sound very traditional, does it? Sleep, dearie, sleep, dearie. Go on, you sleep. You'll be all right. That's okay. And yesterday marked her passing. And then at St George's Chapel in Windsor, as the body was lowered, he played a salute to the Royal Fendersmith, which movingly faded as he walked away. It did exactly the same in Westminster Abbey, didn't it? I think he walked away then. I think it's lovely. It's such a lovely tribute, because I saw it exactly as it was. I thought it was lovely. It's 6:45. Should we get the LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb?
Thanks, Steve. In central London, the Mall, Constitution Hill, Birdcage Walk and Horse Guards Road are all still closed following the funeral yesterday, but all the other roads are now back open. Elsewhere, the North Circular Road in London is closed southbound from Henley's Corner after an accident, and in Clapham, Wandsworth Road is closed both ways, and that's also following an accident. In Cumbria, on the M6 northbound, just after junction 37 at Kendal, there's been an accident, so one lane is closed. Now, the major problems on the trains do continue because of the overhead wire problems. Great Western Railway services therefore can't run between Paddington and Slough. Heathrow Express services are completely suspended, and Elizabeth Line services remain disrupted at Ealing Broadway.
LBC.
With her new iPhone 14 Pro, Izzy can now see every tiny feather on the robin hiding in that holly bush. Amazing. See the world at its most beautiful with the incredible new iPhone 14 Pro. Get it from Vodafone today with the UK's only phone buyback guarantee. And get a guaranteed buyback price when you trade it in.
Selected devices only. Trade-in in good condition from September to October 2023 via our trading tool. Airtime and device eligibility checks and terms apply. See vodafone.co.uk/buyback. Credit by Vodafone.
Your friend's latest binge watch. Your mum's go-to cheesecake recipe. We all love a recommendation. So when you need a job doing, why not go somewhere with hundreds of thousands of them? TrustATrader.com. From plumbers to pest controllers, we only let the very best tradespeople become members, so each one comes with reviews, history and chat options. And we'll find the ones closest to you. So whatever the job, you can always trust a trader.
TrustTrader.com. Today's tale begins the night the internet went down at the Smith family. Son? The dad watched on powerless as his son aged before his eyes.
The game has been loading forever. Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's unbreakable hybrid broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
For every friend, there's a beautiful hand-tied bouquet, plant or gift just for them at zingflowers.com. Amazing every time.
Steve Allen on LBC.
No? Oh, sorry. Oh, so I was just waiting for my cup of tea, which I got. Thank you very much indeed. Steve from Colin in Israel. We know that a lot of people here, and not just expats, were tuned in and watching proceedings. The coverage was excellent and the pictures were impressive, but there's a lingering feeling here, which will never go away, that Queen Elizabeth was remiss in never coming to Israel on an official visit. Shame. Not going to happen now, is it? Not going to happen now. You never know. Charles might. Charles might. I mean, I think what he needs, first of all, Charles, is a big rest. I think he needs a long rest and yet when you think that people have flown off, Liz Truss has flown off to America. Biden, I should imagine, must be back there already, and everybody else is doing all their little bits and pieces. They don't hang around, do they? Don't hang around. Catherine says, Steve, queued for 13 hours. With my husband and 3 newly made friends on Saturday at 10 p.m. Paid our respects to the Queen at 11 a.m. The queuing was an endurance test at times, but everybody kept each other going, getting one another coffees and chatting for England. That's it, actually. I like that. I like that idea that friendships have been formed. People saying, I met loads of people in the queue and we would chat. Because what else can you do? They're standing either in front of you or behind you. You're bound to say something. And there was that boy and girl who met, wasn't there? Bad news? Broken relationships? Both in relationships? Oh, right. Oh, they're just going to be friends. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Could be, yes. I don't know. Well, they might actually finish with them. They might finish with their respective boyfriends and girlfriends, decide to go out with each other, because it was such a touching story. There's a very good chance that they'll probably turn up on Celebrity MasterChef or something like that. They put anybody on these programmes now. I was watching a cooking programme yesterday. If only I knew who any of the people were. The only person I knew was Kerry Katona. I didn't know anybody else. Nobody else at all. One bloke they laughingly called a presenter. I couldn't quite work out what he was presenting. Catherine says, thought of you at one point when we saw a building called the Mudlarks. Felt surreal walking through the Docklands in the early hours. Thankful to the Globe having toilets open for us queuing. Yes, I thought that was very good of them. Very good. Yeah, so Jack and Zoe, it turns out they both got long-term partners and met up just as friends. Yeah, whatever. How many times you heard that? Oh, we're just friends. Jack's a great guy. We get on brilliantly, but we both have long-term partners. In fact, I'm getting married next year, says Zoe. Not only that, but there's also a 10-year age gap between Jack and I. Really? Didn't look like a 10-year age. Mind you, there's a 10-year age. Who is she older than he is, or we don't know, do we? There was one of those television programs the other day looking at somebody in A&E, and it was a lad who was he was obviously a mummy's boy, because she was sort of in there and she looked after him and all the rest. But she couldn't do this, so he had to go to hospital. And I was looking at him thinking, I wonder how old you are, and still to live with your mother. He looked about, to be honest with you, he looked anywhere between 25 and 30. 16. I was so out. When they said, and of course, for every other 16-year-old, and I'm thinking, 16? Blimey, what's he eating for breakfast? Must be that kind of thing where they go, I'm only 16. And you go, well, you don't look it. You look an awful lot older than 16. What else we got? Mick and Sandy, loyal to the end. Prince Andrew bending over to pat them. You just expect them to go grab him. What else we got? A delivery driver has completed a personal challenge of working for 24 hours, completing 77 jobs. I would have thought that was highly dangerous, because you start falling asleep, don't you, after a while? 6 million people, this was good news, whether or not it works, I don't know, will receive a one-off £150 disability cost of living payment from tomorrow. Many of those eligible will be paid by the beginning of next month. The cash is intended to help disabled people with soaring prices and the extra costs they face for care and mobility needs. Because I think it's quite expensive to be disabled. I think it really is. Payments will be automatic to those on a qualifying disability benefit. People are being warned to watch out for tests and emails from fraudsters asking for their personal details. Do not give them. Do not give them. People's eating habits are not much healthier today than 30 years ago. Rating diets from only junk food 0 to totally healthy 100, the average score was 40.3. People munch more vegetables and nuts than they used to, but they consume more red meat, fizzy drinks and salt. See, I don't have any salt in, and I don't do fizzy drinks. I do red meat though. But I'm trying not to have it all the time. I'm sure, I don't know. I had fillet steak yesterday, which because I didn't have anything else in. I just had to suffer, as you can imagine. Fillet steak, honestly. And I did it, it was a porpoise dinner. I did it with some onions, which I don't cut or anything like that. I buy a bag of cut onions. I'm all for the economy side of it. All this malarkey about, get the onion out, stuff. No, thank you very much indeed. You just go and buy a bag of onions, which are chopped. And they either do red onions or they do the other ones. And I put those in a frying pan, cut up some steak. And then what did I chuck on the top? Oh, I chucked some egg fried rice on the top. Left it for 15 minutes, perfection. Squirted a bit of Hellmann's mayonnaise over the top, and again, I'm obsessed with rice. I shouldn't be eating that sort of rice. I should be eating basmati rice, because it's better for you. But to be honest with you, I don't like it. Yeah, I wanted egg fried rice, and it had to have Thousand Island dressing on the top. Not Thousand Island dressing, although I do like Thousand Island dressing. Is basmati white or brown, isn't it? Basmati rice, isn't it? Is it white? I don't know, I've never had it, so it doesn't... You think it's white? Oh, right, okay. I don't know, I've never had the stuff. I'm sure it's very nice indeed. I'm trying to have a look. Oh, it's white, there you go. How to cook it. Stick it in the microwave by the look of it. I think you just you cut out, because most of the packets now, you just tear open the top a little bit, stick it in the microwave. Much quicker than cooking in an oven. Much quicker. And so, who'd have guessed? Who'd have guessed? It must be cheaper on the electric. Do you not think so? I mean, I would think so. I'm all in favour of saving a little bit of money. Putting rice in the oven. But I just do it all of it in a saucepan with a lid, and I steam it. And it's lovely. I mean, I think I'm fairly adept in the kitchen, but I'm not that adventurous. I mean, sometimes I might substitute the rice for Brussels sprouts or asparagus. But at the moment, the asparagus is coming from Peru, and it's a bit flavourless, I'm afraid. Steak and sprouts is a popular dish in our house. I would do it with some sauté potatoes if I could be bothered, because I quite like sauté potatoes. And they used to do packets of them in Waitrose, and you would tear open the top. It was a foil package, and you would empty it, and it was sort of bacon and egg. No, not dauphinoise. No, it was just sort of sauté potatoes, but with a little bit of egg in there, or bacon. I think egg and bacon, and you poured it into the frying pan, which was hot, and it sort of crisped it up, and it was particular. Well, I haven't found it for ages. Must be a world shortage. There you go, bacon and egg potato sauté. There you go. Sorry, it's not available. This must be something the matter with it. It's obviously not, but it hasn't been in there for over a few weeks. And they do another one as well, which I think is a Swiss potato rosti. I think it's a Swiss rosti, which makes me sound as I know loads about food, but I promise you I know absolutely nothing about food at all. But I used to buy these things because they were long life, and they used to last for ages and ages. And I was mind you, I found a tin of beans the other day in the kitchen. I'm so excited. Found a tin of beans. I was going to add those, but I thought by that time I'd already opened the egg fried rice, so there was no point. Well, I just sort of found them in a cupboard I hadn't bothered looking at before. It's like living in Windsor Castle. You open up a cupboard and you go, what the hell's that? Tin of beans banging on the door, trying to get out again. Luckily, it was within sell-by date by about a year. I do like beans occasionally, but they've got sugar in, haven't they? Everything's got sugar in. That's the only problem, isn't it, nowadays? Everybody's got sugar. And then I watched this programme on the television. Is it Ninja Warriors or something? Oh, my God. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. It's had to have 3 presenters on it. It's got Ben Shepherd. You'd have thought with getting up early in the morning and struggling through the programme and then doing Tipping Point that we don't want to see him anymore, thank you. Rochelle Humes for about the umpteenth time. And is it Chris Kamara? Cammy. Oh, he's called Cammy, is it? Oh, right. And I thought to myself, 3 presenters on a programme? God, dear, honestly. I mean, it looked as though it was a little bit above Rochelle, so I thought I'd kind of leave that to one side. I didn't think it was her sort of thing at all. Thomas says, hope you're well. On the way to the cafe for a bit of brekkie. Been grafting all morning. It was fantastic to send off Her Majesty yesterday. Makes you proud to be British. Get yourself down, Bosch Jim. So Thomas is having his breakfast already. You're not going to lose that weight, are you? If you keep having these fry-ups and all the rest of it. Although I'm slightly jealous. Slightly jealous. Do you know, once, I've only once had a Subway. I've only ever once had one, and it was in the car, and I was driving somewhere, and it was a late-night garage, and they had a Subway that was open in the garage on the road leading up to Hanger Lane. So I went in there, and I got very confused by the whole thing. And he said yes, and I said, I'm struggling with the menu. And in the end, I had steak and something, which was nice. I can't remember what it was. You had a steak one? Oh, spicy Italian. Oh, you only had 6-inch. I had much bigger, and it was very nice. It could have been a foot long, and I walked out of there thinking I'm going to be mugged. You know, it was that part of London. I thought it didn't look so safe, but the thing I haven't had for ages, and I need to find it, but these blooming places aren't open early enough. They do the little hash browns in Burger King, but they're bite size. I don't want a big hash brown. I want little ones. Because I told you, there used to be the girl at Waterloo Station when they were there, and she liked me. I knew she liked me because she'd always put extra hash browns in. She would pull them into the bag, and they closed down shortly after. Perhaps they run out of money or something. I don't know. Just to feed my habit. But all the McDonald's were closed yesterday. I was amazed at how many places were, but in Twickenham, a few of the coffee shops were open. I saw a girl in a Starbucks uniform. I'm assuming she did work for Starbucks as opposed to just had the uniform. And Costa were open, and a few other places. And at Waterloo Station, Pret a Manger was open, Marks and Spencer's, and some of the other places. Obviously, as they will explain to you later, to cater for all the people who were going to the funeral. Bit disrespectful, but, you know, listen, there was no reason why people had to close, and had I not had to get a train, I'd have bought myself a little flaky pastry thing in Pret a Manger or something like that, because the bacon rolls, they've seemed to have given up with bacon rolls now. They shoved this ghastly egg in there, which is so awful. It looks a bit dehydrated. It does nothing to me whatsoever. If it was a fried egg, I could understand it, but it's not a fried egg. It's like they do another egg in McDonald's. It's a different sort of egg. It's like a poached egg, but sort of flatter and rounder. Honestly, I wonder how I get through the day sometimes. Seriously. And then yesterday, see, bacon and egg roll. You know, smoke dry-cured British back bacon wrapped in a freshly... Yeah, but what's the point of paying for it if I'm going to take it out? That's a dreadful waste of money. What, give it to somebody homeless or something? Sorry, would you like my egg omelette? But you can't have the roll because it goes with my bacon. That's never going to work, is it? Goodness sake, honestly. It's Tuesday. This is the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Liz Truss is committing to match or exceed UK military aid for Ukraine in 2023. £2.3 billion has been spent this year on helping the nation fend off Vladimir Putin's invasion. The Prime Minister is heading to the UN General Assembly in New York, as LBC's James Goodison reports.
The annual summit in New York comes fresh after successful Ukrainian counterattacks. And for Liz Truss, a fortnight in the job, it's a real opportunity to show the world that the UK support will continue. The new Prime Minister also wants discussions about ending energy dependence on Russia as a difficult winter looms for Europe.
The royal family is observing another week of mourning for the Queen following her state funeral. No official engagements will be carried out during that time, and flags at royal residences will remain at half-mast. Elizabeth II was laid to rest with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, during a private burial service at Windsor last night. Around 6 million people with disabilities are due to begin receiving a £150 cost of living payment. The government says those who are on eligible benefits will get the one-off sum automatically from today, but Katie Stiles, an unpaid carer and founder of the We Care campaign, thinks it won't even scratch the surface.
As a disabled family, you're going to be using more electricity, so that might be for things like
$4.56 million. 456 real contestants. But there can only be one winner.
Eliminated.
The biggest Netflix show ever.
Squid Games, let's get real.
Becomes Netflix's biggest reality competition series.
I will absolutely double cross you.
Outshine the competition.
This is insane.
Steal the show. Squid Game, The Challenge. The real game begins November 22nd. Only on Netflix.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I hope you are well. And if you came to London yesterday recovering from the amount of people, I've never seen so many people in the capital, and I left before it all took off. They were still pouring in off the trains. It was interesting. So there were 2,000 people at Westminster Abbey for the state funeral, and then St George's Chapel there were 800 people. Some of them looked as though they'd done both services. Some of the former prime ministers. The Royal Navy ratings tasked with pulling the state gun carriage. 142 of them there were, more than 10,000 police officers, and the last time a funeral was held at Westminster Abbey for a British monarch was King George II's funeral, held at the Abbey in 1760. 262 years, I think. Also, 22 miles of barriers erected in Central. It's all gone. They managed to clear it phenomenally fast. I mean, even faster than you can ever imagine. They were out there, working their little socks off, making sure it was all clean. The streets are all tidy again. And as I say, if you just sort of visited today, you'd never know that anything happened at all. Estimated to have visited the capital on Monday, about 1 million, say London Transport Authorities, and there's 250 extra rail services running to move people in and out of the city. 8 kilometres of people who lined up to file past the Queen's coffin. They don't know how many people went. They're still waiting. The initial estimates were, I think, about 400,000 people, but I think there's bound to be more, I think. 125, what that would be for movie theatres. They opened their doors to broadcast Monday's funeral live. And how many diamonds? Well, the Imperial State Crown has 2,868 diamonds, along with 17 sapphires, 11 emeralds, 269 pearls and 4 rubies. So there you go. It rested on the Queen's coffin as it lay in state. That's one crown, yes. Yeah, and they have quite a lot of crowns. Quite a lot of crowns. I mean, but 2,000... I mean, I suppose, excuse me, if you're making a crown, and this was made years and years ago, you're going to put... You're going to demonstrate your wealth. I mean, when I used to see the Queen on television at a party in the evening at Buckingham Palace, she would be dripping in jewels. There'd be a huge thing around her neck. She'd have the earrings. She'd have brooches. It was absolutely unbelievable. All resurrected from the vaults. But when you look at the crown, and so I remember going to see the crown jewels at the Tower of London and saying to somebody, I felt a bit mad saying it, I said, are they real or are they just fake? They went, no, they're real. And they've got huge silver salvers there, enormous. I mean, just to polish the thing alone would take you the best part of a good weekend. And they've got all the jewels there. I mean, some of it, it's priceless, absolutely priceless. And then you've got the orbs, then you've got the sceptres as well, all different ones, all different types for different occasions. But the Queen hated wearing it. For the state opening of Parliament, she hated wearing the crown. She said because it weighs so much. And if you look at it, you can imagine it weighs a lot. You've got to kind of keep your head up. Otherwise, the whole thing just sort of collapses. 2 minutes of silence at the end of the funeral at Westminster Abbey. I thought that was very nice. I always like it when people do that. It's always quiet. It's a very reflective period. And I think especially for members of the royal family. But they all did tremendously well. It can't have been easy. It's not just losing the Queen, which we look on it as. It's losing your mother. That's what it comes down to. That's why Charles's little card that went on top of the flowers was so special. Devoted, he said, absolutely devoted. But we'll meet again. And the Archbishop of Canterbury, as you know, yesterday hailed the Queen's life of service. The Most Reverend Justin Welby says, all who follow the Queen's example and inspiration of trust in God can, with her, say, we will meet again. And I would think that would be it. But all the Prime Ministers were there, the ones that are still going. John Major, who, as I say, turned up Westminster Abbey and turned up in St George's Chapel. Turned up. Well, I don't know how they managed to get there on time. I mean, they really did quite well. Tony Blair was there, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, and Boris Johnson. And they all looked fantastic. They all looked very nice. Also, Carrie was there. And Miss Truss takes her seat at the Abbey before she launched into the Verily, Verily speech, which is how I've decided to name it. But it felt personal. They said she lives on in us all, because there can't be many people in the country who could show you her picture to somebody, they would know instantly who she was. Yes, in the world, you could show in the world. You're talking about, says Darryl, thee and thou, reminds me of my granddad. He was born in 1911. Used to make me laugh with, the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and won a teapot. Thank you. The old ones are the best. That's so stupid, isn't it, really? So the Lord said to them, come forth. And they came fifth and they won a teapot. It's like the man walking down the street with a teddy bear. And somebody said, where'd you get that from? And the teddy bear says, I won him. Again, stupid. The Queen liked to joke. The Queen liked to joke. She did smile a lot. And that's what I think we'll miss. We'll miss the human touch. We'll miss the touch of, you know, the fact that she was always there, reassuringly. Even if she was tired, even if she was ill, she made an appearance. Alinka says, a friend at Westminster Abbey, yes, in his academic robes, Biden had to wait for them to advance first. I love it. I love it. It's a fabulous picture. Fabulous picture. There's so much ceremony, isn't there? There's so many robes for this and that. And you can imagine how many wardrobes the Queen must have. Because every day there will be something taking place. If she's going out to do an appearance, if she's going to open eyes, I mean, just organising. You know, sending out invites and the dress codes. And then on the way there, she'll be briefed by the lady in waiting. You're going to meet, first of all, so-and-so, who's been involved here for 45 years. Don't have to know her name because that's all on the card, and somebody will introduce you anyway. So everybody's got to know where to stand. And that's why I was amazed at the logistics of all these people in the Abbey. So you're here. So they've got people who are very discreet, because I didn't see a load of people going this way, over here, seat 14. I didn't see any of that. Will they have markers on the floor? Well, so will they have markers? I thought they were taking the mickey out of poor Miss Truss's speech. No. But, I mean, the President of the United States, I mean, do you think he'd really cross it? He was shoved away at the back, because it wasn't exactly the most prominent seat. But it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you were there. It's the fact that you were there. And also, he's so old, he won't remember where he's been. He's not going to remember. Is he back at the White House already? They don't hang around, do they? I suppose really, because what they'll do is they'll whiz him back. He only spent one night in Regent's Park, and then they'll whiz him back there. Somebody else will send on all the luggage. Somebody would have packed it. I mean, that's the advantage to being either a member of the royal family or a head of state, because you don't have to get the case down from the loft and find all these different things and then put them in there, and you don't have to iron any shirts because somebody does it for you. And if you stay at the American ambassadorial place in Regent's Park, there's a whole army of staff there, and that's what they do. They look after people. Windsor Castle's got it, Buckingham Palace has got it, Holyrood Palace has got it as well. All these different places, they've got a team of cleaners and a team of people what do for you. So it must be quite nice. So he can go straight to the airport, get back on Air Force One, take off. You know, they don't really have time slots as the rest of us do. You just got to find a little slot in the schedule and then just pop or just hold them back. The president's taking off. That's the way it goes. Pete the Pool Man says Monday ran Windsor Great Park, arrived at 6:15, came across a lone piper. It was a moment. Take a look at this video. He said, still got loads of pools today. And I'm still heated and business as usual. Dear God. How on earth do you find a piper up there? Is he part of a... Well, how long have you been... Is he rehearsing? Or is he part of something? Is a piper standing by this sort of copper horse? Copper, is it? Oh, right. The copper horse. And perhaps he's sort of outside rehearsing, or it's just, what a thing to come across. Pete, for goodness sake, took a wrong turn and ended up there, so might as well play it. Because I never seen them. When they're playing the bagpipes, you're supposed to pump it up under your arm, and then you keep it going with a bit more, sort of pump it up. And, but I never see anybody doing that. That's why it always sounds at the beginning a bit, and then it gets to the key that they're looking for. Roads lined with love. I don't think there's any doubt of that, and all the pictures in the papers will show you. So if you were lining the route, who knows, you'll probably find yourself in the papers today. Could be anybody, I suppose. It could be a young person or an older person. 477 soldiers, sailors, Royal Marines and RAF personnel watched. They presented arms as the coffin moved past, standing with their heads bowed and pointing down. And also had 40 household staff as well, turned up outside Buckingham Palace. And at the moment, they don't know if they've still got a job. We were discussing that last week, because it depends where Charles decides to base his operation. Another one that says, Steve, I've driven out along the A4, this is Ken, and I've noticed that the road for the first time in ages has been swept clean of the trees and plants growing on the Central Divide. They were cut away. The grass has been cut at the roadside, and all roadworks were temporarily suspended. And that's in both directions. Well, they just wanted to make it look nice, because obviously the cameras were following them, the drones and all the other bits and pieces. And they want to make sure that it looks neat. And you don't find the place covered in graffiti, which we seem to have a proliferation of in London. Not as bad as in Rome. Rome is the worst place I've ever been to for graffiti. It really is. The whole circle of Rome, absolutely covered in it. Complete bunch of idiots who put this stuff, their little moniker and everything like that. It's ghastly, really is. But the Queen's Piper's saying goodbye to Her Majesty. It was Pipe Major Paul Burns' duty to play beneath the monarch's window for 15 minutes every morning at 9 a.m. You can imagine, can't you? Go away! She's trying to sleep. She had a heavy night. But yesterday he marked her passing at Westminster Abbey with a renditioning of, it's a traditional lament, Sleep, Dearie, Sleep. Doesn't sound very traditional, does it? Sleep, dearie, sleep, dearie. Go on, you sleep. You'll be all right. That's okay. And yesterday marked her passing. And then at St George's Chapel in Windsor, as the body was lowered, he played a salute to the Royal Fendersmith, which movingly faded as he walked away. It did exactly the same in Westminster Abbey, didn't it? I think he walked away then. I think it's lovely. It's such a lovely tribute, because I saw it exactly as it was. I thought it was lovely. No? Oh, sorry. Oh, so I was just waiting for my cup of tea, which I got. Thank you very much indeed. Steve from Colin in Israel. We know that a lot of people here, and not just expats, were tuned in and watching proceedings. The coverage was excellent and the pictures were impressive, but there's a lingering feeling here which will never go away, that Queen Elizabeth was remiss in never coming to Israel on an official visit. Shame. Not going to happen now, is it? Not going to happen now. You never know. Charles might. Charles might. I mean, I think what he needs, first of all, Charles, is a big rest. I think he needs a long rest, and yet when you think that people have flown off, Liz Truss has flown off to America. Biden, I should imagine, must be back there already. And everybody else is doing all their little bits and pieces. They don't hang around, do they? Don't hang around. Catherine says, Steve, queued for 13 hours with my husband and 3 newly made friends on Saturday at 10 p.m. Paid our respects to the Queen at 11 a.m. The queuing was an endurance test at times, but everybody kept each other going, getting one another coffees and chatting for England. That's it, actually. I like that. I like that idea that friendships have been formed. People saying, I met loads of people in the queue and we would chat. Because what else can you do? They're standing either in front of you or behind you. You're bound to say something. And there was that boy and girl who met, wasn't there? Bad news? Broken relationships? Both in relationships? Oh, right. Oh, they're just going to be friends. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Could be, yes. I don't know. Well, they might actually finish with them. They might finish with their respective boyfriends and girlfriends, decide to go out with each other, because it was such a touching story There's a very good chance that they'll probably turn up on Celebrity MasterChef or something like that, you know. They put anybody on these programmes now. I was watching a cooking programme yesterday. If only I knew who any of the people were. The only person I knew was Kerry Katona. I didn't know anybody else. Nobody else at all. They one bloke they laughingly called a presenter. I couldn't quite work out what he was presenting. Catherine says, thought of you at one point when we saw a building called the Mudlarks. Felt surreal walking through the Docklands in the early hours. Thankful to the Globe having toilets open for us queuing. Yes, I thought that was very good of them. Very good. Yeah, so Jack and Zoe, it turns out they both got long-term partners and met up just as friends. Yeah, whatever. How many times you heard that? Oh, we're just friends. Jack's a great guy. We get on brilliantly, but we both have long-term partners. In fact, I'm getting married next year, says Zoe. Not only that, but there's also a 10-year age gap between Jack and I. Really? It didn't look like a 10-year age. Mind you, I watched... There's a 10-year age... Well, is she older than he is, or... We don't know, do we? There was one of those television programmes the other day looking at somebody in A&E, and it was a lad who was in he was obviously a mummy's boy, because she was sort of in there and she looked after him and all the rest of it. But she couldn't do this, so he had to go to hospital. And I was looking at him thinking... I wonder how old you are, and still to live with your mother. You know, he looked about, to be honest with you, he looked anywhere between 25 and 30. 16. I was so out. When they said, and of course, you know, for every other 16-year-old, and I'm thinking, 16? Blimey, what's he eating for breakfast? Must be that kind of thing, where they go, I'm only 16. And you go, well, you don't look it. You look an awful lot older than 16. What else we got? Mick and Sandy, loyal to the end. Prince Andrew bending over to pat them. You just expect them to go grab him. What else we got? A delivery driver has completed a personal challenge of working for 24 hours, completing 77 jobs. I would have thought that was highly dangerous, because you start falling asleep, don't you, after a while? 6 million people, this was good news, whether or not it works, I don't know, will receive a one-off £150 disability cost of living payment from tomorrow. Many of those eligible will be paid by the beginning of next month. The cash is intended to help disabled people with soaring prices and the extra costs they face for care and mobility needs. Because I think it's quite expensive to be disabled. I think it really is. Payments will be automatic to those on a qualifying disability benefit. People are being warned to watch out for tests and email from fraudsters asking for their personal details. Do not give them. Do not give them. People's eating habits are not much healthier today than 30 years ago. Rating diets from only junk food 0 to totally healthy 100, the average score was 40.3. People munch more vegetables and nuts than they used to, but they consume more red meat, fizzy drinks and salt. See, I don't have any salt in, and I don't do fizzy drinks. I do red meat though. But I'm trying not to have it all the time. I'm sure, I don't know. I had fillet steak yesterday, which because I didn't have anything else in. I just had to suffer, as you can imagine. Fillet steak, honestly. And I did it, it was a porpoise dinner. I did it with some onions, which I don't cut or anything like that. I buy a bag of cut onions. I'm all for the economy side of it. All this malarkey about, get the onion out, start. No, thank you very much indeed. You just go and buy a bag of onions, which are chopped. And they either do red onions or they do the other ones. And I put those in a frying pan, cut up some steak. And then what did I chuck on the top? Oh, I chucked some egg fried rice on the top. Left it for 15 minutes, perfection. Squirted a bit of Hellmann's mayonnaise over the top, and again, I'm obsessed with rice. I shouldn't be eating that sort of rice. I should be eating basmati rice, because it's better for you. But to be honest with you, I don't like it. Yeah, I wanted egg fried rice, and it had to have Thousand Island dressing on the top. Not Thousand Island dressing, although I do like Thousand Island dressing. Is basmati white or brown, isn't it? Basmati rice, isn't it? Is it white? I don't know, I've never had it, so it doesn't... You think it's white? Oh, right, okay. I don't know, I've never had the stuff. I'm sure it's very nice indeed. I'm trying to have a look. Oh, it's white, there you go. How to cook it. Stick it in the microwave by the look of it. I think you just you cut out, because most of the packets now, you just tear open the top a little bit, stick it in the microwave. Much quicker than cooking in an oven. Much quicker. And so, who'd have guessed? Who'd have guessed? It must be cheaper on the electric. Do you not think so? I mean, I would think so. I'm all in favour of saving a little bit of money. Putting rice in the oven. But I just do it in all of it in a saucepan with a lid, and I steam it, and it's lovely. I mean, I think I'm fairly adept in the kitchen, but I'm not that adventurous. I mean, sometimes I might substitute the rice for Brussels sprouts or asparagus, but at the moment the asparagus is coming from Peru, and it's a bit flavourless, I'm afraid. Steak and sprouts is a popular dish in our house. I would do it with some sauté potatoes if I could be bothered, because I quite like sauté potatoes. And they used to do packets of them in Waitrose, and you would tear open the top. It was a foil package, and you would empty it, and it was sort of bacon and egg. No, not dauphinoise. No, it was just sort of sauté potatoes, but with a little bit of egg in there, or bacon. I think egg and bacon, and you poured it into the frying pan, which was hot, and it sort of crisped it up, and it was particular. Well, I haven't found it for ages. Must be a world shortage. There you go, bacon and egg potato sauté. There you go. Sorry, it's not available. This must be something the matter with it. It's obviously not, but it hasn't been in there for over a few weeks. And they do another one as well, which I think is a Swiss potato rosti. I think it's a Swiss rosti, which makes me sound as I know loads about food, but I promise you I know absolutely nothing about food at all. But I used to buy these things because they were long life, and they used to last for ages and ages. And I was mind you, I found a tin of beans the other day in the kitchen. I'm so excited. Found a tin of beans. I was going to add those, but I thought by that time I'd already opened the egg fried rice, so there was no point. Although I just sort of found them in a cupboard I hadn't bothered looking at before. It's like living in Windsor Castle. You open up a cupboard and you go, what the hell's that? Tin of beans banging on the door, trying to get out again. Luckily, it was within sell-by date by about a year. I do like beans occasionally, but they've got sugar in, haven't they? Everything's got sugar in. That's the only problem, isn't it, nowadays? Everybody's got sugar. And then I watched this programme on the television. Is it Ninja Warriors or something? Oh, my God. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. It's had to have 3 presenters on it. It's got Ben Shepherd. You'd have thought we're getting up early in the morning and struggling through the programme and then doing Tipping Point. Then we don't want to see him anymore, thank you. Rochelle Humes for about the umpteenth time. And is it Chris Kamara? Cammy. Oh, he's called Cammy, is it? Oh, right. And I thought to myself, 3 presenters on a programme? God, dear, honestly. I mean, it looked as though it was a little bit above Rochelle, so I thought I'd kind of leave that to one side. I didn't think it was her sort of thing at all. Thomas says, hope you're well. On the way to the cafe for a bit of brekkie. Been grafting all morning. It was fantastic to send off Her Majesty yesterday. Makes you proud to be British. Get yourself down, Bosch Jim. So Thomas is having his breakfast already. You're not going to lose that weight, are you? If you keep having these fry-ups and all the rest of it. Although I'm slightly jealous. Slightly jealous. Do you know, once I've only once had a Subway. I've only ever once had one, and it was in the car, and I was driving somewhere, and it was a late-night garage, and they had a Subway that was open in the garage on the road leading up to Hanger Lane. So I went in there, and I got very confused by the whole thing, and he said yes, and I said, I'm sort of struggling with the menu, and in the end, I had steak and something, which was nice. I can't remember what it was. You had a steak one? Oh, spicy Italian. Oh, you only had 6-inch. I had much bigger, and it was very nice. It could have been a foot long, and I walked out of there thinking I'm going to be mugged. You know, it was that part of London. I thought it didn't look so safe, but the thing I haven't had for ages, and I need to find it, but these blooming places aren't open early enough. They do the little hash browns in Burger King, but they're bite size. I don't want a big hash brown. I want little ones. Because I told you, there used to be the girl at Waterloo Station when they were there, and she liked me. I knew she liked me because she'd always put extra hash browns in. She would pour them into the bag, and they closed down shortly after. Perhaps they run out of money or something. I don't know. Just to feed my habit. But all the McDonald's were closed yesterday. I was amazed at how many places were, but in Twickenham, a few of the coffee shops were open. I saw a girl in a Starbucks uniform. I'm assuming she did work for Starbucks as opposed to just had the uniform. And Costa were open, and a few other places. And at Waterloo Station, Pret a Manger was open, Marks and Spencer's, and some of the other places. Obviously, as they will explain to you later, to cater for all the people who were going to the funeral. Bit disrespectful, but, you know, listen, there was no reason why people had to close, and had I not had to get a train, I'd have bought myself a little flaky pastry thing in Pret a Manger or something like that, because the bacon rolls, they've seemed to have given up with bacon rolls now. They shove this ghastly egg in there. which is so awful. It looks a bit dehydrated. It does nothing to me whatsoever. If it was a fried egg, I could understand it, but it's not a fried egg. It's like they do another egg in McDonald's. It's a different sort of egg. It's like a poached egg, but sort of flatter and rounder. Honestly, I wonder how I get through the day sometimes, seriously. And then yesterday, see, bacon and egg roll. You know, smoked, dry-cured British-backed bacon wrapped in a freshly baked omelette. Oh, it's an omelette. But I didn't like it, and I don't like it. I just want the bacon. Yeah, but what's the point of paying for it if I'm going to take it out? That's a dreadful waste of money. What, give it to somebody homeless or something? Sorry, would you like my egg omelette? But you can't have the roll because it goes with my bacon. That's never going to work, is it? Goodness sake, honestly. It's Tuesday. This is the news.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7. Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Albert in Croydon hits the nail on the head. He said people were happy to get into line and wait 24 hours for the Queen, yet they go berserk having to wait for a bus for 10 minutes. There's nothing... Because I hate it when you get to the bus stop and you try and see if they've got one of those little readers inside which says, you know, the next bus will be along in 5 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever it is, and then it keeps... You get there and it's not working, which is even more frustrating. We used to have people, I remember meeting them in Twickenham, they'd be like bus inspectors, they'd be hanging around the bus stops, and you could ask them, you could say, what time's the next bus to Tolworth or to Kingston? Yeah, I remember those very well indeed. Very well indeed. God, it makes me sound quite ancient, actually. But no, it was a nice thing to have, actually. But Albert's, yes, it was a trolley bus. Albert's quite right, actually, but the Brits do complain about 10 minutes. And then when, of course, the bus gets it, get out of the way, edging people here. I just develop a limp and people let me get on. It's so much easier. Adam says, queued for 8 hours Sunday to say goodbye to my Queen. Hard work on the back and knees, but well worth it. Got a return train ticket from Rochester. As I heard on the radio, there were extra trains and tubes running through the night. At 1 a.m, Westminster and Waterloo tube stations were shut. There was only one train running to Southampton. I was the only member of rail staff on the concourse where I could find a welfare train that I'd heard about. I've never even heard of a welfare train. But she knew nothing about them. Found myself stranded with another family trying to get to Ealing. Cabs wouldn't take us. They couldn't get a fare back. That never bothers them. The fare there covers for them coming on the return journey, which is very good. Mary says, lovely to hear your voice after such a dignified and emotive day, which I spent with my dad, who... After losing my mum, I didn't want to be alone on such a day, which evoked so many memories and tears. Charles is my dad's fourth monarch, who I suspect will have his coronation on Feb the 6th, which is the day his granddad, George VI, died. So there you go. But the news story from the weekend, mainline train stations staying open in London throughout the night in the coming days as transport authorities prepare to look after the huge number of people. Restaurant and toilet facilities will stay open with special welfare trains on platforms to seat vulnerable passengers who may have long waits to travel. I've never even heard of a welfare train. Have you heard of such a thing? Unbelievable. But they weren't there. Oh, well. That's the way it goes. Perhaps nobody told them. Niall says, when I worked in Iceland, the sun didn't come up till 11:15 in the morning. Yes, well, in fact, Iceland, like the Arctic Circle, this is not the frozen food place, this is probably the country, they have half light a lot of time. When we were there at Christmas, the days, but we didn't get sunshine. You had gloomy days. It was permanently gloomy. Which it is for, I think, about 6 months of the year, something like that. So you don't really sit, which actually it didn't bother me after a while. It just meant that you went to bed early and you were grateful because you would climb into bed when we were inside the Arctic Circle, and we were inside the Arctic Circle in a place called Kittila. And then we went to Luosto. And I can't tell you how cold it was. It was freezing, absolutely freezing. But there again, you're inside the Arctic Circle. The only people who survive are the Lappish people, the reindeer and the huskies and everybody else. But the rest of us sort of poor lily-livered Brits, people like that who were off to see Father Christmas. Beautifully done, don't get me wrong. But it was so, so cold. And I've not seen Frozen Planet yet, although I can't remember. Did I see anything? No, I was watching something the other day. And, it was Gogglebox, and they had a piece on there where there was a seal on a piece of ice, but it was a big piece of ice, and so these killer whales, to make them sound friendly, they call them orcas, but they're killer whales. They eat other whales. They will separate calves from the mother, and they will drown it and then effectively eat it. And they all went together to create a huge wave underneath this big block of ice, and the ice cracks up. Literally, the seal is clinging on for grim life. The force under the water, they managed to split that huge piece of ice. And of course, it's still moving, so the seal is clinging on to it, because seals are okay in the water, but not up against 3 or 4 orcas. And I think when they were showing it on Gogglebox, it was a case, oh no, we don't want it. Look, and it comes up right next to it. I mean, it must be what they're doing is they're gauging exactly where it is so they can then push it off. And that's all they want to do. They want to push it off. And this poor thing is stuck in the middle of a diminishing piece of ice. But you're not allowed to get involved, are you? You're not allowed to get involved with this sort of thing because it's called interfering with nature. It didn't survive, by the way. It didn't survive. What they do is they sort of, they're huge, these orcas. They're quite frightening to watch, but it's so sophisticated to actually get this sort of seal, one seal between 6 orcas. Oh, I tell you where I went the other day. I went to the circus. I bought a ticket, cost me £28. Very reasonable, I thought. I thought it was expensive. I thought that was very reasonable. Front row, ringside I was, and it was to Zippo's Circus, who were in Twickenham. Ironically, they finished on the Sunday. Their tent was packed up, and they were leaving as I was coming into town on the Monday morning. They were leaving already. They should have been there till Monday, but they couldn't, of course. And I thought it was the best I've ever seen them. The place was, I would think, 3/4 packed with kids, and they were all running about at the beginning. It drives me, and I think, oh no, please don't run around. And this is kids probably about 10, 11, something like that. And they've all got these lights that light up and everything else. And then the ringmaster comes in, and we do a minute's silence. Everybody fell totally silent. All the kids were really silent. And then the lights dim, and the circus starts, and they had everything. They had a couple of clowns, one little man and one taller one who played the sort of the foil for it. They had tumblers. They had a rocket ship which comes down and goes round, and people suspended from it. It was really super. It was really super. And how much do you get? You get a show. Yeah, it's just like going to the theatre. You're watching a performance. About an hour and a bit. But the kids loved it. They were spellbound with sort of people. They had these, I don't know what they call them, actually. How many did they do a day? 2 or 3, depending. 2 or 3. They had these tumblers, I think from South Africa, jumping on each other's shoulders, spinning over, backflips and all the rest of it. The kids loved it. And then they had a girl who, they took the rocket ship off this hook, and she clips on her long bits of material, and she winds herself up on her arms above the ring and then just drops. Well, I tell you, the kids went balmy for it. They loved it. I've never heard so much noise. Seriously, they loved every minute of it. It was a really, if you get a chance to see the show, it was good old-fashioned fun. My friend Paul Smith and I used to go to see Zippo's Circus, but this was even better than the last time. Even better. And also, if you work a circus like Zippo's, there's no airs and graces. The people who you see performing in the ring will be the people who take all the seats out at the end of the performances, the people who take the tent down, the people who serve you ice creams, and the people who serve you your popcorn and everything else like that. You're involved in it. Also, all the acrobats and the people like that, they're all working the crowd. It was really something because I kept thinking I've seen you before, and some of them pop up in a couple of other acts. Really brilliant, really brilliant. It was. So I tweeted on how good it was, hoping that they got more full houses, because it can't be easy in this day and age to actually get people in to a set. But it was brilliant. Brilliant. I knew I was going to mention something. Steve, I'm listening to your show from my phone, and my partner uses a laptop. We both realise we get different ads. Yes, you would. Listen, even I'm confused by it, so don't even ask me. I have 3 different sets, but it'll be brilliant. It'll be brilliant. Steve, I'm listening to your show. Oh, I got it twice, actually. I got it twice. When I worked at Poundland in Dartford, it had no exterior windows. So if you were on full-time hours in the winter, you never saw sunlight unless you went out for a cigarette, says Stephen. Yes, there are no windows in our Poundland. It's an old Woolworths. The only windows it's got are at the very front of the building. At the back, there's nothing at all. I've got no windows. In our Poundland, there's no windows. I've got no windows in here. Well, I can see you next door. Mind you, I'm having that bricked up next week. Steve, an amazing day, says Marie in Surrey for Her Majesty. I can't believe she's gone. Watch Westminster funeral service, then decided to jump on the train to Windsor. Is not very far, but they'd closed the long walk, offered directions to big screens nearby, so jump back on the train and watch it at home. Shame, but felt like we needed to try. Winnie says Zippo Circus is now at Norwood Green. We're going to see it on Wednesday. You love it. Seriously, I thought and some of them were very little kids, and it's very difficult to keep little people interested in something. But they had their popcorn, they had their lights. You know, everybody engaged in it. It was the best I've ever seen them. Somebody picked them really well. So they're at Norwood Green, and then from there they go to Broomfield Park. So they're literally setting up the tent, taking it all down, taking all the seats out, and then they're in Guildford in October, Finsbury Park, and then also in October they're doing Hampstead Heath. If you get the opportunity to go see them, because it's the circus that travels. And they were really good. I mean, top price seat, 28, because I said best seat in the house. And it is actually a seat. It is actually a chair you're sitting on at the ringside. And it was brilliant. The kids, as I say, I couldn't believe how involved they got watching it. And watching all the tumblers and the rocket ship that goes around with flames coming out of the back. And then this bloke drops down and he does... Well, I mean, you can read it you see it on all their adverts. But it was brilliant. Winnie, you love it. I know you love it anyway, but really good. Steve, the only time Attenborough got involved with nature was when a dolphin was spotted wrapped in plastic, says Tony in Southend. Yes, I think if it's to do with animals hunting, I mean, you'd want to shout, wouldn't you, to warn the poor old wildebeest. There's lions. Run for your life. And of course, what the lions do is they're so organised. But when you look at the orcas, or as I prefer to call them, the killer whales, you know, you suddenly realise how super intelligent they are. There was one, they were driving themselves up a beach, but they found a little inlet to get up the beach, grab a seal, and then wiggle back down into the sea again. Quite something. And they do it every year. Seals are so dumb. They are so dumb. They go back to the same beach every year to give birth, and every year the killer whales are waiting offshore, and they just pick them off. Terrible, isn't it? Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning after his marathon stint yesterday. Goodness sake, I bet he slept really well last night. Steve, myself and daughter, 11 years old, queued for 13 and a half hours overnight. Was enjoyable. Very enjoyable. London Bridge was beautifully lit up in purple lights. Feet felt like they were battered with a baseball bat, but worth it. Also bumped into the new Met Commissioner and his deputy, who were very pleasant, and posed for a photo with my daughter. Lovely. Lovely. And another one from Helen, who says, when I went on holiday to Lapland in January, the sun came up after 3 days. It was very beautiful, with the coldest night being about -25. Yeah, we had roughly the same temperatures, -25, -30. We learnt how to build an igloo. Oh, God. Drive a sledge pulled by dogs and survived a night sleeping in the Ice Hotel, for which I was given a certificate. Yes, we weren't near the Ice Hotel. I didn't want to do that. We stayed in the biggest log cabin hotel. They had the biggest log cabin hotel. They had, because I stayed in that, but the rest of the families, because I think there was about 10 of us all together, they stayed in the woods in these log cabins, which came with a sauna and huge beds that were sort of built in. And I'm in a massive hotel built out of logs with a wooden room, and the whole bathroom was the shower. The whole bathroom was a shower. So it was one of those showers in the middle of the room, and all the water sort of went down the middle. I don't know there's a name for it, and it was very good. But it meant that I didn't have to get dressed, because every morning for them to have breakfast, they had to get changed into their ski suits and put their boots on and all their mittens and all the rest of it and trudge up the hill to the hotel to get the breakfast. Whereas me, I was already there. And of course, mine was the room that they used for putting all their ski suits in, because you can't eat your breakfast with your ski suit on. I love the story of a dog owner who was stunned after finding out her pet is the brother of one of the Queen's corgis. I know. Nadia Smith got her puppy Wilbur in Feb 21 and was amazed to learn the pup had a connection with Her Majesty. After spotting a post on a Facebook group about the Queen's new corgi, Mick, the 28-year-old quickly realised they'd come from the same breeder. Nadia and her partner, who live in Yorkshire, had toyed with the idea of adopting Wilbur's brother, but had decided against it. Nadia says, I was in shock when I realised. I originally thought it was a weird coincidence. You never think anything like this will happen to you. We loved corgis because of the Queen. Isn't that cool? And, Mick. I still can't believe you've got a corgi called Mick. I mean, that is the most bizarre thing ever. Kids television channel, CITV, completely axed its regular schedules and aired the Queen's funeral. Apparently the decision didn't go down very well online. As you can, there's always going to be those people who are going to complain about something. Somebody says, I'm not sure why the children's channel is showing the Queen's funeral. Surely children's programmes would have been the right choice. No, I think they did exactly the right. I mean, Channel 5 had kids' movies all day. There were different things. But the decision, as I say, you know, people always complain about stuff because we like to complain. You know, I think you told him it's a children's channel. Why is it you're showing the Queen's funeral? Because, you know, that's what they want to do. Ever heard of Netflix? However, celebs hit out at this morning's Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby after they were accused of jumping the queue to see the Queen lying in state. Which, of course, as we now know, is not true. Newsreader Hugh Edwards said of David Beckham, he was praised for having queued hours and hours, not jumping the queue because he's a superstar VIP. Eamon Holmes also appeared to wade into the row. And after TV's Christopher Biggins says everybody has come together, Holmes says, except not everybody came together, Biggins. ITV bosses denied the two filed past the comment. They were doing a report on it. They were there as journalists. Can't believe that they're getting all hoity-toity about it. Goodness sake. You know, they say, in fact, this morning issued a statement. Hello, everyone, because they're very friendly. I like that. Hello, you. We would like to clarify something. We asked Philip and Holly to be part of a film for this Tuesday's programme. They did not jump the queue, have VIP access, or file past the Queen lying in state, but instead were there in a professional capacity as part of the world's media to report on the event. End of statement. You know, I mean, they wouldn't do things like that. I don't know if anybody ever did. Tilda Swinton went in. She kept a very low profile. And nobody knew she was queuing or anything else. She went in. It's only when she sort of bowed her head that somebody took a picture because they took a screen grab and went, that's Tilda Swinton. And there were a few other people. You know, the fact that David Beckham went is of no interest to anybody as far as I'm concerned. What's that got to do with it? I was more interested in the fact that the wife never went. But I suppose standing up for that amount of time, a little bit difficult. But also, you don't want loads of celebrities standing in line. It takes away the solemnity of the event and the fact it was about the Queen. It's not about different people. Pete the Pool Man says pool number 3. He does pools, just in case you're a new listener. And he says, I'm running on all cylinders today. I built this one, by the way. Oh, right. It's not difficult to dig a hole in the ground, is it, Pete? I mean, I don't want to sort of decry what you do for a living. But the man who invented the wind-up radio, do you remember him? He used to live in Twickenham. He used to build... No, not Marconi. The man of... He's dead now. He invented the wind-up radio, and then somebody pirated the blooming thing, and he didn't make as much money as he should have done. He was an inventor, and his name was Trevor Bayliss. And I went to his house, and as you go in the house, immediately you walk through the front door. There's a swimming pool there, because he used to build swimming pools, and so you have to walk round the edge of the swimming pool to get to it. I mean, it was a ramshackle affair, it has to be said. Yeah, I mean, if you got drunk and fell in it, you'd be in dreadful trouble. But he used to build swimming pools. That's what he did for a living. But he invented the wind-up radio for people who couldn't afford to buy batteries in other countries, and then it got pirated, as indeed you would imagine it would. It would. Lovely picture of Charles. In fact, the lovely pictures of every member of the royal family, which is called, they say, lost in thought. Charles looks back with love and devotion. And there's everything. The wreath included myrtle as a symbol for happy marriage. I didn't know that. Rosemary for remembrance, and oak to represent the strength of love. And it was taken from royal palaces, which is lovely. And then one last goodbye as the coffin slowly sinks down into the crypt, and it was done beautifully. The Lord Chamberlain breaking his staff. He didn't really break it, he just pulled it apart. I hate to be pedantic about it, but as I said to you before, magicians have a ceremony. When a magician dies, they do the breaking of the wand over the grave, and it gets buried with them. But it was Pipe Major Paul Burns playing this final lament at St George's Chapel before his poignant departure. And it was the fact that he played, and then he turned round and he walked slowly, still playing, and then it just gets fainter and fainter, and then he goes round the corner and you don't see him again, and it's still playing very faintly, and it is as if he's taken her by the hand and led her to a nicer place. The corgi pictures are great, and the pony that Her Majesty adored as well was there with the trainer. It was just beautiful. It's something that you're not going to forget. The coverage, I thought, from all the teams was absolutely amazing. It was just brilliant. Nobody fluffed, nobody did anything wrong, everybody did, because I think you just wanted to make sure that it was going to be as good as it could be, because we'd never done anything like it. We'd never done anything as big as that. And Nick Ferrari did well, and Sheila and Martin and everybody else, and all the team behind them as well, because you have to thank, because behind all great presenters, there are great producers.